Um, I'm very pleased and honored to be there to open this National Assembly in the name of the National Board. We are in Lausanne for this National Assembly II Carnaval. I'm very pleased and honored to be there to open the National Assembly in the name of the National Board. That is a huge delay. We are in Lausanne for this National Assembly II Carnaval.
Keep going.
Keep going, I will not be able. Continue. Okay, let's continue. And first of all, I think we should thank the OC and clap a bit for the OC for organizing this event. I think, as long as I remember, it's the cheapest and probably one of the events that has the most people signing up, which is also a very good sign for the future of ESN Switzerland, and I'm very happy with it. Talking about that, in this weekend we'll talk about decisions of the past, the solutions we take in the present, and most importantly this time, how we see the future coming up. So this is a very nice, very fancy NA, and I hope you are as excited as me for that. To add on that, I would like to thank these three people right in front of me, the chairing team. They are here to kind of serve us. They took this mission upon them, and to ensure that everything happens in the most, let's say, transparent way. And it was very great to work with them, so I already thank you. Even though the event hasn't even started yet. And also, two of them come from another country, and we also have many international guests in the room. Thank you very much for joining, and I trust ESN Switzerland to welcome them as we know how to do. Finally, we have some, let's say, oldies from ESN joining back again in this event. We are always very pleased to have you there. So thank you very much to be there, even though you are still in ESN somewhere, but in Switzerland a bit less, so we are always very pleased. And finally with that, thank everyone for being there. Some traveled a lot, others for once less, but it's very, very nice to have so many people, as I said in the beginning. And now we'll have a speech from someone from Brussels. I think he's in Brussels at the moment. We have a representative from the international board, Marco, that is doing a few words for us right now.
Oh, hello, hello. Oh, just let me know. It's my first time I'm speaking in an online version to NNA. So tell me when I can start speaking. Or okay, okay, perfect. So, as I mentioned, it's my first speech, so I'm a bit, how do you say, excited. And so, welcome, dear sections, dear in Switzerland, international guests as well. Thank you very much for inviting me to give you this brief welcome on behalf of Yesin International. I have to say that Switzerland has a special place in my heart because I had the opportunity to attend WEB in Lenkin Simmental last October, and I still am remembering it as the best regional platform I attended so far. So kudos to you. And yeah, there it's been an amazing time because I got to meet a lot of volunteers and got to understand the passion that Swiss volunteers are putting in their work. And I really think that their motivation, so your motivation and your level of engagement, it was amazing. And as I understand, also this year is really fundamental for ESN Switzerland as a whole, because you have many things happening at the same time. I mean, it's also being a really important year for ESN as a whole because it's the first year in the new long-term strategy, setting the goals for the whole ESN with the six strategic priorities that are always aimed to support international students and international mobility. So in all its stages, so before, during, and after the mobility. And I want to give you a bit of like encouragement for this National Assembly because in a context that we're having around the world right now, the National Assembly is the highest democratic body in your country. So I would ask you to give it the right importance and also its respect as an organ in your national organization. Because as ESNers, we're always the embodiment of ESN values wherever we go. And among its values, ESN has civic engagement. So I would appeal to your engagement in all discussion, your preparation to the National Assembly, and also to the respect towards everyone that is attending. So create a inclusive environment, always be respectful, use the appropriate tone in your interventions. And why am I saying this? Because of course this NA is really important for you because you're called to renew your national board for the first time with a new structure. And of course, the people that you will choose will shape next year's strategy of ESN Switzerland and the actions of your national organizations. So this is also a good luck to all of you candidates that are applying either for a national event or a national platform. So also to ESN Fribourg, good luck for your application and good luck to all the candidates. And I'm sure that you will do an amazing job if elected. Then another point is the reassociation of Switzerland to Erasmus+. I mean, this was a huge milestone, and this was announced some months ago. And of course, now it's the time to share the needs of students for the negotiations. So your input as national organization will be more than needed. And then this is the 25th year of ESN Switzerland. So as an Italian, I don't usually feast in advance, so I'm not telling anything about it. But who knows? I mean, if we don't have any arrangement, it would be a pleasure to join you in celebrations. But if not, we will sure meet at EGM in Split. So yeah, I mean, this was a brief welcome to me. So that being said, as I mentioned, be engaged, be respectful, be prepared, and once more, good luck to all the candidates. And yeah, rock it as usual.
Thank you very much, Marco. It's always very important to have the connection with the rest of the ESN network, and as international board, it's kind of the embodiment of that. And with this speech, I officially open NA2 2026. Whew.
All right, everyone. Really happy to see you all here. Now, as you have seen in the agenda, we're going to start with a bit of rule of the games for this weekend, so everyone knows all the rules and how to do it. So, first thing first, if you have a question during the NA, you just raise one hand. If you have a follow-up question or reaction, two fingers. And if you have a procedural question or comment, one finger. Then you'll be added to the speaker list, and when we call you, you can start talking, we'll give you a mic. Then a bit about gestures as well. If you want to show your appreciation, just do like this. And when we ask for silence, we do like that. Also, for question rounds, we use Slido. You can start to scan the QR code now. It's going to be the same during the whole weekend. So write down your question, then we're going to call your name and give you a mic. Please say your name and section, really important. And if the question was already asked on Slack, it's going to be skipped. Also, here are an example of how it looks like if you ask a question. And so when you speak, again, name and section, and then start talking, be concise. I know it's fun to speak in a mic, but please try to be concise. One question per person. If you ask 2 questions, you have to write it down again in the speaker list. And a bit, about respect and inclusivity. Really important, speak English. And I say that to all the Frenchies, please speak English. Also use inclusive language, so don't guess the pronouns of people, use more people, flocks, listeners, these kind of words. And remember, there is the code of conduct, you can find it in the survivor guide, and I'm going to talk about it just after. A little bonus game for this weekend. We're going to have the best meme contest. So the winner can decide the Energizer on Sunday, and you have till 4:40 to post the best meme on the Swiss meme channel. Meme, sorry. Oops. Code of conduct. So please be respectful to everyone around, respect boundaries, no harassment, violence. If we see anything or the OC see anything, we're going to come talk to you. And be respectful in any cases. When you speak to anyone or do anyone to, like, if you come for a hug or something, just ask maybe before. All right. Some point of contact for this weekend. You have the CT, so me as main chair, hello, Irene as vice chair, and Marco as technical chair. You have as well head of OC, Walid and Loise, over there. And NEM, you have Natalie and Matteo. And for VPD, Daniel and VPG, Barbu. Wow. All right. And now is the introduction to the CT. So, hello, I'm Lorraine. I started in ESN Neuchâtel at both supports in the event team, then became event manager, and now I'm the president of ESN Neuchâtel. And I started as well in ESN Zurich in the office team, and then now I'm the office manager of ESN Zurich. And how to make me like you, I love dancing salsa, teach me a foreign language, spoke about books, and offer me a cutting of a plant I don't own. So today I'm gonna make sure that we respect the agenda, and I'm gonna be chairing this assembly. And to be a bit prepared, and it started as a joke in a team building with my section. Hopla. And I'm going to have here this little hammer to remind you of when your time is off, when you do a presentation.
Oh, God. Or also this one. Yeah, okay. Well, yes. Yep. Hello. Hi, everyone. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Irene. To give you some context, I'm originally from Venezuela, but I'm currently studying in the Netherlands, and that's kind of where my ESN journey kind of started. As you can see here, I did and have done quite a couple things in my time. So I started in my local section in Maastricht, in the border near Belgium and Germany. And I basically did vice presidency and presidency, where I met Daniel, funnily enough. There you can see our first photo together, actually, in 2023. Yeah? 4 or 3? 4, Jesus. But then I started at the national level. I did international affairs officer, and last year I was in the national board as project manager of ESNNL, and there you can just see a couple of photos of me at EGM and Kona, International Erasmus Games. And this year I'm the current web regional training coordinator. And funnily enough, I have my predecessor Arnaud right over here, so that's quite a funny thing today. Quite a fun thing. And there you can see me actually at WEP after a breakdown and eating a Nutella out of a box. That was a great time. And yeah, that's kind of where I am, and hopefully I go into retirement after this year. I hope so. But yeah, so keys to my heart. I love reggaeton. It's my favorite thing ever. If you did not hear it in the morning, shame on you. But I also love to read, and I also love to talk about food. So if you're bored or want to talk about it, please feel free to come to me. Of course, I love ovo maltin, okay? I'm not even kidding. If you spoke to me this morning, you know why. But yeah, if you also want to know more, come to me to the coffee break. It's quite a funny story. And I'm happy to take ovo maltin bars, okay? Just saying, okay? And please, name and section. You're gonna make me very happy. Otherwise, I'm gonna look at you like this. Next slide, please. So, yes, please. Name and section. Thank you very much. Lovely to meet you all.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes. I'm Marco. I will be the technical chair during this NA. My background, I'm born in Bergamo in Italy. I'm in ESN, I work as an engineer in a company. I do my Erasmus in 2019. I'm like a permanent technical chair of ESN Germany, and I'm part of board supporter of ESN International as a AGM content team. So if you go to the EGM this year in Split, you will see me manage all the IT. And fun fact, as Irene, it's always my last year, but we will see if it will be really. And like to make like of me, like I can like you if you love cats, dogs. We speak about food. And last thing, if you are ET and you want to talk about ET arguments, always I like it. And yes, that's it.
Yes. We're all a bunch of foodies.
All right, and now we're going to have the introduction to the OC. So I'm asking Wally to come on stage and the rest of the OC as well. A bit of applause, people, please. A bit of energy. Please take the mic.
On a une slide du coup ou pas? Je crois qu'on a une slide. Sinon, tu peux juste présenter les gens après.
Okay, so hello everyone. We are very happy to have you here. And I'm going to present the OC. So we have Claire and Isa who are doing the communication. We have Nika who is taking care of the volunteers. Eva and Eileen who are doing the cooking. Walid. Yes. We have Adrien who is our sponsorship manager. We have Oriane, the treasurer, Timur for the party, and Koya for the coffee breaks. And unfortunately, not everyone is here, but you can see the other people who are missing.
They're busy working for you at the moment.
Yes. And then we have a little surprise for you.
I think some of you remember NA1. If not, well, oh no.
J'ai peur. C'est le moment où on va donner sa mission. Là, il faut avoir. Si tu peux.
juste envoyer le lien.
Oui, j'ai envoyé le lien.
Tu peux appuyer en haut à droite. En haut à droite, pour accéder au lien. En haut à droite.
Attends, tu
Ouais,
veux
Attends,
Attends, viens. Est-ce que... Do you want some help?
Oh, regarde, oui, comme ça. Ouais, voilà.
Worst case, if it doesn't work, we can do it as an energizer.
Attends, mais viens, on va lui dire qu'il faut le lien. Tu veux que... Là, il est en train d'utiliser le lien ou pas?
Celui qui était en train d'essayer
Non.
I guess we should that.
Oui, c'est qui était
Energizer.
Thank you very much for the OC. Again, do an applause again. Sorry it didn't work. We're going to do it for an energizer a bit later. Thank you very much. All right, let's continue. And we start already with an amendment to the proposed agenda. So we had in the previous agenda, as you can see in red, the candidacy of Leonie for treasurer. And as she has withdrawn it, we have changed the agenda to go to 5 minutes, so Leonie can explain why she wanted to do it. So that's the change of the agenda, and we're just going to vote on it just afterwards. Now about voting rules. So, one section present equal one vote. No one sent that they were going to vote for anyone else, so I assume everyone is here. Simple majority unless stated otherwise. I'm going to explain all of that tomorrow again. And secret vote if needed. Everything is going to be explained tomorrow. Now, how to vote. Please keep your voting device really high up so we can see it and count. You are all flat on the floor, so it's a bit more difficult for us, so please really high up. Now, we're going to do a quorum check with a roll call. So, the question is, do you think Walid should wear this costume tonight? ESN Basel, yes, no, or abstain. Please show your voting device, say yes, no, abstain. Yes, perfect. ESN Bern, yes, no, abstain. Yes. ESN Hur, yes, no, abstain. Abstain. ESN EPF Lausanne.
No.
ESN FANV. 100%. ESN Fribourg. Yes. ESN Genève. ESN Lugano. Yes. ESN Lucerne. Yes. ESN Neuchâtel. Yes. ESN Uni-Lausanne. ESN Winterthur. ESN Zürich. Perfect. So now for this weekend, we're going to need scrutinizers. So we need people that are not going to present anything, like we don't vote for you, and you have to be there all the time when we have to count votes. So we count on you. Who would be interested to be Diego? And I need another person. Yes. I'm sorry, I don't remember your name. Agathe. Perfect. Can you come up to the stage, please? Diego and Agathe.
Are we supposed to check the quorum?
But the quorum works, right? How am I supposed to check the quorum? Yeah, I've changed.
Can you guys come over here for 2 seconds? No, can you guys come here for 2 seconds? Yeah, come to me. Thank you. Can you guys give me your full name so that I can write it down?
Okay. So we have to elect the scrutinizers. So, do you approve Diego and Agathe as scrutinizers?
Wait.
Sorry.
Wait.
Yeah.
And yours? I guess. A-G-A-T-H. Like this?
Yes, L-U-G-A-N-D.
K-N-D. Okay, cool. Perfect.
Okay. So, do you approve Diego Doncelme and Agathe Lugan as scrutinizers? Is it correct? Yes. Okay. So you have the possibility to say yeah, no, and abstain. And please raise your voting device really high so we can count. Yes. 12. Can you raise it again, please? Really high. 13. All right. Thank you. Who votes no? Who votes abstain? Perfect. So you are elected as scrutinizers. Now we vote on the approval of the chairing team. So do you approve? Stay. You have to count the votes now. That's your job. So do you approve the CT? Yes, no, abstain. Raise your voting device for yes. $13. For thank you. For no. For abstain. Perfect. Thank you very much. The CT is approved. Now we have the approval of the amendment of the proposed agenda of NA2. So that's the change I've just explained before. So do you approve the amendment of the proposed agenda of NA2? Yes, no, abstain. Raise your voting device for yes. $13, perfect. No, abstain. All right, so the amendment of the agenda is accepted. Now, do you approve of the agenda of NA2? Yes, no, abstain. Raise your voting device for yes. $13, thank you. For no. For abstain? Perfect. Then the agenda is approved. Now we have to vote on the minute of extraordinary NA. Do you approve the minutes of extraordinary NA? Yes, no, abstain. Raise your voting device for yes. $13. Thank you. For no, abstain. Okay, perfect. So the minute of extraordinary NA have been approved. So now we go on to the next part of the agenda, and it's the double truck. So we're going to have 2 rooms. So the first is going to stay here is everyone, if you are the only person in your section, and if you are the person who has to vote, you have to stay here. If it's your first time at an NA, you're going to go to another room to have a presentation about introduction to ESN, and it's room CE1100. And I think you're going to go with Walid and Benita. Walid and Benita, can you just stand up so people can see you? So people, if you just joined ESN or 6 months ago, please follow Walid and Benita to the introduction. Thank you.
Hello.
You're going to have this microphone because this for the questions.
I hate this microphone. We only have one to share?
Yes.
Ah, okay.
It's already on.
I mean, for the
Hello?
presentation, maybe you can have one of the mics. Where do you have the mics?
His,
there.
I have it.
Yeah,
Oh.
I take the just for the presentation. We have kind of to stand here because
Yes, yes. Why is it so loud?
yeah, it's loud. They cannot control the volume. Perfect. So you can go.
Yes, so we are doing the amendment to SEP.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we will. Yeah, it's SEP is a Swiss event policy paper for those who don't know. So for the first part of national assemblies, there is a financial part that is clarifying the deadline of the payment for national assemblies, when exactly that has to be. That it has to be before the NA, and participants cannot pay afterwards.
Yes. Yes, perfect. And so conceptually, because you have seen we are splitting financial and conceptual. In conceptual, we have part of the split with VPG with PD, even though there is another document with more details also on that. And also, we are introducing the possibility of having a condition to cover the board support positions attending in the for the national events, National Assembly in this case. And we condition it to them actually fulfilling the duties, because we think we shouldn't be paying for someone that is not doing the job. Next slide.
So then we also have a part for the community weekends and the community meetings. We are putting them together in one slide, and also we adjusted the SEP because the events are very similar and we have a similar concept, so it also makes sense to have them more unified in the SEP. So first, we are introducing for both of the events a deposit, a possible deposit. It's not mandatory. We are proposing this because the event is for free, and last-minute cancellations are sometimes throwing over the budget of the event and affecting it negatively, which is why we are proposing the deposit. And actually also the condition of the deposit, that if someone is canceling last minute or not showing up, that we can keep the deposit. Next slide. Then we have the Swiss Train Rally, our national event. So actually this is an old slide. There was a change on the slide, but yeah, I think I can remember it. So there is one change in the document as the grant, as there is no actual grant. So the Swiss Train Rally is a national event, and the head of OC is always the national event manager. So the budget is, like the finances are directly managed via a national level, via ESN Switzerland, so there is no need for grants. And it's direct payments and refunds to the national event managers. So there's a change in this. And also the participation fee in the SEP is defined by the SBB ticket, but we are changing or proposing to change this, as it's also possible that there is something in addition to the train rally, or that there's a different format, so the participation fee could actually be different. That's why we're proposing this change.
And on the other part is just that we integrated the new positions that we voted on at ENA and NA1 actually, I think, in the group of the people that is part of the national level team. Next slide.
Then we also have the National Erasmus Games. Here we are basically proposing what has been done the past two editions, that it's actually also written down in SEP that the payment of the participation fee goes directly via OC, and that the OC is invoicing the sections.
And we are also changing that the provisional budget should not be only validated by the treasurer, but the whole national board, let's say in case there is, for example, no treasurer at that moment. Next slide. Yes, and on the intersection events, it's kind of, we found it kind of weird to find it in the SCPP, actually, but there was a definition of what a intersection grant is, and we kind of are just removing it because the document is about events and not grants. And for the process, we are kind of changing the charge of the definition of the thing from the SCPP to the application form, actually, because it's kind of, let's say, a bit easier to change since it's very like the processing things. And also introducing the VPD as one of the persons to email and not just the treasurer, which is already the practice in the moment. These are the changes we are proposing. I will also just like to mention that the SCPP is quite outdated. And in the next National Assembly, there will also be a more a bigger work in redefining the document, because a lot of things are not actually what we do anymore. For example, there isn't even the TDO, like the training officer, in the document, which already exists for at least 2-3 years, and they're not even mentioned. So yeah, that was today's changes for ACPP. Questions?
So now it's time for question. I just need someone that is going to run around to give the mic. Thank you very much, Matteo. So the speaker list is open. Write please your question on Slido.
Hello, Axel, ESN PFL.
Hear you.
And
No.
no.
Ah, yeah, now yes.
No.
Not anymore.
Does this one? Yeah.
This one works.
Oh, yeah.
Perfect. Axel, ESN PFL, ESN International. I have a few questions. So the first one is about the relevance of the HR manager participation. So as you stated, you want to, I mean, it has always been like this. It's included in the budget of the event, but just to say included in the event does not mean reimbursed by ESN Switzerland, but paid by the participation fees of the participants. And compared to the other people of the team, the participation of the HR manager can see not as crucial as the other position. So I was wondering why you think it's still relevant to keep it compared to some other position that from the other team that might do a bit more.
Yeah, thank you for the question, because that is one of the things we might change in the future. We haven't. We haven't right now, but it is one of the things we are changing. On and off, okay. Now here. So for now, the HR manager is that is weird. Is also helping for the introduction to ESN. And what the fuck? You don't have that in the records. Never mind. So yes, they are helping in some of the tasks. Get the presence and things like that. So for now, it still makes sense, but I think most probably we'll change that to have someone from communication instead in the team to have coverage of the events more than having an HR manager. But I think that will be up to open discussion, but that's my take for now.
Thank you. Can I go with the second question, Laurine? So Axel, ESN PFL, ESN International. Second question is about the reimbursement of the board supporters, because you want to include a way that the NB decide who will be eligible for reimbursement or not. So I was wondering, how did you envision the disagreement process? If there was going to be an appeal process, if some members are not disagree with the position, and especially if there is no arbitration board like this here to handle this, how do you envision to solve those issues?
So, okay, it works. So we.
Let's try to move more in the center.
Hello. Hello. We were thinking of actually having got. Oh, can we fix the?
Can we have a mic?
Okay. So we were actually. Does it work? I'm confused now. Okay. Okay. So we are actually thinking of having this discussed in the NB as the board support, as it can be from any national board team. Yeah, it can that depending like that we are discussing it in a NB call or within the NB, and then define according to all like the perception of the whole NB, possibly having inputs of other people, but mainly discussing in the NB if the tasks are fulfilled the way we expected.
Or not? Yes. One of the things we want. No. Okay. Okay. One of the things we have in mind is that we have to inform the person anyway before they are able to register or cancel their registration, because it wouldn't be fair to have them register and then say no. Definitely, I think it's exceptional cases and not a norm in that sense. That would be exceptional cases and not the norm.
Yeah. I'm just asking again because you didn't really reply how you are going to handle a disagreement process if someone wants to appeal about a decision.
That is a very good question. That is a very good question. I don't know if we would receive disagreements in a sense, because at some point, if there is a vote from the national boards that considers that the things are not done, then the things are not done. Like, you can disagree, but it will not change much of the opinion of the vote. And in the end, it's still a vote, so from the national board. So there's some kind of, let's say, control, in between control. But yes, no, I'm not. We haven't thought about any disagreement parts. Like for any other point the national board votes on. If there is a disagreement of something that is not something the sections can come up with, like if it's not concerning directly the sections, there is no direct disagreement process in general.
Just a reaction, I would argue that there is always a disagreement process in case we have the arbitration board open, and we can always appeal to a decision of the NB. But as we don't have one and we might not have one, it can still be something that you'll need to think about to avoid having like a decision that favorizes someone over someone for like just personal reasons of members of the national board.
I mean, if we reach to that level, I think it's more of a question is, do the national board still keeps appointed someone? Because it's beyond a lot of things already.
Thank you for the answer. And I will go with my last question. Axel Jessen, EPFL Jessen International. I have a question because you didn't change within the document the reimbursement for other statutory bodies. You still included only financial auditors that are like covered, but you didn't include that the new name of the body. You didn't include the arbitration board and all the different other like statutory bodies. So I'm just wondering why, and if it's planned to be changed in the future, and how.
Yes, so thank you for the question. It will be amended, yes. Like, full stop.
It will be amended, yes.
Yeah, and can I just ask, how, like, are you going to include everyone in the reimbursement? Like, all the other statutory bodies will be planned to be reimbursed, or not all of them?
I think it might be the idea, but it will be discussed.
Thank you.
Next question, Arnaud.
Arnaud, alumni. So my first question is regarding the reimbursement of the network care and development team for DNA. It's the 7 under finances and National Assembly. So it's written that participation fees of the NB and board support positions of the network care, blah, 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 covered by the event budget. Then the next line is these spots are dependent on the composition of the board support, and then you have NEM, training and development officer, section manager, and HR manager. I was just wondering why you had to put this extra part inside this, but still have the network and development team mentioned above, just one sentence before.
It should not be mentioned above. Yeah.
Barbo in Switzerland. So we have a VP, like another amendment to the SEP, which is regarding the vice president split. And there we have to remove, because we don't have the network care and development team anymore. We have the HR and network team and the training and activities team. And now the HR and section manager are in one team, and the training and development officer and event managers are in the other team. But yeah, I think it's a bit.
It's another amendment covering that part.
Okay. Thank you. Should I ask the second one? Okay. So the second one is also on this part, because you've mentioned those particular positions, but it happens in an NA, for instance, that a position outside of those positions is also very active, such as, for instance, at an NA, maybe there is a specific part about the ESN card manager, for instance, that has to do a lot of things, or many presentations, or a workshop, for instance. So I was just questioning a bit the relevance of putting these positions, but not maybe other board support positions that might have actually a larger workload during the event.
Because I think for us it allows us to clarify the difference between what is in the budget and what is in like reimbursed by ESN Switzerland. The thing is, positions that we keep there are probably the positions that are always active in every NA. So it's the standard positions that are always needed, and the other ones might fluctuate. So we keep it more as the national board like reimburses them. But the other ones are like fundamental for the NA to work.
Reaction. So let's say for one specific NA, one member of the board support is doing a lot of things, they cannot expect any reimbursement.
Oh, but the practice at the moment is to have to be reimbursed. The difference is what is reimbursed by ESN Switzerland and what is in the budget of the NA.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Tom, ESN Lucerne. There's just an FYI, there's a numbering error on the last page where you remove part 1, but then the numbers aren't adjusted, just as an FYI.
Thanks for the comment. In any case, the numbers will also be adjusted with the other amendment coming with the split of VPD and VPG.
Is there any other questions? Anyone typing? No, so we close the speaker list. Thank you.
Okay, let's see if this microphone works better.
Just one moment, Leonie. We just have a comment from Irene.
Irene, CT, just maybe a comment for everyone, especially when you're writing down in the Slido, if you could possibly already have it in question formatting, it would be ideal, because I can only type so fast, so it would be great if you could formulate it in a question formatting so that I could copy it down. Tom? Yes, but it's easier. I can't hear you guys all the time, so yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so we're moving on to the budget amendment. Okay, so the first part is the income. I still don't know where to point at. Okay. So we have one budget segment, the sections segment. There we have a change of increase of 2,300 for the ESN card. This is adjusted by the last order that was made, the last orders that were made. This has been, like, we're just taking the numbers of the last order and taking them for the whole year to assume how much we will sell this year. Sorry, like on wait, okay. Then we have the second part, which is the events. There we have the international events accommodation, which is the accommodation that's used for EGM Split. We have received an offer of the accommodation, and the offer is lower, which is why the expense will be lower, which I will come later to, but also the income will be lower because we are not making profit of the accommodation. We are selling it one-to-one to the sections. Why am I? Yeah. Okay, so moving on to the expenses. We have one category, the NL support. Here we have an increase based on the insurance offer that we received, which is 10 francs more than I amended the last budget at the extraordinary ANA. So yeah. Then we have the business and finance. Here we have again the ESN cards. So if we are expecting to sell more ESN cards, we are also buying more ESN cards, which leads to also an increase of the expense for the ESN card order. Then we have the communication category. Here we are moving, we are not deleting, we are moving the sections support. This is the support you can get for Canva subscription or any similar things that you are using. We are moving this to another category which will solely have grants to have a more structured way for accounting as well. Then here again, what I said with the income, the international events accommodation, we have the lower expenses, lower income, because we are selling it one-to-one. Yep. I'm not sure if I skipped one by accident. I hope not. So then we are moving. Okay. No. Why? I am very bad with technology. Okay. Okay. So we're moving to a network care development, which is here we have the section cooperation, and we are extracting the number that we are using for intersection grants and also moving it to the grant category, which I will come to at the end. So we are not actually reducing the section fund, the section cooperation fund. We are just extracting the number, the 8,000 that we are using for intersection events. This is based on actual practices and how much we're using for intersection events. Okay, so now we are actually coming to the grants, section grants category, budget category. Here you can see on the bottom that we have two new budget lines. First, the section intersection grants, which is the 8,000 I just explained that are extracted from the other fund to have it in this budget category, in this grant category. And then also the communication support. You can see both numbers are staying the same. We are not lowering the amount or increasing it. We are just moving it in the budget. And the reason for that is, like I said, accounting reasons, but to make it more unified and easier, like in a long-term way, which is why we're having all the grant possibilities in one budget group. Okay, long story short, so we have the ESN card, income and expense that are changed based on the number that we are calculating with. Then we have the insurance and the accommodation that are based on the offers that we received. Then we are moving all the different grants options that we are offering into one budget category for long-term efficiency. And I'm sending you the budget explanation that I have written down as well. So not just what you just saw, but the explanation, as it's not a voting document, I will just send it to you after this presentation. And that's it.
So now the question list is open. You can start writing your questions.
I will give you my microphone and walk back.
Thanks. Flavien, ESN Basel, ESN Switzerland. If the section's communication support is moved to grants, will the process be different? As I remember so far, it was a reimbursement based on the costs and not considered as a grant. But if we move it from category, will the process be different or not?
Yes, the idea do I need to go back to the stage? I don't know. Thank you for your question, Flavia. So the idea of this, and also you will see it in the action plan amendment of BFC, that there will be, the idea is to create one guide that will cover the grants and the refunds together and make all the process more unified, more easy to understand for the people, but also easier to process from the national level side. Does that cover your question?
Thank you. Hi, Matteo from ESN Zurich. Thank you, Leonie, for your presentation. I just wanted to, and thank you for the explanation. I was wondering why the explanation was not given with the voting documents via email.
Thank you, Matteo. This is a very good question and easily answered. So we wanted to ensure that, like, I wanted to get some more feedback from the NB, and it was not ready when we submitted the other documents, and because sending it randomly at some other day felt weird to me, so I thought I will explain it here in person and then send it to you further. Also because it's not a voting document, it didn't need to be sent before.
Do we still have people typing questions? We still have time. We are in advance, actually. So if you have questions, go ahead. Is there anyone typing? So I suggest we close the speaker list. Okay, we close the speaker list.
Thank you.
So since we are quite in advance on the agenda, actually, we should have started the next presentation at 10:10. I suggest that we make a change to the agenda and do the presentation already while the other ones are in the double track. Is there any objection to this change of the agenda? No. Okay. So I'm going to send you a new link for the agenda, and we start with the VPG-VPD amendment.
Okay, thank you. So this is just following the approval of the board restructuration at ENA December. Basically, we got rid of the structure that we had before, where we had a vice president and a project manager, and now we have two vice presidents, vice president for governance, me, and a vice president for development, Daniel. And this change was only reflected in the standing order. So what we're doing today is simply some housekeeping where we want to update all the other official documents. So that's the 3-year strategy, the action plan, the Swiss event policy paper, and the HR strategy to be kind of in agreement with the structure that we approved. So basically, just as a summary, before we had this structure with the vice president that was responsible for the governance side with the president, and the network care and development team, which has a lot of competencies. It's network care, HR, training and development, event manager, event management, and with a lot of kind of very intense board support positions. And what we did with the split is we kind of took some of the responsibilities of the president and moved to the right. So now it's called the HR and network team on the vice president for governance side, which only does HR and network sustainability and knowledge management, with only 2 board support positions. And the national event and training side goes to the vice president for development, and the team is called training and activities. And also the previous competencies of the project manager go to the vice president for development. So this is we're not really changing anything in the documents. It's just really kind of where who does what tasks, but there's no additional or tasks that are being removed. Another couple small changes: the auditors and the arbitration board are added to the Swiss event policy paper to reflect the changes that were made at NA3 Lugano. We're also adding NEMs instead of NEM because we've had 2 national event managers. And also the HR manager is added to the HR strategy because this was not done since the last revision, which was the first revision. Yes, any questions?
Is anyone typing questions? Yes.
It was working.
Hello.
Yeah, I think so.
Tom, ESN Lucerne. Can I get that one? I can also use the other one. Thank you. Tom, ESN Lucerne. When restructuring the board support under VPG, VPD, you're now shifting 2 positions to VPD. It looks like there's now an imbalance. You have only 2 on the left side, but like 6 on the right side. The whole point of the split from just vice president and project manager was to reduce the load. Are you worried that you have, like, without this split, like, how do you manage that balance of here you have so many and there you have not enough?
Yeah, thanks. So this was, I mean, the issue was that the vice president before, with the 4 tasks, had too many tasks, and the project manager with his 4 tasks had too few tasks. So it's not just because it's one task that it's the same kind of amount of work. I don't know, maybe Daniel can also comment on it. I think that he definitely has a lot more to do than he had before. But it's definitely more balanced than it used to be, I would say.
Daniel, yes, and Switzerland. And also to add on that, I just remember that we are not discussing actually the split. The split has been done. It's just the document and the wording of the things. And some of the things might still be adjusted and changed with positions, like board support positions, removed or added in the future.
Axel, ESN EPFL, ESN International. Last ENA, I always said that I was a bit skeptical to have 2 points of contacts from the NB for everything related to NAs. So I wanted to have a bit of feedback from you, maybe Barbu, like how do you think it went? And I also want to know, like from the chairing team side, how do you think it's confusing to have 2 different points of contact?
Yeah, so the simple answer is the vice president for development is the contact for the OC, and the vice president for governance is the contact for the CT. I would say that also because I started my mandate 2 months ago, I also had a lot of input from Daniel, which I will probably not have as much of at NA3. But yeah, do you have any input from the CT?
Irene CT, and I will write this after. I guess in general, one of the good things about having the 2 points of contact, especially say for at least Marco and I that are outside of ESN Switzerland, also allowed for 2 different perspectives when doing the onboarding, which was really helpful. And definitely will say that the differences with the VPs definitely makes the difference, at least for us, when it comes down to the onboarding and also how the things are working. So yeah, just to give my 2 cents.
And also for me, since it's like my naming section, sorry. Lausanne, Neuchâtel. Since it's my first time as MC, I can say as well, like I had a lot of questions, and it can be quite overwhelming for the people like have to answer me. So I think if there are 2, it's quite good because like they can like help each other, and if one is like sleeping, the other one can answer and stuff like that. So it's quite helpful, to be honest. Do we have any other questions? Is there anyone typing questions? So I suggest we close the speaker list. Is there any objection? No. So the speaker list is closed, and we are still a bit in advance compared to the agenda, but since the other ones are going to come back in really a few minutes, I suggest that we wait for them. So it's just like 5 minutes of chill moment, and then we start again when everyone is back to the room. Is there any objection to that? Perfect. Thank you. So we were waiting for the double track part of the people, but apparently they got lost on the campus or something. So we're going to continue, otherwise we're going to start to be late. So now we're going to have a presentation about the statutes amendment by Leonie.
Okay, let's try again with the microphones. Thank you. Huh? There. Okay. I think I should manage. So this is a very short change, which is regarding 3.1, the signatures. It's only 2 slides anyway, so you can just, yeah, you can go one further, or I can go. Oh yeah. Okay, so why are we doing this? So the thought behind it was that we are, let's say, generalizing a bit, broadening it to the whole NB. As right now we have the president who's not in Switzerland, and we have a case where we need a physical signature, and it's difficult to get this from Canada. And sometimes people are taking time off or are traveling or something, and it's most of the time in Switzerland, for many things, there are physical signatures needed and not online ones. This, like for example, a bank account needs physical signatures. Yeah, so the change here, we have the 3.1. The change is the number one is generalizing it, that it can be 2 NB members and not defined that it must be the president and one other NB member. And then for the power of attorney of the bank account, it's also generalized that it can be 2 NB members in case there is no treasurer, or like, yeah. So we have it generalized, yes. That's it, thank you. Questions?
Axel, ESN EPFL, ESN International. To me, I don't have a legal background, but it seems to me very odd that it's possible to sign a document without the signature of the president, and which is the legal representative of the association. So I was wondering if you did some legal consultations about it to ensure that this is actually legal, what we are doing, and what were the outcomes?
Yes, so I can talk for one specific part regarding a bank account. There it is possible to have someone else from the national board, not specifically the president and the treasurer. So this is possible in this case. For other cases that are at the moment not applicable, we didn't check. This would need to be checked in like the situation, like depending on the document that needs to be signed, if it has to be president or if it can be 2 NB members.
Daniel, yes, in Switzerland, actually we checked on the opposite way, asking if we could have digital signatures and things like that, and on that we cannot. So we are like, okay, we need to come up with an idea based on that. But yes, that is a good point.
Is your question covered? Like answered?
Yes.
Okay.
Arnaud Butet, alumni. I have a question about the appointment of people with the power of attorney. I was wondering, why are the 2 people with the power of attorney appointed by the national board, especially considering that 2 of the national board members will be subject to getting the power of attorney, and not the NA as all the rest of the appointment and the elections that we have?
That's a good question. Well, before it was defined president and treasurer, and I mean the National Assembly is appointing the national board, so then from our point of view, it makes more sense to see who fits, like who needs to have the power of attorney, who fits into the process, like in the sense of what will be the most useful for the national board, if this, which person, what will fit the best the need of the national board, which 2 people are having the power of attorney. So in the end, the NB is appointed by the NA, but then it goes on practice, like which one is the most practical for the NB.
Okay, so just a reaction as well. How's the process then of the appointment by the national board? What happens as well if one person needs to be removed from the power of attorney.
Sorry, it's not a comment but a question, so you have to write it down on Slido again, please.
Okay.
Can I answer it already or not? Okay. Wait, what? I can answer. Okay.
And before we go to the question of Flavien, is there anyone typing a question? Yes, okay.
Can I maybe also ask it, because it's extremely hard to type with one hand.
Thanks. Flavien Yassen Basel, Yassen Switzerland. I'm wondering why extending the voting power to two NE members rather than having a punctual or mandate signature delegation from the president to NB members, which could, by the way, also be to NL without any interference with the statutes or need to change the documents, and can be case specific also.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
Daniel, yes, and Switzerland, because we still need then a signature from the president, and if the president, for example, is not in Switzerland, you cannot have it from the Swiss law.
Okay.
Domi, yes, in Switzerland. Also, maybe to clarify, the idea is not to just then randomly choose two people in the NB. Like, it should ideally still be the president and treasurer. It's just that if we have the situation the way it currently is as well, where we are like in a bind because we cannot get the physical signature of the president, this would lead a contingency. And that is why we left it vague as two NB members, just to have the option if needed, just to clarify.
And just before the question of Amélie, we just have Franck, since he can't write down his question. We're going to do his question right now. Can you just give the mic to Franck, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Frank, ESN FHNW and ESN Switzerland. So basically, some local governments require a physical signature of the president nonetheless on different pieces of documents. Is there an overview of where situations occur where two NB members can sign and where the president has to sign anyway? Just as an example, in Solothurn, where FHNW is registered, to alter basically anything, the president has to sign it physically.
Yes, we don't have such an overview yet, because for now it was defined that it has to be the president and one NB member. Yeah, we would need to see when we have the case where, like, who it could, like, who it must be.
So Amélie, ESN Switzerland. My question is, so what accountability mechanism / approval process will you set up to ensure that the decisions are still accountable to the president and treasurer? And do you have it explicitly stated that it's an exception mechanism and not a general rule? Because I see this going, like, being used in a very general way where it's like, oh, well, we can't get it within 24 hours, but maybe 48 hours would have been possible. So we'll just sign it anyways. And then actually there's no clear approval mechanism on when can people actually sign in the name of the president and the treasurer. So I just want to understand what the thinking was behind this.
I am processing your question in my brain. Can you put it back?
So it's around approval and accountability. So
Yeah.
how do you make sure that it's not used really as an exception and that it doesn't become a rule?
You mean that it doesn't become a rule that there are two?
And basically anyone on the national board can sign any documents. So
I mean, at the moment, it's the president and one NB member. So in certain circumstances, everyone has the right of signature, just depending on the situation. We are discussing and voting on things anyway before and when we sign papers. Let's just call it papers. We are discussing the content and our opinions anyway on it.
And does this mean that if someone decided, like...
That's another question, please. Thank you. Is anyone still typing on the question list? Can we close the question list? Is there an objection? Yeah. But just a little reminder, we are out of time, so please be concise in your question and answers, please.
Arnaud, alumni. Can you just explain the process of appointment of the power of attorney then? And also, so in terms of timeline, who can vote during this appointment? And also the removal of the power of attorney if it's needed because of maybe one or two people that have it, that need to leave the country, for instance.
So the idea is that we discuss it in the NB who is most, like the general idea is to keep it as, if possible, the way it is right now. If it's not possible, to be discussed in the NB to see which is the most practical way for the NB to work efficiently. So, and yeah, it didn't answer your question.
Not really, but this can be answered by anyone from the board, just for like timeline as well, for instance.
Daniel, NB, the idea behind that is to have it at the beginning of the mandate, so it says over the mandate, and we're not changing every 2 days, and it's done in a national NB vote, like many other decisions. So like that, it's clear. Potentially, we could also inform the sections if sections think it's needed, and yeah. And the removal, it's kind of the same. If there is a problem, then the national board discusses it, and we vote for the removal and appointment of someone else, which is not ideal. But let's say mid-mandate someone leaves the country, well, the problem appears again.
So I'm sorry. So the start of the mandate means after NA3, right? Between NA3 and NA1.
Yeah, in the transition time, yeah.
Okay.
Quick question, apart from Laura, is anyone writing a question right now? Do you have an objection? We close the speaker list after Laura. Okay, then the speaker list is closed, apart from Laura.
Hi, Juan, II Lausanne. So my question is, could the two NB members go behind the president and treasurer's back and sign something without their previous consent? So is there anything that stops them theoretically from doing that? Or could the president have to sign something or inform something in a written way that he's aware of the fact that the two NB members have signed something and used the signed?
So after the two NB members are defined, if, let's say, they are not president or treasurer, neither of them, then they can sign without, not without their knowledge, because we are discussing documents before we sign them in the NB. So the whole NB will have knowledge of the document and that the people are signing them. But if, I see it doesn't answer your question fully.
It's more a matter of security, I would say, than...
You want to go?
So Domi, yes, in Switzerland. I mean, the answer is yes, they could, but it's the same with the president and treasurer currently. Like, any people in power can go behind other people's back, which hopefully would not happen, because the people that get elected are supposed to be elected for a reason. But this is a risk that you always have. Like, no matter who is in the position to sign, is gonna have the power to go behind the other's back.
Daniel NB, and if it happens, it's a whole different discussion, and that would be calling an NA and removing people from the positions.
Amelie, ES in Switzerland. I think it sounds
a bit risky. And I think when we elect people for the board, we elect them for a specific position, and we elect the president for the specific position of being the president and having the power of attorney for the association, which isn't necessarily the case for the other board members. So I think that it's still, now it means that every time we elect someone, we elect them all to have that power of attorney. So I think it's, yeah, again, it's just a comment.
Yes, thank you, Laura. ESN International. So I quickly checked. Legally wise, it's possible to have 2 people from the board and not specifically mentioning president and someone else. Still, what I think you would need to check, and that's my question, did you check it? I'm not sure if we are in the commercial register registered, because if that would be the case, then you need an official document. Nevertheless, I think it's very important that you inform DNA about who would be these people and that you don't change it within the mandate randomly, at least for one of the people. Because back in the day when I was at the vice president, we had different documents. For example, the statutes were always signed by president and vice president, whereas all the legal and financial stuff was by the treasurer and president. So I think it's good to have a document who specifies who would sign what in that case, so that for DNA it's more clear. But yeah, if we are not in the commercial register, I don't remember if we are, so yeah. Thank you. As I see nodding, I guess the answer is no to this.
Yes, Irene, the answer is no.
We have incumbents in the back.
Hello, Claudia Jessen, Switzerland. As some of you know, I work in bank. So, sorry? Claudia Jessen, Switzerland. So, yeah, they'll probably are going to ask you to have a full file of the people like that have some sort of power in the association, and probably they're gonna ask you to have 2 signatures. So 2 people need to sign from that list.
It was a comment, right? I don't need.
All right, thank you very much, Leonie. So now we pass to the next amendment to the standing orders.
Hello, it's me again. Next slide, please. Okay, so we are now talking about the amendment to the standing orders, and the first one is about the definition of the official documents. Next slide, please. Basically, the problem at the moment is that we talk in our documents about official documents, but we never define them. So we propose a way out. Next slide. The way out is we define all documents as documents that have been adopted by a vote of the National Assembly in their most recent version. Next slide. Thank you. Questions?
So the speaker list is, the question list is open, sorry. Is anyone typing a question? Yes? Okay.
Hello, Axel, ESN IPFL, ESN International. So about the voting change of the vote majority solution for the NA, the way I wrote it...
this is not the amendment we are talking about.
Oh, sorry.
Walid, ESN EPFL. So exactly, and be precise please, what exact documents would be official documents? Because I did not see that in the amendment proposal whatsoever, and this makes it a bit unclear in our opinion.
I mean, our point was actually to not name them, because every time we have a new document, we'd have to add it and amend it again and again. But basically, the documents are the ones kind of Barbu presented before: HR strategy, SEPP, standing orders, and I'm missing one. Action plan, 3 strategy, and the last one is the distribution spots policy paper. Extra spots distribution. I don't remember the name exactly.
A comment, I think you forget the section consultation guidelines.
Probably.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Arnaud, alumni. Can you just explain this sentence, because I think it needs maybe some explanation. At least I could not understand it.
Yes, so the amendment of the official documents is described in their respective section. It's because not all documents are amended kind of the same way, so I prefer to keep the description of how they are amended with their documents instead of listing differences in this part of the article. Just so that if we get a new document that sometimes it's amended differently, then it will be there and not listed in the same place. For example, the statutes and the standing orders are not amended with the same majority and things like that. Or sometimes the standing orders can be amended by the national board and the statutes not. These type of differences.
Okay, thank you.
Axel, ESN EPFL, ESN International. To my knowledge, Sandrine, so former AC, prepared a draft of a detailed amendment related to this, so I was wondering if you consult with her about the document before making the amendment.
So this comes from the idea, Sandrine, because she gave us a list of things we had to update. And it comes from that, from the discussions we had with her. Not directly this wording, but it comes from that discussion.
Just a comment, because to my knowledge, she already started to prepare a draft for the amendment. Did you check the draft that she did before? And did you get some inputs from her about what she thought would need?
That's actually another question and not a comment. Sorry, you have to.
It was a clarification of my question.
It's a no.
I have to say, no.
Go.
In any case, on that one, I cannot answer you because it was Agrippine that prepared that one. So send her the question.
Okay. Thank you.
Before the second question of Axel, is there anyone typing a question? No, then I suggest we close the question, the Slido. Is there any objection? No, then the Slido is closed.
Axel, ESN EPFL, ESN International. So I was wondering why you decided not to include a list of documents, maybe like to help the sections to know what are the official documents, because very often it's a bit tricky to remember which one are there, because they can start to be a bit forgotten and they are not always updated on the wiki or on the sharing drive.
I'm just turning to the main chair. Was it the same question and then Waldo? No. So the difference is why there is not a list and before
why you didn't include it in the document and not what it covers?
Because again, the answer is the same. We might have new documents afterwards, and amending each time the standing orders just to add a line with the name of the document kind of takes more work than needed.
Laura is an international. I agree with you that it should not be added in that one, but still you can do a reference to a different document where all of them could be listed. So maybe take that into account for the next change.
All right, now we go to the second part of the standing orders amendment.
Yes, so this amendment concerns the fact that sometimes we have had some votes where there were ties, and the standing orders at the moment say that in case of a tie after the second vote, the NA decides how to proceed, which has kind of led to a lot of like not losing time, but being stuck in discussions, knowing, okay, in which way we go and not, and so on. So we kind of are proposing a way to clarify it. It might not be the best way if you think so, but at the moment, that is the way we kind of see as what we think could work the best. Next slide, please. So the idea, the proposition we are giving is that to have a two-steps process. So there is the first vote and the first ends up in a tie. Then we propose that there is a second vote, and before this vote happening, the CT proposes to the NA to have more time of discussion, clarification of the things. And then the NA, in any case, decides if there is a clarification round or not, as it's an amendment to the agenda, and then a second vote is held. In case there is, again, a tie, we kind of propose that we consider that it's not a clear yes, and therefore there is the rejection of that proposal in the way it has been proposed. And with that, we have a way out of interminable discussions. Your questions?
Please, little reminder to be concise in your questions, please.
Axel, yes, in EPFL, yes, in International. So now I can finally ask these questions. So yeah, I introduced kind of this concept at NA Winter Tour. It was more like a survival mode solution because we are stuck in a way we need to find a solution. And in the way I see it, it's a way too much complicated solution that require make the voting process way more complicated than it should be. So I was wondering why you decided to use this system instead of a simpler system.
I mean, for me, I don't see as more complicated. I just see a clear pathway outside instead of having the NA decides and then everyone launches their idea and then we have to decide between 25 ideas. With this, for me, maybe it's because I wrote it, but for me, it's a clear path. This is how it happens. If someone has a better idea, don't hesitate to propose in an amendment. But at least it gives 2 rounds of ties, a possible discussion time, and then, I mean, it's just, for me, it's not like the sections are not in favor, clear favor of that, so let's just not have it and maybe rewrite it for the next NA.
Just a reaction, for example, just a simpler way would be like if there is a tie, it's not approved. I mean, you should still consider like a votation with options like OCs and so on, but it would be way more simpler and we would not need like many rounds of votations. And I guess I can go with my second question. Axel, ESN, EPFL, ESN International. So considering that, did you consider that for every amendment you will need like to include within the agenda a potential second round every time, which would mean that if there is no tie, we would need like to do amendment to the agenda and to remove it from the agenda and so on. Or you don't include it and you need to include it later on, but it would mean like a lot of time lost during the National Assembly that could be avoided with some other systems.
I mean, the way we consider it is at least to give the sections the option to rethink and not directly to cancel the proposition. And on the thing of the way it's done, it's more like if there is a tie, then we amend the agenda, and not the other way of preparing the time for every tie and removing it. It's more like of a adding thing, which is already what is happening at the moment.
Frank, ESN FHanway and ESN Switzerland. So I have a question regarding the round of clarification that's also stated in the amendment. Why wasn't any clear indicator defined for this round of clarification? Like what is is expected? Because I like out of the document I can't really see anything. Is there a certain amount of time that is being proposed? Is there a possibility to ask questions? Is it only to have discussions within the network? What is this clarification round exactly for, and why wasn't it really defined if it's going to be proposed after a tie?
On that time, the point was actually to leave the city do the proposition that best fits the situation. If it's something like you have a very clear moment of, let's say, 6-6 and 1 abstention, it's not the same as you have 1-1 and 11 abstentions, you know? So maybe clarification is needed differently depending on the topic. And for that, we leave the city the latitude to decide the amount of time needed for that element, and in any case, change of the agenda, the sections vote for it. So if they agree or not with that amount of time decided.
Before the question of Matteo, is there any other people writing? Okay.
Hi, Matteo from ESN Zurich. I wanted to ask if this process is valid for both amendments and candidacies.
Thank you for the question. No, it's only for proposals and votes, not elections. You have a comment?
There is a comment from Barbu.
Barbo, yes, in Switzerland. I want to say that we are also working on the process for candidacies. It's a bit more difficult because every time you have, for example, 2 candidates, you have 3 options, which are candidate A, candidate B, and none of the above. And yeah, but like you have to like, yeah. So it's very hard to kind of actually find out what the will of the NA is. And we're looking at different options of, for example, having a ranking where you have like option 1 is candidate A, option B is none of the above, and option C is candidate B. So we're looking at different options which would make it fair, but we don't have anything that's ready now.
Before the question of Axel, is there anyone typing a question? Yes. I suggest that we close the speaker list after. I can't see even your face, I'm really sorry. Is there any objection? No. Then the speaker list is closed.
Axel, ESN, EPFL, ESN International. So doing a revote might impact a bit the result of the vote, and depending on how important the vote is, some people might try to influence a bit the vote. For example, typically of a section voting abstain to try to push a bit for their option to be chosen. So I was wondering how you will ensure that the results stay what the NA actually wants, and not to avoid having too much influence on the results by external factors.
I trust that the sections are intelligent enough to know what they vote for.
Amélie, ESN Basel. It's more matter of form for the amendment. So is the placement of the modification, the adding, are actually relevant, and what is the reasoning behind it? Because I personally wouldn't have done it like that, so maybe explain more.
You're saying why is it in the standing orders and not status, for instance?
Yes, and also comment, I think it would be more relevant to put the definition of what is official documents, etc., at another place.
Okay.
So
I mean,
the reasoning.
The reasoning for them to be in the standing orders is because most of the, how can I formulate that? Most of the content associated with that are already in the standing orders. For the voting, it concerns the NA, and all the definition and things of the NA, most of it at least, are in the standing orders. So that's where we thought it would fit the best. For the one of the official documents, it was actually indeed a reflection on should it be in the statutes or not. We went for the official documents because most of the things that are put in practice are in the standing orders, like the definition of the national board and things like that. Many things are on the standing orders, so we went more for that, to keep also the statutes simple.
All right, thank you, Daniel. So now is the part that you wait a lot for, but first we have an announcement from the OC. So please, could the person come forward if the person is in the room, I think it concerns the ESN cards, so they can get them during the...
During the coffee break, you can come here to pick up the ESN cards for the sections that ordered some. So this concerns Neuchâtel, Genève, Vinti, Bern, Zurich, Lugano. If you can come like at the beginning of the coffee break, I can hand on your order and you can sign that you picked them up. Thank you.
And so for the coffee break, we are a bit out of time, so come back please to the room at 11:05, please. Thank you. Okay, everyone, we're gonna start again. Please sit down.
We still hear noise, guys.
Okay, so we're moving on to the amendment of the Business and Finance Action Plan. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. So why am I amending the Business and Finance Action Plan? So there are different reasons. On one point, I want the SMART goals to be more strict, more smart. This is because the action plan, I wrote it for NA3 in Lugano when it was approved, and now being in the position made me see some things clearer. And also we have board support now, and I based the action plan also on previous years where there was no board support for the BFC team. So next slide. Next slide. Thank you. So we have the first point to ensure the financial stability. I am introducing in the action plan refund deadlines and more details, hopefully to make it more understanding what the goals actually are, and with corresponding deadlines. Then for the next point, the payment and refund system. I added a point of, let's say, of a new project, refund guide, which is to improve the refund system. This is also connected to what we discussed in the budget amendment, that we are moving or proposing to move the budget lines into the section grants, and then based on this and other processes, the idea is to create a refund system, or like a refund guide that is easier to use, like for the sections, for you to understand, but also in the background to handle it better. Then next slide. Then regarding the business and finance community, there's a change from 1 community meeting to 2 community meetings, as basically this is also the practice and what we're aiming for, and I don't know why I put 1 at the first time, honestly. And then changing the wording also, that it's more focused on actually the need of the community, and that there is not something specifically defined that needs to be achieved, even if the community might not actually need this. Then next slide. Then for the partnerships, again, I have added some more definitions of the SMART goals and also a new project that has been working on. This is one of the points that is included now or amended because we have a team that is actually working on things. So this is a partnership manager and ESN card guide. Which also brings me to the next point, which is the partnership booklet. At the NA3 in Lugano, there was also a question based like, is there even a booklet? And there was not, and it's in process. So it is added to this point as the translation of the booklet is our SMART goals. So actually having or creating it is also, or should also be a goal before translating it. Next slide. And then we have the ESN card. There I also added some more definition, and also to have it more feasible, as it was saying, for example, that all partnerships must be uploaded on the website, and all is just not feasible because all is too defined. So we are aiming for this time for 50%, and also the communication of partnerships are not only through channels. This is, but also on the esncard.org website to make the partnerships more visible, and the partnership booklet. Let's say, which is the partnership and ESN card guide, is also affecting this part of the action plan, the ESN card part.
So first question to Axel.
Yeah, Axel, yes, in EPFL, yes, in International. So I'm a bit confused with this amendment because the action plan was already approved, and you know that you can do only what is written there, and then if you want to do more, you can. So I was just wondering, why do you want to add to yourself more work and more pressure?
Because in my opinion, it was not a good action plan. So I didn't want to stand behind this action plan the way it was, because for me, in my opinion, it was too general, and also actually considering the fact that there is a team now and the action plan was based on thinking there is no team, I thought it would be fair to actually amend it and make it more appropriate to the situation.
Although ESN EPFL, the clear system of refunds that is mentioned in the action plan, does not seem clear at the moment. And as it's something you want to do you have any input on it that you might want to share to clarify the proposal you made?
So your question is why I'm adding a point there, or?
No, the question is, what are you adding, because it seems vague.
Okay, so I am adding the fact that there should be a refund guide, because right now we have different documents that are guiding documents, but then again it's from practice, from experience, it's not the most informative way, and the idea to make it clearer is to have a more detailed guide that helps better to do refunds, like from both sides, from when asking for a refund and doing a refund.
Is there anyone typing a question? Yes.
Amélie, ESN Basel. By when are supposed to be translated the partnership and ESN Account Manager guides? You have on the action plan a deadline of June 2026 for creating it, but no deadline for translations.
Yes, so the translation was already on there, which is for the whole mandate, or it was thought for the whole mandate, so by the end of the mandate.
Is anyone still typing a question? Yes. I suggest that we close the speaker list after Matteo. Is there objection? No? Yes? Is that comment or... On the mic, please.
Arno, alumni. Just a clarification for what you just said before. You said the translation is done at the same time as the writing, so all of them have the same deadline?
Yes.
Okay.
Ask again, is there an objection that we close the speaker list after Matteo? No, then the speaker list is closed.
Okay, well, I didn't quite find the right formulation for my question. Sorry, minutes taker. But it's a general question about the... Matteo, ESN Zurich. Just a general question about the action plan and how it's supposed to work. How strict are we with the action plan? And if there is a change of plan, what's the general consensus on how often it should be amended, or how often you guys just have the action plan but it's more of a direction and you just kind of do your own thing? Because I think, at least for Zurich, when we reviewed this amendment, it wasn't so clear for us why this was an amendment, and we probably wouldn't have noticed if this was just implemented and not made an amendment. Thank you.
Yes, so the action plan is more like a guiding, it's what the action should be during the mandate, right? But this is why, or it goes a bit to what I said to Axel's question, is that from my point of view, the perspective on the team situation changed. So I wanted to amend it to have more detailed guidance and more detailed SMART goals, as it was very vague. Like, I felt like it was vague and I wanted to do it more clear. But I also could have just taken the actions and do it more clear, but yeah, I wanted to have it written down and officially follow this.
Yeah, I wanted just to comment from the point of view of ESN Ukraine. We also have Valery, ESN Ukraine, sorry. And we also have an action plan, and we usually consulting with action plan which was implemented in previous. So I think it could be nice, because for next generation of board, which will be able to see more clearly what was done before. Thank you.
Irene, CT!
Wait, Jesus. Thank you. To clarify, did you say previous boards or sections? Boards? Okay, slay. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Leonie. So now we move to the next amendment, which is to the extract pots distribution policy special spots. And also the OC of the NA reminded me that you have to register for the workshop for tomorrow, please, so do it. Walid?
And Matteo, put in your question, please.
It's amendment like special spots.
Huh?
Yes.
Or did you send it to me?
I only heard amendment. I was like, that's...
Thank you. Okay. Next slide, please. Yeah. So we are amending the extra spot distribution policy as ESN EPFL, to, in particular, the concept of special spots. So can we go to the next slide? So what are the special spots? As a reminder, it's a way to actually grant some spots that can be used for valid reasons in such a way that it overcomes the extra spots priority list at the moment. The thing is that, as the way it is written right now, there is a loophole that can actually just have NB members deciding to take 3 spots. And ultimately, while special spots can be used for good reasons, it actually ends up literally taking spots away from sections. That is, in practice, what can be done. And the thing we are proposing and how we are amending this document is to propose a validation mechanism by sections, meaning that if the NB wants to grant special spots following an application, then the sections have to approve it. What does it mean concretely? It means that at least the quorum of sections, so 1/3, has to vote on it. Vote does not necessarily mean an NA, as it's not an official document. It can literally be a Google form, whatever means is preferred by the NB. And yeah, so our idea for this is not to remove special spots, as they can be used for valid reasons, but at least give some kind of way to the sections to say yes to them, because we firmly believe that if sections if sections are presented with valid reasons, then they would understand why giving a special spot is valid in that case. So this is what we wanted to do. I think that's the only slide.
Okay, question list is open. Is anyone typing a question? Yes, okay.
Tom, ESN Lausanne, how would you manage the situation if the sections do not reach quorum and members would disagree?
Well, I mean, it's in the amendment itself. If you cannot reach quorum, then the special spot shall not be given.
Also, clarification, also not by the national board then, or because it has to be given to someone, or not?
I mean, the national board, I'm not sure I understand your question. Could you clarify?
So this the extra spot will be given to a member of the sections, if I understand it correctly?
Yes, I mean, following the extra
exactly.
list.
But if we don't reach quorum based on your amendment, then who would it be given to?
I mean, it would just follow the extra spot distribution list as it's supposed to be. The special spots is, you know, the way to actually bypass the extra spot distribution list to give them to people who apply for them in such a way. So you would just follow, like, I mean, if the next spot for EGM is to be given to a section, well, special spots arrive, it takes the spot from them, kinda, and voila. And however, if the special spot is not approved, then it goes to the section that is supposed to get it.
We have a comment from Axel.
Yeah, Axel, ESN EPFL, ESN International. Just a quick comment to say that quorum means 1/3 of the sections voting, so it's only 5 sections.
And so, yeah, to a clarification maybe to that, it's in the amendment proposal. We actually consider that reaching out to at least 5 sections, I mean, the goal is to reach out to everyone, but having at least 5 sections answering within the deadlines that are set by the national board is something which is fairly feasible.
Arno, alumni. The part section must be given an appropriate period of time to vote according to the situation. Don't you think it's subject to interpretation? And if yes, who do you think is judging if it is appropriate or not?
So actually, The thing is that I thought a lot about this wording, and it is subject to interpretation. My first idea was to actually fix like a certain amount of days or a certain amount of time to say, well, it has to be under 3 days or so on. The thing is that the whole concept of special spots is vague. It means that, you never know exactly how and when you might be giving a special spot, and some can come by urgency. So actually the condition of having quorum is kind of stronger than the specific period of time, because like if sections are reactive, it can be fast. If sections are not, then no special spot. This is the way I see it. And who would be given this interpretation? I'd say the national board, because ultimately they are the ones granting the special spot to sections. Then, adding just, it's just a communication means to say, well, this is the decision we took. Do you approve it? You have X days to reply, and this is based on the situation itself. So I'd say the national board itself, how the decision is made within the national board, it would follow the national board decision making, which is somewhere, I think, in the standing orders or the statutes somewhere. So vote, simple majority or whatever.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask the second, or should I give it to someone else?
The next person is Flavien, so you
Okay.
have to wait for your question.
Yes.
And we still have time, but just a little reminder, there's a lot of questions, so be brief when you ask a question and when you answer, please.
Flavien, yes, in Basel, yes, in Switzerland. I'm wondering what's your idea behind enforcing a formal vote instead of a simple consultative vote to the sections, and efforts of transparency, which would really reduce the complexity of the process and keep the same idea that you have behind the same principle?
If I can give an answer to this, it's because for typically this year, it was requested and it was not given. So this is why we requested formally in such a way that you never know to who you're talking, and that's it. So, could you show again? Could you show again the question so that I can formally respond? Because clear questions regarding these spots have been asked and answers have not been given. That's why we're enforcing a systemic way to proposing to enforce a systemic way to have those sections approve actually the special spots.
Yes, I have a comment on the previous question. Matteo, yes, in Zurich. I have a comment on the previous question, but not what. There was this kind of a consultatory vote, or what was it called? Yeah, consultative vote. May I ask what that is? I don't know what that is.
So if I may reply, oh, sorry, Flavien, yes, in Basel, yes, in Switzerland. If I may reply, it's kind of self-explanatory. It's basically that you consult the sections to get their advice, and then the idea is that the NO is following the issue of the vote, but it's not formal and not binding. It's just to get a feeling, to get a feedback, kind of, and then hopefully it's following the result of the vote. But there is no formal binding behind this.
Irene CT. Also, Mateo, for further reference as well. Gracias. Think of it as an opinion poll. So, for instance, if you're asking, like, I don't know how you guys do it in Switzerland, but at least in ESN, the Netherlands, we do opinion polls for the GA voting. So you get the voting poll for some sort of an amendment, and then based on those opinions, of course, you act upon it, but it's up to the discretion of the national board then how to act or not to act. So yeah, maybe just another example. Yeah?
Yeah. So just a reaction maybe to the consultation system. The whole goal of this amendment is to introduce a systemic approach rather than something vague and open to interpretation and so on. No?
Arnaud, ESN International. Have you discussed this amendment with the National Board and the AC? I'm not sure if there is an AC. And if yes, what was the outcome of the discussion?
So I discussed it with Dana, and he was all for it. I mean, he actually asked the same question as you regarding the dates, and when I explained, he was like, okay, no, it actually makes sense from what he told me. And I did discuss it with the national representative, which is in charge, which was the position writing these rules, at least in the past. And also, I got like a full yes, it's a good idea, and so on. So yes, I could say that for both.
Thank you.
Domi, yes, in Switzerland. So what is your rationale behind saying that this vote would not require an NA? Because for it to be legally binding, it would. There is no other way to have legally binding votes from the sections currently. Unless I'm wrong, but yes.
So I think there is a reaction. I think there is a reaction to your question. So maybe I can answer first. So the idea is that it's deadlines. It's as simple as that. To hold an NA, you need at least, deadlines and so on.
So, Domi, yes, in Switzerland again. My question is, where's the proof that we don't need an NA? Because for the vote to be binding, it needs an NA, according to our documents.
A response to this, where's actually your proof that you need an NA for that? That's as simple as that. There's nothing that says that you need an NA because you need an NA to actually vote on documents. This is not a document.
Yeah. Axel, yes, and EPFL is international. I'm coming back a bit with before how it was done before. We had this whole document. The whole priority list was voted by the sections as well, where they received the motivation letter and they had a formal vote where they voted on it. And also for the GA consultation that we do a formal vote with the section that does not happen at the NA. So there is what we are doing a lot of, and it's not an opinion poll, it's clearly stated in the documents that it's a vote. You can check it if it's your reaction. But so it has been happening in the past. As soon as it's clear in the documents how the procedure is to make the votes and that an online vote is possible, there should be no problems with that.
Before we continue, we are out of time, so please, for question and comment, 30 seconds, and then I'm going to stop you, and for answering, it's 1 minute. Also, is still someone writing on the question list? No. So I suggest we close the speaker list. Is there any objection? No. So the speaker list is closed.
Hi, Matteo from ESN Zurich. Since this is a problem about spots for events that not all local members, maybe not, anyway, I don't know where I'm going. Do you foresee a problem with activity from sections if the decision doesn't affect them? So if there's one section that wouldn't get a spot regardless if the special spot is given or not, is there a...
Yeah. So, no, simply because typically take DNAs, some points that are presented does maybe not matter to some sections or not, yet you're still here voting on it by saying yes, no, or abstain. So, it's kind of your duty to vote, may it be as president, local representative, as a section and so on about stuff. It's literally saying, well, if there's a votation that doesn't matter me, should I not vote? And the idea is that it's your responsibility as a section to actually vote on stuff in general. So I'd say that's actually why I do not require all the sections voting, but at least the quorum. So that's actually why.
Yes, Barbu, yes, in Switzerland. So I feel like there's not a clear kind of correct incentive mechanisms for the sections to act in the interest of the whole NO and not just in their own interest, because the 3 sections that are first below the line, they're going to vote no on everyone just because they're interested in getting their own spots. And there's also, as Matteo said, there's no incentive for sections to actually fill out the form. So let's say you get a quorum of 5 sections and then 3 say that no to everyone because they want the spots. So I feel like there's really kind of a misalignment in terms of...
So to answer quickly, I can disagree with you. I can ask you a simple question. Last year, for special spots, there was one which was given to Domi because she would bring 6 extra spots to the network. 4, okay, more extra spots. Do you think sections would have said no to that special spot given that they would get 3 extra? Based on that, that's the first thing. Second of all, I can actually say that there was a rationale given for... So there was a special spot given to Fribourg, and see that they fill half of this auditorium nowadays. I cannot say it's directly correlated, but you cannot say that there is no indirect correlation regarding that. So I'd say, basically, if the network think, okay, there's a valid reason to maybe give some spots to sections that actually have a legit reason to get a special spot, then some sections are not always selfish and sometimes think about others. So, yes.
So I skipped name and section. Axel, yes, in EPFL. So I just want to add as well that when we did the amendment to add the special spots, no section were actually like against because it would like reduce their spots. There were more the section that were the most against. It was more because they were like afraid of NB decisions that were like not impartial. So it was what was said during the ENA 2 years ago, I think. But I think we can also trust the section in their choice.
So Leutrim is not here in this room.
First of all, hi, Leutrim. Adding to Barbu's question, what stops sections from blackmailing the voting process in order to secure regular spots for themselves?
I mean, ultimately, the decision-making for spots, for sections, is something that belongs to the section. The whole goal of this amendment is actually to give more spots to sections in general, following an agreed procedure, which is the standard one. What prevents them? Well, it's literally in the document. If the sections do not vote, then no special spot is given. The idea is to actually have a fair decision process, and that's mostly it. I don't know how to answer more. Like, you can always go and assume extra worst case scenarios, and it goes on and on. But we basically want to provide a fair process in this decision making.
Tom, ESN Lucerne. You've said you've already spoken with the NB, but I would love to hear directly from them. What are your thoughts on this?
So Domi, yes, in Switzerland, our thoughts on this are actually, as you might have seen, we created or proposed an amendment to this amendment. Because we do agree that more transparency is good. We fully agree with more transparency and having it written down, because the way it's currently written, it doesn't say anything about like us having to give an explanation. So I do see this point. However, as you see in the amendment that was sent out, our way of doing this is an opinion poll. Because again, calling for an NA is not possible, having it binding according to our documents. I checked, there's nothing saying there is another way of doing it. So yes, we agree with the base idea. Not necessarily with the way it is proposed to be done, but I think we will have more on this tomorrow when we present the amendment to the amendment.
Reaction maybe to the non-binding part. Once again, it's exactly as a GA consultation vote, it is supposed to be binding in principle.
Can I? Daniel, yes, in Switzerland, I'm sorry, but if the national board, for instance, is in the GA and see something that they want to change the vote from the sections, they can. So it's not a binding one. It's a consultation one, and the NB should follow that, but they have the discretion to change.
Actual reaction to that one.
Amélie is in Basel. For those who don't know, I'm also in ESN France. And we have done an opinion poll regarding the application for SWEP. It was between two French sections. And even though the thoughts about the outcome of the vote weren't like, the NB wasn't fully okay with that, it was still okay. And they followed the opinion poll.
So I mean, just a clarification to that, to Daniel earlier. This is only if there is some new information which is provided in the GA regarding a poll. If there's no new information given, then the NB is not allowed to change the vote of the sections in this situation. You can by all means read the GA document, which is clear about that. The document that explains that.
Okay. Marco Natali, chairing team. Since I'm a EGM content team, do you think it's feasible for EGM to have a voting? I can tell you that delegation leader doesn't have too much time to assign spots, and usually like they have 3-4 days, and then they have to choose to assign the spots.
Okay, so actually the thing is that the decision process for special spots is actually normally done way prior than the ultimate deadline, the deadline and so on. And this is actually why we propose that it's their choice to decide the modalities of how quick they want the sections to vote. It can be typically, oh, pay attention, we have received a lot of applications for special spots. Note that we will probably ask you to vote during this time and this time, be aware of it. We will send a poll that day, and that's it. So I actually think that it is feasible, it just depends on the organization. And if it is not, then how can we kind of claim that it's feasible to assign those special spots in the first place?
Just to explain, like Marco Natali chairing team, just to comment, the first round you have the number, the other you don't know if you even have 3 spots. Usually yes, but depends on many spots they have in EGM. So it can be hard to have a voting, I can tell you. So keep in consideration the section.
All right, thank you very much. Now we move to the next point of the agenda, which is again Walid on the extra spot distribution policy cooperation events.
Hello, that's me again. So, next slide, please. The whole point is mostly that organizing an NA is expensive, and as for resources, material, human, financial, collaboration can only be beneficial for sections. So having this NA being as cheap as it is right now, providing the same value, would have been impossible if we were only one section organizing it, because just money is a glass ceiling. And the idea is that the current extra spot distribution policy penalizes collaboration by halving points. Opposite to popular belief, collaboration between at least 2 sections is, it does not have the quantity of work, because you still have a lot more to do and you increase the size of the cake, as one could be saying. And we also believe that this can strongly incentivize smaller sections to take part into joint organizations of NAs. Basically, as long as it's feasible for them. Like, I would not expect typically Lugano and Basel to collaborate together as they're far away and it's hard logistically, but take Fribourg and Bern, take Vinti and Zurich, take many close sections. It could be something beneficial for them, and it's something which is beneficial to the network in general and penalizing to the sections organizing it. We already know where this is coming at. We know UNIL and EPFL are in a special condition, and we would be actually willing to consider that this NA does not is not covered by our amendment, but this is open. We would be willing to consider that in an amendment to this amendment to enforce a different timing of action. That's all, folks.
So we start with a question. We have a first question from Valerie.
Hello, Valerie, yes, in Ukraine. So why not to pass it to NA consideration? Because I don't think there's this time scale because, for example, this NA is not going to affect, it's going to affect, I believe, EGM spot distribution for like next year. And for example, also if we're talking about autumn NA, you're also going to have enough time to, I don't know, vote by NA, either two sections have to get full points or not.
So if I understand well, you're asking me why am I proposing this NA?
No. Why not to pass this to NA consideration? Like either sections who should get half of the spots points or full points.
Oh yeah. So the idea is that they get. I mean, everyone gets full points for the system that we're proposing right now. That would be what we propose. Well, I'm not entirely sure. I'm not sure I understand your question, honestly.
So why not to give NA an opportunity, National Assembly, like all sections, to vote either these two sections should have half points for this NA, or like each of them get full points.
Wow. To be fair with you, I did not even consider that because it would have been a nightmare. It would have meant that every joint NA requires a special vote. I mean, a point in the agenda to decide how much it is worth, and it goes into like a wording. I mean, valorizations of NA that I think is maybe not appropriate. But this is just something I did not think about. But it's on the spot reaction.
Axel, ESN EPFL, ESN International. So I was wondering why you didn't consider the other events as well to have the same system where everyone gets the full points, like for example National Erasmus Games, where there is more often cooperation and where it's more difficult to find OCs.
So that's actually a great question. I thought about it. The thing is that it really depends on the ease, I'd say, of organization. Swiss Train Rally is something that can be done a lot online via calls and so on, and which is fairly square. It's often the same process, and it's something that is often repeated with no difficulty and so on. It really came, the spark came from sections actually having, I'd say, issues, maybe budget-wise, organization-wise, and so on. It's a larger scale event, I'd say, to organize for a full weekend, and usually it can be a bit hindering for sections. This is why it's incentivization, at least for one type of event, which is a bit more struggling to be organized in general, in our opinion, than Swiss Train Rally. Regarding NEG, it's actually a good question. I just did not consider it yet, but it is something that we could add in the future. It's more a test of temperature for at least NAs, and if it's something that the sections usually agree with, then NA3. We can always propose the amendment for NEGs as well. International events, we hardly ever do them, but we could also add them. It's mostly because it's something that almost never happens, but we could also amend it. It's, once again, same reason as for NEG.
Tom, ESN Lucerne, how do you make it fair to those sections that are not close to each other? Example you gave yourself is Lugano, because for other sections that are close, example UNIL, EPFL, or Basel, Fribourg, it's easy to collaborate, but for those that aren't, how do you make it fair for them?
So collaboration sparks in many ways. You can have financial collaboration, you can have manpower, you can have logistics, you can have many things. And in such a way, like proximity, it helps for at least logistics and logistics and manpower, but it does not always help for other situations. And I mean, you can always find ways, like distance itself, even though it hardens the collaboration, it does not fully stop it, and there can actually be ways. Typically, if you wanted to collaborate with another section regarding financial aspects and maybe them giving like 5 or 6 helpers out to help for DNA, certainly it would be less than what you would put to organize DNA. But ultimately, when you're doing the OC application, it's up to you to decide if you want to collaborate with them or not. That's the thing. Like you could actually say, well, I think there's not enough for me to gain in this collaboration, so I don't want to organize it with you. But I mean, that defeats the purpose of actually having people help out each other.
Before next question, are still people writing on the speaker list or not?
Is it Flavian or is it Matteo?
It should be Flavian.
Oh.
No? Then I suggest we close the speaker list. Is there any objection? Yes? Okay.
Flavian, yes, in Basel, yes, in Switzerland. I was wondering, because in my understanding, points means amount of involvement, like 1 point means certain amount of work. And in the case that you have two sections cooperating, it doesn't mean 2 times the amount of work. So what's, for you, the reasoning behind having 2 times more points, like globally, offered for the same amount of work?
That's an excellent question, and it's actually why there is an amendment to this amendment, which was submitted as well, that you'll probably see tomorrow. So from your understanding, so what we are claiming is that collaboration and more people organizing something increases the size of the cake. Your reasoning is saying that it might not double it, at the very least. Correct me if I'm wrong. So we're actually saying that in the amendment to the amendment which will be proposed tomorrow, there will be a way to actually adapt. It will be presented tomorrow, but there's like a digressive system of points based on the number of sections that come, and so this has been proposed, and you will have all the explanation tomorrow with the amendment to the amendment.
Hi, Matteo from ESN Zurich. Under the system that you propose, what stops members from other sections to creep into NAOCs in a small role and then get a large payout with lots of points, while maybe not contributing much?
Because you are so the answer to this is because when you're applying for an OC, you are actually, you agree to organize the thing with other people. If like the other sections actually do not, like you're 20 people in Zurich organizing DNA and you collaborate with a section that only wants to give one position, you're entirely in your right to just say, no, I don't think I should collaborate with you because you're trying to trick me in this thing. But however, if you feel like it's more like a 40-60 kind of process, then you're completely in your right to think, well, you're not collaborating as much as us, but you're still doing a lot that we think that it could be valuable. So it's up to you when you apply for OC ultimately.
Okay, then I have a reaction. My reaction to that would be then it doesn't maybe completely incentivize collaboration. It only incentivizes even collaboration.
Reaction to this, somewhat even, I'd like to say, because like you can never hardly say, okay, it's exactly 50-50 for a section. Take this DNA, for example, like in some means it's not 50-50, in some others it's not either. Like the scales tip in one balance or the other, and it's just up to quantifying the involvement of sections, and you fall into some I'd say complicated matters.
Before the next question, is still anyone typing a question? No? Then I suggest we close the speaker list. Is there an objection? No? Then the speaker list is closed.
Maria, yes, in Winterthur. My question is kind of similar to Matteo's before, but it's more about how it is fair if there's only one person. How do you see it as fair?
It's literally the same answer I give to Matteo. Like if you have a section with 10 and one with 1, then the one with 10 would be allowed to say, well, no.
Irene CT, maybe just as a small suggestion, if, for example, you see that your question has already been answered, and if we get to you, it would be great maybe if you say, hey, covered by whatever, so that we can also have it written down in the minutes, just for time efficiency purposes, okay? Cool, thank you. Moving on.
Hi, Nika, ESN UNIL. How, in cases other than Lausanne, because we're in the same city, even if OC is distributed equally between two sections, how is it fair to the one who's actually hosting physically, meaning the one that has to do all the logistics with the university hosting, hostel, volunteers, etc.
So I mean, that's just a question of work distribution between two OCs. Ultimately, it's really a question of, okay, there are stuff that can only be done by the hosting people, but there are many other things that can be done by the non-hosting people as well. Like there is a lot in the work disposition that can be done as well, and so it's really a question of how you distribute the roles within the OC and the tasks and so on, because there can be quite a lot to do. And it can, I mean, it can be split in such ways that the OC sees it fit.
Thank you.
Hi, Matteo from ESN Zurich. I wanted to ask how this amendment is fair for sections that unify. To give some context, a few years ago, Zurich had three sections. And then we chose to unify, but for cities that don't unify, it's much more difficult for them to collaborate from people from the same city or from sections from the same city.
I mean, ultimately, you do not need to only collaborate with Zurich itself. I mean, if you had multiple sections, you could also collaborate with Winterthur, and it would work pretty fine in this situation, because sure, I mean, that's not something which is covered, and I think unification of sections at this point is a whole other topic. So maybe I will just skip this answer.
Tom, ESN Lucerne. How do you measure contribution to the OC? You mentioned yourself that sections can be equally distributed 60-40, but at the end, it's different, 90-10. How do you measure actually how much someone has contributed, and do you have how do you make it fair so that at the end, in the beginning it looks good, but then actually doing the work, it's not? How do you make it fair? Now at the end they get the points even though they only contributed 10.
So ultimately, it's how do you quantify work? That's the whole question, and that's an open topic in general. How do you quantify the amount of work at a job, typically in general? So this is for the organization of an event. You can have multiple metrics. You can say, okay, work hours and so on. You can have, you can have an estimate budget of work if you want. Like I'd say common sense would be the answer to that. So it could be a mix of financial, because okay, if a section collaborates to 5,000 francs to an NA, one does not collaborate financially, but one provides 100 staff. How do you actually compare both? You could maybe have like a rationale saying that okay, if we were paid and so on, but that goes into like complicated stuff, and that's why we resolve to common sense and to sections ultimately agreeing or not on collaboration prior. It goes into the trust between sections.
And we have a comment from Valerie.
Yeah, I have Valerie, yes, and I have a quick comment about the fact about distribution of points. Right now in documents it said like you split them equally, so even in present version it's not kind of fair or whatever it is.
All right, thank you very much, Walid. And I just have a question for the OC, because regarding the agenda, now we still have international presentations. Can we do it? And so dinner is a bit later on or not? Yes, perfect. So I'm going to ask people during international guest presentation to come up to the stage, please.
Woohoo!
Are you going to say anything about the Marco and I? Sorry? Are you going to say anything about... No. You want I can say it if you want. Yeah, just go ahead.
Come over here. Come this way. I don't bite, y'all. Come on over. Hehehe. Sure. All right, so quickly before we start, Thank you, thank you. So Marco and I, we have decided to not give presentations due to time constraints. However, if you want to know anything about ESN Italy or ESN the Netherlands, or just what we're up to in ESN International, don't hesitate to come up to us. You can. I'm a talker if you haven't noticed already, so would love to talk about it, and I'm sure Marco is the same as well. So yeah, gonna give the floor to Lorraine.
And little information as well, there will be no question rounds after the presentation. Use the coffee breaks and the lunch to ask questions to international guests.
All right, so ESN Alba Olia.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Yeah, it's so good to be here. I am Aiden, and I'm from ESN Alba Iulia in Romania, so it is really an honor to be here, and can't wait to share you all about my section. Next slide. Yep, this is Alba Iulia. Next slide. So about our section, it is founded in our university at the 1st December 1918. And as you know, it is created by motivated students like you guys who want to, respond to the needs of Erasmus, to be there for international students, to support them in every part of their lives. And, also it is built on these important values as initiative, cultural openness, and community. And it is part of the ESN Romanian section. So we closely work with them as well. Next slide. Yep, what do? Next slide. So we support clearly Erasmus and international students. We also organize social, cultural, and different types of educational events. And we also promote intercultural exchange because it is important for us as we are a university that hosts this different part of international community. We also encourage student involvement and volunteering. As you know, most of our work is based on volunteer. So yeah. Next slide. Yep, this is our mascot. Her name is Steli, and she's beautiful. And at the same time, she's also naughty, and she likes to go out on walks and to make friends and help others. You can mostly see her in like Halloween-related events. I don't know why, but yeah. Next slide. As I've mentioned before, we have different types of activities that we engage on. So especially 4 types of main activities. So we have transition and integration. We support international students who join for the first time, like first semester, and we help them transition and integrate into our community in Alba Iulia and in Romania as well. We also train and capacity building, like training students and volunteers within our section as well. We also promote intercultural exchange and mobility programs in different ranges, and of course our local and experiential programs. So with the pictures that are posted here, you can see the different types of activities that we engage in. Next slide. How do we function? Next slide. So our structure, basically I think each ASN section has a different type of structure. So we have boards of directors, which are like the top tier, which includes the president, vice president, and secretary, which kind of makes the final decision. And next to that is the coordinators and department, which is the operational level. They have different departments like events, PR, HR. It's different, but each department has a coordinator that represents them. So after that is the counselors, which is a supporting role to each coordinators, and also the board of directors. And I work as a president counselor. Next slide. Yep, so as you can see, our main impact, yes, we do this activity, yes, we do this project, events and stuff, but by the end of the day, our aim is we turn mobility into meaningful human connections, helping students feel at home and, grow beyond borders and not just, just be there at the university. And yeah, that one is our president. I don't know if you guys know him, Alex, but yeah, I wish he was here, but he's not, yeah. Next slide. Our partners, we work with different partners as well to make our events successful and encompassing. Next slide. I think that's it. Yep. So if you want to ask me or connect with our ASN section or even with me, this is my email, and this is our website as well, and our Instagram. So please check us out and follow hit button. We would love to. Yeah, I think that's it. Next slide. I think it's a thank you. Yeah. Yeah, thank you, everyone.
Thank you. If you want to stand, you can.
Hi, for those that have the pleasure that don't know me, I'm Diego. So I'm going to do a quick presentation about myself. I'm currently in ESN International. I'm the NEC content team coordinator, so I'll get to that quickly in a bit. And I'm kind of glad we don't have question time, so if I say something false, I don't have Axel or Laura correcting me about it. Please don't. So I used to be the vice president of ESN Paris, and I was recently the vice head of the NA, so thank you again for the OC. You guys are doing an amazing job, better than us, for sure. And then I started my adventure in ESN Stockholm. I was the event manager, and outside of ESN, I do have a life. I'm a nuclear engineer by day and DJ by night. And that's pretty much it, Marco. And so now I will proudly present you the future of ESN, as well as what I consider as my NO, which is Network Committee. So what are we? We are one of the 5 committees of ESN International, and we basically support the IB, because each IB has their own support structure, and we currently work under Kaya, who's the current VPG. And to pretty much sum it up, we are the HR committee. So we'll be working closely with sections and the network in order to help them and grow and provide knowledge and resources. Yeah. So this is what the structure kind of looks like. So as I said, Kaya is our boss, and then we're going to have the main chair who's going to supervise everything, and then she's going to be assisted by 2 vice chairs. One of them is going to be the vice chair for network development. That's going to have 3 teams under his supervision. So network analysis, which is pretty much going to be the section and national questionnaire, as well as the ESN survey reports. The ESN wiki team, because yes, there is a Wikipedia page for ESN, and it's very, very useful, so use it. There's the content team, which is my team, and it's pretty much updating and beautifying contents and resources for the network. And then you have the other side, the vice chair, which is ESN Awards. So I'm sure all of you have heard about it. It's the biggest hype when EGM comes around. And the Spotlight team. So if you're an unbiased coordinator of the Spotlight team, for example, you can perhaps choose a local section like Axel did 2 years ago. And then you have members, full members, candidates, and alumni. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So this is pretty much the wiki team under the supervision of Tiffany. Then you have the network analysis team under the supervision of Paul. And then sometime on a day he says he's from ESN Belgium, on the other day he says he's in ESN Germany, so yeah. And then you have Theo, who's still in ESN, although he's supposed to quit 10 years ago, and he's the coordinator of the awards team. And then you have Kiki, who's the ESN Spotlight team, so she took over after Axel left us, sadly. And then you have Best for Last, me, the content team, and I will be pretty much trying to recruit all of you guys. And then just to quickly show you some of the projects that we did work on or that we're currently working on, the biggest one that's going to be produced and sent to the network is going to be the newbie guide. So let's say you've just joined ESN, you have no idea what is national, international, EGM, dictionary whatsoever. With that beautiful guide, you just read it, and within a day, you know in ESN inside out. And then we're also closely working on how to edit the wiki guide as well as how to navigate through it. And we recently produced the 1-section NO guide, so for countries like Russia, but it's kind of a touchy subject because it stopped existing. And then we also had ESN Awards. That too. NWEP, yeah. And I guess that's it from me.
So hello everyone, my name is Harsh Nigam and I'm from ESN Germany. So I'm gonna keep it really brief. So who we are, basically we are right now currently 46 full member sections and we have around 1,200 volunteers. We take care of approximately 44,000 exchange students every year. And we are actually still growing and we have 3 candidate sections in the moment which hopefully will become full member sections in our
I'm
next
very
NA.
sorry I have to cut you, but can you put the mic a bit closer to your mouth? Thank you.
Okay, sorry. Hopefully now you can hear me better. So please, next slide. Okay, so just to give you a brief idea, because we are such a big section, big NO, we are divided in 5 regions like North, East, and West, Southeast, and Southwest. Yeah, I mean, every region has their own local platforms and collaborating events and stuff like this. I mean, we are trying to not force, I would say, but trying to improve on collaborating events so that we have structural events, I would say. And next slide, please. So one of the biggest events of ESN Germany is actually Sweet Break. Maybe some of you might have been there. And it happens every year in November. And yeah, around 1,500 international students, which is like amazing to be part of this event. And yeah, the basic idea is to celebrate cultural diversity and spirit of Erasmus. And now I will give the mic to my friend here.
Ilya. I will talk a bit about ESN Bonn. So many of you maybe not have heard about such city. Where is it? And what is it? This is our city. It's maybe if you've heard of Köln, we share the same airport, so it's nearby. We have River Rhine that connects us to Switzerland. Let's go next. I'll give some facts about Bonn. So, we are very proud that Beethoven was born there and spent 22 years in Bonn. Next. Also, a fact that not many people know, it was the capital of West Germany when there were 2 Germanys. Then, just a reminder that both me and Harsh, we come from Bonn, and it's also the only people from ESN Germany here. Next. Also, Haribo, which you might have heard, this Gummibärchen, it also comes from Bonn. It's actually abbreviation of Hans Riegel Bonn, which is the name of the founder. And Bonn, if you haven't tried this, I actually brought, and I will share on the coffee break some of this stuff. Next. Yeah, now as you know, when you have seen this presentation, you might want to visit Bonn. And the question is when to visit it. And yes, the saying goes, the best time maybe 10 years ago, the next best time is now. Why? Because the most touristic Bonn becomes actually, I guess, end of March, but mostly beginning of April, because of these beautiful cherry blossom trees that we have all over the Altstadt. Great for Instagram photos. So you're very welcome to come. Next. All right, about ESN Bonn, I didn't write any boring statistic. I will just share some of the events that we do. So we are active since 2012. Next. So this is an event that we really like to do. It's a hike on a Drachenfels, which is a mountain, a cliff near Bonn. And we invite the sections that are nearby, west sections. And it's really wholesome. We have a good time. We hike all on this mountain with a big group each semester. Next. Another hobby that Germans have is hiking, and we have in the region some wineries as well. And in a specific time, you can do wine hike, where you hike from point to point and you drink wine. There are actually wine stands, and we also carry a wagon with bottles of wine. Next. And this is the event where we always have the best photos. So dinner in the dark. is also a special event that we do. So we cook, and then we invited person who cannot see to give a presentation, an introduction how to eat without seeing anything. And then we make the place completely dark, and students eat in the dark, and we always receive very good feedback from students. They really enjoy this event, and also from the host who cannot see really also likes to participate in this. Next. Oh, there was also a slide where you can follow us on Instagram, but I think it's easily you can find us. Just type ESN Bonn in Instagram.
So, hey everyone, I'm Leila, I'm from ESN Estonia. Next. Okay. So, our NO has 5 sections, a bit smaller, but yeah, our first section was established in 2000 in Tartu, and in Tallinn we have 4 sections. It's a bit difficult to be like 4 sections in one city, but our sections are doing great, and we have some internal projects to help them like to collaborate and manage all this procedural stuff. Next. Also this year we celebrated our 25th anniversary, and this is our national board. We started with full board, so we have 6 positions, but on the halfway we lost 1 person, unfortunately. But yeah, next. This is our coordinators, so we have 5 coordinators, so they are our main board support, and my board support is vacant, so I'm doing everything myself. And actually the reason why I'm like applied for NB, like of course I also got motivated in like before, but actually last year I came to ESN Switzerland like NA, and I got so motivated, and after that I ran back home and I applied to our MB. So that's a big also thanks. And let's go next. So what about our national assemblies? We have 3 national assemblies, and next week we have our last one during this mandate. It will be also elective one. Our national assemblies is a bit different than this. We have around 50 people, while 10 of them are international guests. So as one of our main chairs said that it's like small like family gathering, but it also has advantages. We are more bonded, we know each other well, and like we collaborate. And while organizing the national assemblies, we don't apply, but we are taking the turns. So each time it's just like one section taking in a circle. Next. That's photos from our NAs. And next. So apart from national assemblies, we also have our national event training, which is called Skillbox, and this is the photos from our Skillbox last year. And this year we are organizing it in May, and the topics that we are presenting, that we are training, is actually selected by sections. So they are voting what they are wanted to like learn, to train, and etc. Next. What about our trips? We are collaborating with Time Travels, and we are organizing several trips to Finland, Lapland, to Norway, Iceland, Baltic trip. It's very amazing experience, so all students have amazing feedback after that. So I recommend definitely, and we're also collaborating with POP, so I saw that a lot of people know about that. Next. Yeah, sea battle as well. So about international level, we are very close in connection with ESN Lithuania and Latvia, and we have Baltics agreement. So it was signed in 2024, and based on this Baltic agreement, we have 2 spots for our NA for free. So each NA we can attend like for their NA like for free, and it also help us to collaborate more, and we are having more events like during the region within the region. And this year we also organized the event which is called Towards Baltics, so it's the student exchange between Baltics countries. We're also part of NEP region, so let's go. And in 2024 we also organized NEP Tallinn. About another international events, this February we organized community meetings, and and we had around like 80 international guests. Unfortunately, from Switzerland, we had just Domi, so I hope next time, next time we have even more. This was really amazing experience for our small and all, but I think that we were successful. And let's go next. So, representing Estonia, as I said, we are a bit small and all, so we have some capacity issues and like manpower, but like we're trying to organize and like attend at international level as much as possible. And we also now we joined the ESN card digitalization testing. So and you can see our amazing delegation during like different international events. Next time in EGM, and particularly me, you can also see somewhere like always adopted by ESN Switzerland. So yeah, and next slide is just if you have more questions, you can just ask us or find me during the coffee break. And that's all, thank you.
Hello. I'm Valery, I'm part of ESN Ukraine. I'm former national representative, not anymore, for 3 weeks. Yeah. So I'm going to talk about ESN Ukraine a bit. So we are growing extensively. So like right now we are 5 sections, where the last one joined last NA, which happened at I don't know what time ago, like 2 months ago or something. Yeah, and we already have like 1 more candidate section, so we're a bit expanding more and more. Yeah, we can go next slide. Yeah, so basically until 2022 we had exchange students, and like I originally from ESN Kiev, and we had some exchange students, so we were working with them, but since 2022 we changed our goals, our mission, and what we are working on. So I'm gonna tell you how we are working with our internal students who wanna go for Erasmus or like wanna know get to know more about exchanges, about internationalization of education, and how we are representing Ukraine outside in Europe. So we can go for the next slide. Yeah, next slide. So about local events, it's generally such general events to show people that education in Europe is accessible, and you can go for exchange, you can get to know culture, you can, I don't know, learn languages, etc., etc. So we can go next
Valery,
slide.
I'm sorry to cut you. Can you just take the mic a bit further? Not too much, but a bit further. Thank you.
Okay, like this. Like, okay, super. Yeah, this is some photo from events. Yeah, we can go next. So I'm gonna talk about 3 different national assemblies, but the thing is that we have 2 national assemblies per year, but our national assemblies is also quite different compared to what do you have in ESN Switzerland, because it usually lasts 3 days, and the first day is an open day when we invite everyone, so for example from the university where is it host, or like from city where is it host, and we also invite external speakers. So for example, I think one of last NA we invited speakers from Ministry of Education, from local government, from different non-government organization, not ESN. So one of my most lovely one is, oh my God, how is it called? I know the name in Ukrainian only. So like it's Educate for Ukraine. It's basically when you are going for some smaller cities after your university, after your bachelor, and you work as a teacher for a few years and you get extra money because teacher salary in Ukraine is not so high, and this scholarship provides an opportunity to distribute knowledge to smaller towns. Yeah, so it's one of our first such NA, which was pretty huge and was trying to involve external speakers, was about European integration of Ukrainian education. Yeah, we can go next. So this is just some photos. Yeah, we can go next. Last one, spring, it also was held in Lviv, so it was about the return of international academic mobility to Ukraine. So this was an NA where we invited a representative of Ministry of Education who was speaking, okay, how can we provide an opportunity after the war to make our Ukrainian education better, to involve more people from the Europe to go for exchange. Okay, we can go next. Yeah, there's some more photos, we can go next. Next. Yeah, last one, which was in autumn. So it was about internationalization of Ukrainian university and readiness to admit international students. So we expanded this topic, how to pursue how to increase the number of English-speaking program, for example, for the master programs, because a lot of master programs in Ukraine, they are like only in Ukrainian. Meanwhile, if we want to get more international students, of course, we need to have more English programs. Yeah, we can go next. And yes, there are more photos. Next, please. Next. Yeah, so about some major achievements about international level. So ESN Ukraine became the only Ukrainian civil society organization and also only ESN organization which held its own event and part of European Youth event, which happened in Strasbourg last year. It was just before, I think it was the same weekend as NA3. Yeah, so we had a session which was titled Meet Ukraine, Uncovering Stereotypes Through the Life Stories. Yeah, we can go next. I think they're going to be, Brussels, the EU model and study visit. So it's also, we joined this study visit and we kind of organized it for our national organization. So we were representing specifically ESN Ukraine there. Go next. Conference in Berlin, ESN Ukraine won a grant for, I think, like 30K euros for organizing different conferences around the Europe to engage Ukrainian young people in Europe to organize into such smaller local Ukrainian community to share knowledge and also to share like live together. Yeah, we go next. Virtual space, we also got some money for organizing some virtual space about EU, which we're using, for example, during the Erasmus in schools. We go next. And the last one which we had, it was advocacy visit to Brussels. So it also a 3-day series of workshop about living library. So basically the same workshop which we held in European Youth event. We brought it to Brussels for 3 different institutions. And we also were representing there, yes, and Ukraine specifically. Yes. Yeah, so it's just some titles, but like we are trying to speak as much as possible around the Europe about Ukraine, and we're also trying to speak in Ukraine about the Europe as much as possible. That's all. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I'm calling the OC and Domi to explain about lunch and group photos.
I know why. Wait.
Well, yeah. Like it's not the goal, but if for some reason I miss the train with them.
Wait, we'll try. What? I think so, but... Where is coming? But it's not, you cannot not hear.
No, but it's working. Let's just try with that. And if it's too messy, then we just keep it.
Because people are talking, that's why.
Yeah. Please, everyone, go to your seats. We're gonna start. So first we have an announcement from the OC and little reminder that the sugar cubes are in the corridor.
Yes. Yes. So two OC announcements. The first one, yeah, as they said, sugar cubes are in the hallway. You might have seen them already. We have a few pens behind. Be mindful, lend them to each other and so on if you do not have some. Post-its are also behind. Feel free to use them. And second thing, the extension cord problem, we brought like about 10 extra of them. Please be mindful. So you can maybe connect them to the ones that you already have. Please be mindful to not take like 3 of them for you. But yeah, try to share them as possible. We might have a better solution for this tomorrow. And the third thing is I'd like to call for my OC to come onto the stage as well for the thing we wanted to present this morning. So all of the OC which is present in the room, please come up front. Tina, we see you behind. Other are working at the moment.
Can you make it louder from the thing, from the little screen there?
Or just use this.
Huh?
We can use
Sorry?
Let's go again. Wow. You have been looking forward for this moment after you got back home from NA Winty. We're back for more votations and some board elections and having at the main chair Lausanne said. During this week of people back in Lausanne, we found the best OC to make this come true. Lots of NA newbies and some very old oldies preparing social programs and food for you. NA, 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 NA too. The biggest NA that we all did for you. NA, 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 NA too. In Lausanne, c'est fou. NA, 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 NA too. The cheapest one that we could ever do. NA, 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 NA too. Carnaval. Instead of being 80, it is amazing. We're almost twice these numbers in Fine. Thanks to Fribourg and Le Châtel, filling up the room. Some even flew from abroad to join us too. NA, 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 NA too. The biggest NA that we all did for you. NA, 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 NA too. In Lausanne, c'est fou. NA, 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 NA too. The biggest NA that we all did for you. NA, 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 NA too. In Lausanne, c'est fou. NA, 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 NA too. The cheapest one that we could ever do. NA, 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 NA too. Carnaval, wow.
Thank you very much for this little video. Now we're gonna start with more serious stuff with the candidacy for NR. Can I not have the, because like so for the question it's
Yeah, I know, but
quicker.
just for the presentation, can I please have? Oh, this is horrible. I will go, yes, I think that's fine. Okay, so hello everyone. I guess third time's the charm. So I'm back here today, however, as it's my candidacy as national representative of ESN Switzerland. And just a heads up, I've been very sick for the past few weeks, so I might cough my lungs out at some point. Don't mind me, it's fine. Next slide, please. So, first of all, who am I? I kept it very, very short because, again, this is the third time I'm holding this presentation. So, I still work as the head of marketing in the same company. However, I am now also in charge of sales for the Romandie. I'm a big fan of random side quests, big fan of concerts and shows. I am going to one tonight, so I have to travel to Lucerne tonight. Great planning on my part. And honestly, not much has changed since my last 2 applications, so I am just very happy to be here. Next slide, please. So my path in ESN, I joined ESN Zurich in February 2022, became PR and communication manager in my 2nd semester already. I then created the party department and became party manager for 1.5 years. Then became national communication manager, as I still am now, in October 2024. And I have organized and attended a lot of events. I will spare you the lists, but these are the big national and international ones, not counting all the ones that are organized for ESN Zurich, of course. Next, please. Pictures of said events. You can go to the next one. So, why national representative? It's actually a role that I have considered for a very long time, but just with the path that I had in communication, it just seemed like the natural step to become communication manager. But I think I've given everything I have to give in this position. I have a very, very strong interest in international ESN dynamics. As you see, I attend as much as I can. I go to the GAs, participate in the discussions, everything. I actually enjoy the discussions, like all the presentations and the debates and all of that. I actually like it. And of course, decision making and strategy. And now, considering my current involvement in international topics, this just feels like a natural next step. And lastly, I would consider myself a professional yapper, which is perfect for the role. You can click on the next one. Me yapping to Danielle. Then next, please. So what do I bring? I think I have a very deep understanding of the ESN structures. So this goes for local. I was very involved in Zurich, very involved in the national level and also in the international level. I already have experience with NR-related tasks. I've been helping out a lot this year in this regard, and I'm also currently the vice delegation leader for EGM. And I would like to think that I have strong communication and structuring skills, which means the reports are not only going to be great, they're going to be pretty. And then I am reliable, proactive, and organized, and lastly, also very well connected within the network. So, yes. To my plans, there are 3 plans. First is improve communication. Then second is the international event promotion, and lastly, the delegation management. So first up, to improve communication, what I plan to do is just have clear and structured communication across all levels, so between national and local, local, international, all the different dynamics. I want to do templates for reports and recurring updates, which means emails and all those things. I, of course, need to figure out what exactly first, but the idea would be to have a structure that is reusable for the future as well. Then, of course, early planning by creating proactive timelines for myself. So this is something that would happen at the beginning of the semester, as we know a lot of the deadlines. And then very important to me is also a stronger and earlier involvement of the LRs on relevant topics, which means should I be elected, I already apologize, LRs, you would be bombarded with information, but for your own good. And lastly, I hope to create an open and safe space for feedback, for inputs, for ideas, everything. Then to the next plan, the international event promotion. So as a lot of you know, there are some really, really cool international events organized by other countries. And unfortunately, a lot of local members don't really know about them. Or maybe they see them, but they don't really get hyped or very interested. So I would like to change this because I've done some of the international events and it's very, very, very fun. Then how I want to do that is promote the opportunities mailing list for one part, make sure that everyone actually knows what it is, knows how to sign up, is signed up to it and reads the emails. At the same time, I plan on sharing and forwarding event opportunities. How exactly, I'm not sure yet. This might either be to the LRs or with announcements on Telegram, the way we have, like this would need to be determined. But the goal will be to encourage participation beyond Switzerland and potentially collaborate with other NOs as well to increase the participation of Swiss volunteers at national events of other organizations. And then lastly, The delegation management, that is something that I'm currently already doing as vice delegation leader for EGM. I plan to plan very, very early, especially when it comes to accommodation. So as an example, the accommodation for EGM has been booked since October, and I think we got an amazing deal, and I plan on keeping going with this structure, I say. With that, of course, goes clear communication with the participants and a strong delegation experience, which ideally would be achieved by also having like dedicated ESN bonding moments during those events. So say the first night we all go grab a drink together or grab dinner together, but it's actually organized and not very random as it already was a bit in the past. We did hang out a lot, but I think it could be a bit more structured. So next up. What can you expect from me? So first up, you can expect reliable and proactive communication. Then the clear structure and again, high quality reports. I am very, very strict about writing and communication. Then next up, strong international representation, which I think I've already been doing a lot, hopefully well. And then, exactly. I want to be supportive and approachable for sections. This goes back to creating a safe space for all the inputs. And then, exactly, you would get a motivated and engaged NR. And I think that's it. Yes, that's it. Thank you very much.
Arno, alumni. I have a question regarding, first of all, thank you for your application, and it's nice to see you applying. Since one big part of the NR task is to work around those two documents, the extra spot distribution policy and the section consultation guideline, I was wondering if you saw already something that is worth being modified in them and that you would work on. Thank you.
To be honest, there's not something that I could tell you right now. We have worked with it a lot already in the past, and I think for both there are like more details and clarifications that would be required. Like we talked about today with the special spots, the way it is currently written, there's no explanation required. Like by the documents, the NB doesn't owe an explanation to the sections, which I still think it does, but it's with a lot of those things. So it wouldn't necessarily be how we do something, but just generally clarifying would right now be what comes to mind. But I can tell you like one thing that I plan on changing.
Axel, ESN EPFL, ESN International. So I was wondering how you would handle the change of a vote of ESN Switzerland within a GA, especially during the GA by staying in contact with the section, or are you going to handle this?
Well, I mean, this very much depends on the situation, but generally speaking, the idea would be that as soon as the information arose, why we would want to change the votes, or like either the situation, the information, whatever it is that would make us change our mind, that would be the moment that I would also forward it to the sections, like either in the moment we find out or in the next coffee break after. Can either be with, hey, just so you know, more info on this will come, and then do it in the evening in the social program, or with the full information already from the start. Kind of depends on the situation. But this for me, and I know this didn't go amazing in the last GA, which is also part of the reason why I wanted to apply, because I think it's very doable to do it in a good way also for the sections. It just needs to be a priority to communicate with the sections, which for me is like one of the #1 priorities. Arno.
No, sorry. Thank you. Arno, alumni. If you were to be elected, which board support positions would you open?
I think I would open Vice NR and CLR, or at least CLR for sure, because the thing for me with Vice NR is I think it can be a bit difficult to delegate the tasks, considering that a lot of them need to be done by the NB or someone from the NB. So CLR for sure, because I think it can help considering the local representatives tend to be a very active and talkative and opinionated community, which I say in a good way. So I think CLR officer for sure. Vice NR, I would need to get an exact idea of what the tasks are going to be, how the board is going to look like, how the rest of the national level is going to look like.
Thank you.
I have a microphone, don't worry. Irene CT, maybe to clarify, what's CLR?
Council of Local Representatives, so it's like the LR community manager.
Okay, because in the Netherlands it's different, so okay, cool. Thank you.
Valerie, ESN Ukraine. What do you consider to be the biggest challenge for ESN Switzerland at ESN international level?
Well, I mean, one, like, kind of depends on how you mean the question. I think one big part, of course, is always the Erasmus Plus story. I call it the Erasmus Plus story, but the Erasmus Plus situation, the fact that we are not in it, and the fact that ESN International also tends to forget this when talking about a lot of things. So that is one part. Another part right now is, as we saw, like the last community meetings in Tallinn, I was unfortunately the only one there, and I was there as the content team, so we had no participants. So I think just generally speaking, the participation at those events used to be a lot higher from what I remember. So that would be what I want to get back on track for Switzerland to shine in red all over Europe again a bit more.
Axel, ESN EPFL, ESN International. So during last year, you addressed some concerns about the EGM Wrocław. And so I was wondering, as a delegation leader, or are you going to address all those concerns to ensure a smooth ESN Switzerland delegation?
I mean, this very much is, again, situation dependent on what comes up. If our concerns that we had were actually like real and warranted, or if we worried for nothing. If we worried for nothing, then amazing, there's nothing to do. If situations would arise or there were issues that we think we already kind of saw coming, like it's again about creating a safe space, making sure that the delegation also knows that I would be there for them, that they can always come talk to me. I'm also very happy to talk to the OC if needed or whatever happens. I still think Wrocław had a good application. Like it's the EGM itself, I think it's going to be, I hope it's going to be good. In the end, this of course we will see when we are there. So the fact that we were concerned should not impact the fun and the joy and just the quality of the event and the delegation in the end.
Arno, alumni. For physical events, it's very difficult sometimes to find weekends where we can actually set events. And you've mentioned in your applications you would like to have 2 physical events for the local representatives. So I was wondering, at what time of the year would you envision having them?
So this is something that, in my opinion, is not fully up to me. I did it the same for communication. I just sent out a poll and asked who was available when. And then we found a date where a lot of people were available, and that was in November for the first one. And then the last one, we did the big joint ones, which was at the end of February. So it would be more or less around those times again, but again, up for discussion, because this, like, it's supposed to serve the sections and not me. So I think this is very much depending on availability and also on how we would move forward with the community meetings, if it would be big joint ones or small ones.
Thank you.
Valerie.
Sorry, Valerie, ESN Ukraine. Are you planning to be involved in any community, as national representative is not officially involved in any of them?
To be honest, I haven't really thought about this because the international communities, like being in communication right now, is not the most active community. So I don't have this strong like need of belonging to an international community because it hasn't really been like that so far. I would potentially consider it depending on how like all of it goes, which community I could get the most out of. So maybe, but right now I don't think so, because there's enough calls and events and meetings already without having a community on top of that.
Before the next question, is there someone writing a question? Yes, okay.
Daniel Diaz in Switzerland. You have now experienced multiple national boards. If you could share one message to the next people that might be in the board with you about how to work together, what would it be?
I think one big thing is take care of each other and support each other. Because, like, yes, we have our task descriptions, but sometimes life happens, things get in the way, and then as a board, which in my opinion is why you also apply as a board, yes, you apply for your position, but you apply for the network. Meaning, if someone is lacking the time, is lacking sometimes even the skills, the experience, or just the capacity, really take care of each other, work with each other, because it's supposed to be a team, everyone's supposed to support each other, and it's not about pointing fingers like, he didn't do his job, she didn't do his job. Yeah, so what? Then we do it all together.
Julia is in Zurich, is in Switzerland. You mentioned that you would like to, here, hello. You mentioned that you would like to collaborate as well with other NOs. I was wondering if you already had any concrete ideas in mind.
No.
Okay, simple. Can I go ready for the second one? So then we don't move the mic too much. Okay, never mind.
Axel, yes, and IPFL, yes, in international. So very often at the beginning of the mandate, the NR and the international affairs team needs to kind of do the transition for the new LRs, because some of them arrive with no idea at all of what is their position. So was wondering, what are your plans to support those new LRs to be able to be effective in their position?
I mean, this is something that I cannot answer flat out right now, but I can tell you how I would approach it, and I think that is kind of what makes me, is that everything I approach also in ESN, I do with the professional background that I have of having worked for a very, very long time. This means this would kind of look like situation analysis, figuring out who is where, what is needed from who, what is the knowledge that they have. This needs to be figured out at first, because I'm not going to hold a presentation about things that people might already know about. So it would be a situation analysis, and then figure out what is the goal, where do we need to go, where do we want to go, and also do this, again, very closely working together with the sections and help wherever I can. I think one big part for me is the professionalism, the efficiency, effectiveness, whatever that you kind of get when you have a job, and that is how I would approach it. What exactly I would do to help depends on what the needs are.
Thank you. Then Axel, yes, in PFL, yes, in international. No other question about spree break, because this is something that I try to bring like a closer cooperation with them, and I was wondering, like, how do you envision this collaboration next year? Do you want just it to be promoted by ESN Switzerland? Do you really want to create a Swiss delegation going to spree break?
So I'm going to be very honest. I am not personally the biggest fan of spree break, which means this is not necessarily an event I would want to organize a delegation for. I think it can be a very good, very fun event, of course. So the promotion on the way we do it, this would need to be checked with future communication manager, because it's not up to me anymore. But I think it will be more that than actually organizing the delegation, because having been there, I didn't have the best experience. So it's not necessarily the national event that I would go for. No offense, yes, in Germany, I'm very sorry.
Irene CT, maybe to add a further comment, just as regional training coordinator, because a lot of the time in the region, what can happen is that other countries not only like merge themselves maybe into an event, but they also come up with one themselves. So for instance, the Breaking New Ground training that a couple of the countries in WEP did together is a very good example of that. So yeah, so I wouldn't say that it's not only that, but further, just to give you guys an example.
Before we go to the next question, is anyone typing question right now? No. So I suggest we close the speaker list. Do you have any objection? No? Okay, so the speaker list is closed, and please be brief when you ask questions and when you answer them.
Julia is in Zurich, is in Switzerland. You stress the importance of having some clear reports, and in your opinion, who should they be mainly addressed to? So is it mainly for the section? Is it mainly for the next organizers or delegation leaders, or for the national level, national board?
So with reports, I meant more the one that we actually have to do as an NO, meaning the NA reports, and then also the national organization report that you do before the GA and things like that. So they would be addressed to who they need to be addressed to. It's not like that I want to come up with additional reports to write. That is not at all the plan, but just that the ones that we have to do, of course, some of them have templates and everything, but just to make sure that those are really, really well written, that they're clean, they have all the information, they contain everything they need. So I was talking more about the ones that we actually have to do.
Axel, yes, in EPFL, yes, in international.
Sorry, it's Laura.
The thing is, like, people are liking the comments and it changes the order.
So just be careful to not like the comments if you can, because it's changing in the speaker list, so it's a bit like difficult to see for me who was first. So indeed, Axel, you were first, but you're gonna ask just after if you're fine with it. Okay.
All right, Laura is an international. Now that the situation changed due to the that Leonie withdraw her application, you're the only one that will be now reapplying from the current board. How do you see your role in the transition?
Covered on Slack.
No,
Exactly
not the transition part. I'm not asking about your role in general. I'm asking specifically about the transition from the old board to the new board and how you see your role being in both of them.
It's exactly the same as the role in general. So like for me, this is covered in my answer on Slack. But I mean, I can repeat, it's again, be there when help is needed, support as much as possible, be proactive about it. I organized the last transition weekend, wouldn't mind doing it again. But yeah, it's really, I don't want to overstep. I'm very happy to have the new ideas, but I will be there for everything that is needed.
Axel, yes, in EPFL, yes, in international. So I was wondering if there is any topics you have in mind that is kind of important to ESN Switzerland that you want to bring up to the international level, mostly during the NOS calls next year?
To be honest, right now, no. There was the big discussion, of course, of the VPG, VPD split. That was like the big task, which we did. We're through. It's working relatively well. So right now, this exact moment, nothing comes to mind. Oh.
Before the next question now, 30 seconds for the question and 1 minute for the answers.
Valerie, yes, in Ukraine. Do you have any plans for what can be done to increase involvement of local volunteers to international level? So like any ESN international structures, international trainer pool, whatever.
I mean, this is, I think in Switzerland has always been a bit difficult, but the only way I can think of how to do it is to just promote also the international events and everything that happens in the network, because only by actually being kind of thrown into the network and spending the time and seeing all the other positions, seeing the presentations, only then can you actually understand what it is. Because also the calls that they make for the support structures and everything, it's just an email that gets sent out, which means most people, I would assume, don't really look at it. So it would be one part showing what it actually is and also increasing the promotion by, again, regular communication with the sections.
Thank you.
Diego is international. How would you promote events, for instance, like Sea Battle, especially when criticized for sustainability and environmental concerns?
To be very honest, I wouldn't. Like, this is, if it's very problematic, I see it as problematic, and I think Sea Battle is a very fun event. It's great, but...
Hello, it's lovely to meet you. If there's anything...
What the hell? Okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm being haunted already. No, like when I talk about involvement in international events, I'm not necessarily talking about Sea Battle, just because this is very much like, again, loved it, had a lot of fun, but Sea Battle is one of the reasons, and events like Sea Battle, while ESN may very often have the reputation of just being a drunk association and students going partying. So it's not necessarily what I would lead with when going for international events.
Axel, yes, in EPFL. So last question is, I wanted to know how you are going to do a consultation, because this year typically there has been a consultation on the international level, and I don't think there was an answer from ESN Switzerland, and I understand because when I was NR, I struggled a lot to get inputs from the national level and from the sections. So I wanted to know what are your plans to collect more answers and opinions from section and members? Thank you for your application, by the way.
I mean, in the end, that is like we've talked about it when we were in the board together. Like this is a pain, very much a pain. I think involvement from the sections, what you started doing by having them actually prepare the topics, I think is great. Also takes away work from me potentially, so even better, it's a double win. I think that is a very, very good thing. As for the national level, I think it's also because a lot just happens through text and documents, which makes it very easy to ignore. So I would probably do it more in calls as well and actually be prepared and not just send the documents, but have summaries and also give my inputs, because I have to read it anyway. So I might as well also just share the information instead of just assuming everyone will read the information, if that makes sense.
Thank you very much, Domi. We can applaud. And now we have the candidacy for communication manager.
All right, do you hear me? Yes, I think so. So, as I'm not so, known maybe in the network as Domi is or other people are, like right now, Daniela Aguirre. Dani is way better because otherwise I sound old. And I'm applying, as you can see, as communication manager for USN Switzerland. So I can, you just... So who am I, pretty much? I was born in Argentina, raised in Lugano, and I studied in Freiburg, so a mess. I grew up bilingual Italian-Spanish, and then I learned some other languages, so that's always great. And I love to take on side quests and multiple jobs. Like, I love to be overloaded with stuff. You can go next, thank you. What do I enjoy doing? Veganizing cakes, and that's conveniently close to an asado picture because why not? Going to concerts, being cringe, I guess, and doing stuff that you can read. So you can go next. On my ESN journey, I started in ESN Freiburg in 2024. I was communication manager for a year and a month, and then now I'm currently vice president. And I also took the social media manager role. I'm one of the two in 2025. And I feel like now it could have been a nice next step to be communication manager and take some more load again. I don't have that big of a event experience yet, so hopefully that's gonna change. But I'm gonna be going to EAGM soon. Hopefully also do ESN Switzerland stuff, so that's also great. And I'm looking forward for more. Yes. So again, since you don't know me so well, it makes sense that I go through it. As of the skills that I learned in Freiburg, it's mostly communication stuff, of course. I got very comfortable with the Vim, with whatever that is basic and like the task, everything. And now as vice president, I also got a bit more the leadership role, the decisional role. So I feel like that is a great combination for the national level where you're gonna need both of them. And you can go next. Now in ESN Switzerland, I also learned some stuff. And I mean, it's, again, communication related, just getting a bit more comfortable already, holding some sessions and being scared and that it's all good. Coming up with ideas and in a bit like more organized way, I would say, and thinking about the bigger picture. You can go next. And yes, yeah, you can also go. Thank you. So why do I want to apply? Very important question. I mean, I think a big difference between what I do now in ESN Switzerland and what I would do as communication manager is being a bit more, like taking more the strategic part and managing a bit more, being community manager to also learn new things, skills, challenge myself because it's always spooky to me. Like, I swear I try to seem confident, I'm not. But just ignore that part. And also, I like to be kind of like a referral person, I already had that a bit with some local communicators, and I feel like that feels nice to be useful and to help them out and also reassure them, because I was in the same position. And clearly have fun. You can, yes. How do I plan to step in and not on my cat? I would do that through open communication. I think that is one of the most important things. Just talking out with people and like being there when they have questions and like reassuring that there's no dumb question. I mean, we've all been through it and it's all right. I understand, like at the beginning I was very scared to like reach out to ask like, oh, but is this thing compliant or not? Like to Domi, and then like I met her and I was like, I can just send her whatever. Like now it's mostly memes. Then I would be setting realistic goals for myself, because I like to do a lot and I know that. And not knowing if I have a team or not, that is, I think, very important to be realistic and not to shoot the bar, like not to put the bar too high for myself and not for others, and like really achieve what I want to achieve. And then if there's more, love it. Afterwards, I mean, getting a good understanding of tasks that goes mostly, I would say, for the IT part, for which I think I can harass Domi about it. Like, already happened, will happen for sure. And also, I would think I will be learning by doing, like everybody else. You can, yes. As of plans right now, again, working with sections, and remaining approachable, which I think is very important. Then strengthening classic, the ESN visual identity throughout the network, so both for ESN Switzerland as well as sections. Helping with communication between national level and local levels. And working on the Swiss Guide, which I would also like to make in a bit more social-friendly format. So something that we can like post on Instagram and not just 50 pages of content. And yeah, you can, thank you. So final words, prayers, and thoughts. I am very used to multitasking. If you don't know me, I have 2 jobs, looking for a third one, full-time student, active in both local and national levels. So I know my way around. I like to learn new things. I think that is very important for me. Like, I cannot just sit down and do nothing. And again, as I said, I don't expect to have a team right from the start. But if anybody's thinking about it, please go for it. And I think that's it. Yeah. Just saying, this cat might be on the bingo.
Okay. I start now? I start? Okay. Irene CT. Well, lovely presentation that you did, Daniela. It was really nice. I do have a question because, again, I'm looking at this from an external perspective, right? But you mentioned that you already take on a lot of many things already with work, personal life, and things like that. And when it comes down to a national board year, I can say from experience that it brings a lot of value, but it's also quite important to kind of like figure out a little bit of like your timeline in a sense, and also like the goals that you want to achieve in the long term. And I was wondering, have you maybe thought of at least of some sort of an idea of a timeline of the actions that you've brought here, of how it'll look like throughout the year?
Okay, so on that side, I mean, applying for national board, if I were to be elected, I would not have a role on the local level, for example, which would take some of the load off, for example. And I think we already had a decent plan this year, like also like with tasks and stuff like that, how we decided to split them, but also like whenever we wanted to post, all that kind of stuff. So I think that could be a great basis for me. I can try to speak slower. That would be, no worries. That would be already a great start. And I think once I really know all the tasks, we do the transitions, I think there I can come up with a timeline that is, again, realistic, because as of now, I wouldn't maybe dare doing it without knowing.
Just a comment, Irene CT. I think it's really good to have that foundation for sure, but something that at least I've seen in my times and things, it's also really important with communication managers to also develop fully kind of their own kind of strategy, because that foundation can only take you a bit so far, because you and Domi are different, you know? So, yeah.
If I can just comment right after. I mean, of course, again, I don't necessarily mean like, yeah, transition, but also just talking, like, I think once I understand, I can do my own timeline. But as of now, not having the role and not knowing everything that I should be doing or could be doing, I feel like that is not enough for me to make a realistic one.
Arnaud, alumni. Thank you for your application. I think it's been more than 5 years since someone from ISN Fribourg applied for the board, so it's super nice to see it. My question is regarding graphic designing, because I think it was not that much covered in your application or in your presentation. So I was wondering if you had experience with this.
I mean, I was communication manager. I know my way around Canva, which is the foolproof version of graphic designing. I wouldn't dare to say that I'm to the level of graphic design officers though. But I know how to make stuff. Like I already have also Domi with some posts. Like, of course, again, not same level, but I know my way around it.
Thank you.
Axel, ISN EPFL, ISN International. So as we discussed this morning during the amendments, there might be an amendment that will kind of impact who from the national level will be able to be reimbursed for the NAs. And as of this year, the communication manager team was the biggest one and might be the one the most impacted by those decisions. So I was wondering how you are going to tackle this within your team, as you will be the one that might need to make some cuts.
I mean, as I replied on like to Waldo, I think I would plan, if I were to have a team, to have it smaller already. I think I would only open one position per role, so that would already maybe go around the issue. Other than that, I think I can manage. I mean, I skipped the Winter Tournee, I gotta say it. I just couldn't join it, but in general, I know I want to be there and I can generally be there, so that it would be already something. And then if we have to decide who cannot make it, again, communication is very much the basic. So, you know, if somebody is unlucky and just cannot join, maybe that fixes it. Otherwise, we have to decide. I also don't know if I will have a team, so that might also not be an issue at all.
Arnaud, alumni. You mentioned strengthening the ESN visual identity. I'm just wondering what you mean by this. Like, what do you think are real actions that would strengthen the ESN visual identity?
I think, for example, the people that already joined the communication, the community meetings for the communication part, we talk about how to make things more ESN-ish. Like, for example, just reminding, even just, you know, there's specific fonts and specific styles that really do take the brand a bit more into light. And I think it's also just like talking about that. I don't plan on doing templates for sections or things like that, which would hinder creativity, for example. But it's just really trying to also learn from other sections and, you know, with what the tools we have, try to make it the best we can. I don't know if that answers.
Yeah, just to be sure. So you mean reinforcing basically the visual identity? Okay, thank you.
Like kind of like giving the basics and.
Mm-hmm.
Diego is international. As you may be aware, we haven't had a communication manager on the international level. So how would you manage the workload that accumulated over time? And would it have an impact on you or on your responsibilities if you're elected?
I mean, to be totally honest, I don't know. I'm not sure what that would change on my position specifically, so I cannot tell you, but maybe Domi.
Yeah, we have a comment from Domi.
Sorry.
Domi, ISN Switzerland, just a very quick comment. As the current communication manager, does not touch us. whatsoever. There is no difference for me this year compared to last year with the international communication, well, with not having an international communication manager. So this question, yeah, no, nothing, just from my experience.
Julia is in Zurich, is in Switzerland. Do you have an idea of what kind of content do you think ESN Switzerland should produce more of?
So we already, I think for 2 years, we've been talking about section in the spotlight, for example. So in general, highlighting sections and giving them really the spotlight. That is something that has always been tricky. Like, I was communication manager when I heard about it like last year, and it's still kind of an issue. I think tackling that problem, I already tried to do so by communicating with section at the last community meeting. Even though there weren't that many communicators, I think that is already a great start. So I think finding ways to showcase sections is something that we could do more. And also being more up to date with, for example, important days for ESN. Like this year, for example, we just missed by a tiny bit, like Volunteer Day. And that's very relevant for us. So just, putting one more reminder and not forgetting this time.
And second question, so I'm still Julia from ESN Zurich and ESN Switzerland. Currently, the web project administrator is under the communication community, but with the digitalization of the Erasmus and the Erasmus ESN card and et cetera, do you think it's still relevant to have the WPA in the communication community? Or do you think it should be something on the side?
I think that was already kind of replied.
It's
specifically
not
for this, already sort of covered in the, on Slack, I think.
If I can specify, like it's irrelevant if it is a board position, not board position, just if it is related to communication or not.
I would say that for the WPA, it's not just that part that they have to cover. So I would say for the time being, yes. If there were to be, for example, a task force, which I wouldn't mind at all, maybe there it could be reconsidered, for example. But I think for the time being, as this is not the only task they have to do, I would still keep it in communication.
Before the next question, are there still people writing questions or not? So I suggest we close the speaker list. Oh, are you still writing? Okay. Is there anyone else? So I suggest we close the speaker list after Luigi's question. Is there any objection? Then the speaker list is closed.
Okay, I am Luigi from ESN Lugano, and my question is, do you think the visual identity manual needs any update? For example, about the use of AI. Can we create a flyer or a post or a reel with AI and put the ESN logo? And about the guidelines, is it possible to have more clear guidelines about some tricky topics, like can we name an event beer pong or pub crawl, even if it's some way alcohol related? And also about the flyers, how much can we use a photo with a beer or not? Okay. Thank you.
So if I can go for it. So for the update part, I would say it's pretty decently updated. Of course, for example, the AI topic is more recent, so that could be gone a bit more further in, but I think it's also something that we can already from national, even being national level, I think I can already give you some guidelines on that. And on clear guidelines, again, I think part is already there. It's not explicitly said, they're not gonna tell you don't call it beer pong, but if they say don't promote alcohol, then it kind of falls under it. And again, I think I'm super willing to be there and guide or correct, let's say, if it's after the posting, but in a very constructive way. I don't think that should be too much of a struggle.
Domi, yes, in Switzerland, quick comment to kind of just saying that we have no say on what gets done with the Vim, how it gets created, how it gets published. Us as communication managers, no say in it whatsoever. However, they are going to release I've been saying it for a very long time, but they're going to release an updated version which will include the use of AI and some other things as well, but mainly the use of AI. But unfortunately, this is not something we have a say on.
Axel, yes, in BFL is international. So it has always been quite a struggle, like to get an information from the national level and to make sure it reaches out to the local members of the local section that are maybe not part of the board directly. And typically for ESNR invitation, it was really a struggle for me to be able to reach out to just normal members that wants to go to events. And I think it might be because of the way the communication is structured in the channel we used. So I was wondering, what is your opinion on the channel we are currently using, and if there is no better way to use them?
I mean, I would say that for timing, I'm not sure there is any better way of doing that. We already use Telegram for most of information. I think sections know that. We can just do as much as we can with the tools we have. The only thing that comes to mind is maybe reaching out to people, in this case, maybe communication managers, but also maybe just the presidents, for example, and making sure that they know what channels we have available and what they are aimed for, so that they actually do get the information that they should be getting. Other than that, I mean, I don't think we can do much more. And also, maybe I would say also promote a bit more Slack, which is still a platform that I think that many of us, at least talking for Fribourg, kind of ignore.
Diego is international. You say that Vim is super important, so what is the one true way to spell ESN card, please?
I think you can check, and we're going to skip this question. Thank you.
Tom, ESN Lucerne. We talk a lot about Instagram, other social media channels. What is your opinion on what is LinkedIn's purpose and who is the target audience for ESN Switzerland?
So LinkedIn is a platform that I did use a bit when doing posts. I think for the national board presentation, for example, I did take care of remembering to also post on LinkedIn. I think it's a useful platform, and it's maybe a bit more focused for the stakeholders than I would say local level volunteers. It's useful for national level, I would say, because it's nice to showcase what you do. So I think it's still relevant to show what ESN Switzerland is doing. I would say that probably there wouldn't be the same content, or part of it would be adapted to the platform. But I mean, I don't plan on leaving it at all. Again, if it's like showcasing what we do, and I mean what everybody does, I think it's still nice to have it and to show it also, not just to people, but also to stakeholders and whoever is interested.
Luigi, ESN Lugano, do you plan to create collaboration posts on Instagram with the local sections, like to promote our initiatives or events? I don't know. Thank you.
Okay, I mean, yeah, totally. The idea of tackling the section in the spotlight issue, but also maybe expanding it, which would be my idea for the time being, would be to do that totally. So show the sections more, also because from the ESN Switzerland point of view, it's not like you have a lot of content. So relying, let's say, a bit more on sections would also help me and us, as well as you. So yeah, I'm very much open to that.
Thank you very much, Daniela. And now I'll leave the mic to Leonie.
Thank you. all for attending this NA. So I think by now you know that I withdrew my candidacy for treasurer, and I just wanted to give a very short, brief explanation why this is so. This is not because I don't like the position. It has personal reasons, change in life, unexpected things that turned my life a bit around, and it's not fair towards you, it's not fair towards me or the future board if I would say I can do what I wanted to do with the position. And yeah, this is basically the reason. So it's a very cool position and I actually would love to do it. So if anyone is interested, you can apply for it at NA3. And yeah. Thank you for understanding. Yeah.
Thank you, Leonie. And now we go for the candidacy for Vice President of Governance with Surushi Thakur.
Yes, hello. Hi, everyone. My name is Suruchi, and I know that most of you don't know me. Maybe you can. Yes, so yeah, my name is Suruchi, and the right way to pronounce my surname is Thakur. I don't expect you to pronounce it correctly, though, because it's a special alphabet from my language. But yes, this is my little motto, part VP, part engineer, and 100% here for the network. Can you go back? Yeah, thank you. So yes, I'm originally from Delhi, India, and I've recently moved to Zurich. I forgot to put one flag in the middle because I moved here from Lithuania. I'm pursuing my master's degree in informatics at University of Zurich, active in 3 countries, India, Lithuania, and now Switzerland. And I've been an ESN member since January 2024. And if you see that little note down there, I organize my life with spreadsheets, and I'm very proud of it. Yes, so this is my ESN journey. I started my ESN journey as vice president. It's quite weird that I joined ESN directly as vice president. I was never a member. So yes, I was vice president for about 1.5 years. At my local section in Vilnius, which was Vilnius Tech University. And then last year in June 2025, I was elected as the IT manager at ESN Lithuania. I still am the IT manager at ESN Lithuania. And I'm also part of the IT community with ESN International. And now I'm also part of the LR community at ESN Zurich. Well, I missed a point. I have attended 5 NAs. If you can go back, sorry. Yes, so I've attended 5 NAs in Lithuania, and this is my first NA in Switzerland, but 6th NA. Next. Yeah, you can go. Next, thank you. So why do I want to apply for this position? Vice President of Governance. It's a lot of work, as most of you know. Why mainly Vice President of Governance? Because I've lived the gap between local and national levels, and I have seen things go wrong, things go right. I've seen how information sometimes is not able to travel properly from national level to local level, or from international level to local level, which is a very vital part in ESN. And yeah, governance, most of the people think it's very boring, but it's only boring if you do it wrong. And I had a question on Slack. What do you mean by professionalism? Thank you, Julia, for that question. By professionalism, I would like to mention it because it's a very important thing when we talk about governance. Professionalism, by professionalism, I mean more structured infrastructure for the national level and for the local levels, because volunteers put in a lot of hard work, and sometimes they're just confused. I don't know what to do next. I don't know how to start. So it does not mean that we want or I want to make ESN like corporate. ESN is not ESN without its culture. So by professionalism, I mean on the infrastructure and not on people. And yeah, Switzerland is my home now. I've just moved to Switzerland and I'm all in. I would really like to contribute to the network as much as I can. And yes, next, please. Yeah, but some of you might not even know what a VPG does. It's not a file format like JPG or JPEG. We were just discussing this today at the breakfast. So Vice President of Governance usually chair the national board meetings. So by chair, when I was in my first NA, I was so confused. What is chairing team? What do you mean by chair? Well, you see these people sitting in front of us on the chair. They are the chair. They are the ones responsible for, making sure everything is going right. We are following the agenda. So yes, chairing the NV meetings, taking the notes, making sure everything is going fine, and to guard the documents. So we have statutes, standing orders, and then the event policy paper, the Swiss event policy paper. So making sure everything is as it should be. And then leading the network care, making sure the sections are heard, supported, and then grow new sections. Well, as of my understanding, I'm not sure if we have any candidate sections at the moment, but I hope to get to know more and try to onboard them and expand our network as much as we can, run the NAs, collaborate with the chairing team to make sure the NAs are going well, and to run open calls. Yep, thank you. Next. Yes, and it's only been, 7 weeks since I've been in Switzerland. So, I mean, it would be a big question for all of you. Why would you believe me that I'm ready to be in the National Board of ESN Switzerland? Well, I think I've been vice president at my local section, and I ran the board. We had a lot of fights with IRO within the board. And yeah, I hope that experience will help the local sections and the national board. And I have been the IT manager of ESN Lithuania. So I really love to work in a structured way, have all the documents in the right places, easily accessible for everyone. And now I am in the LR team in ESN Zurich. So I've got to know a bit about the Swiss network. I think I've participated in more events during the last few weeks than I do in 6 months. I was there in community meetings in Samstagern, and then Oberart, and then NEG, and then I forgot the last one, the Zurich community weekend, and here I am today. It's my 5th event in the past 6 weeks. And yes, I also have experience as OC in a National Assembly in Lithuania. And I was volunteer at Pirates of the Baltic Sea, and yes, it is better than Sea Battle. And I was also at NEP Riga, and I'm also very excited about EGM Split, upcoming in a few weeks. And yes, these are the kind of skills that I have. I don't think I need to explain them much. Thank you. Next. Yes, so my vision for ESN Switzerland is to have transparent conversations. I want to make sure that the local level understand how the decisions were made, what the national board is doing, what we are discussing in our meetings, how much progress we have on our action plan, and people first. Yes, my approach is going to be people first. I think it very much relates to transparency, that the local level is aware, because I've even met new members in ESN who are like, oh, we didn't know that ESN was such a large community. So I think I would like to eliminate or spread more information about ESN, how big it is, how great your impact can be, even at the root or local levels. And yes, to make it more efficient, to have documents accessible. I think I've said this too many times. But yes, to make it efficient, we need to have proper documentation. Everyone is able to access it and nobody is lost. Next. yeah, my plan, since I'm new, the first 30 days, according to my plan, will be silent and with more listening, and I'm a very good listener. So I would read through every official documents. I have already done that, but not very much in depth, and to have one-on-one with the NL team and shadow the chairing team during the National Assembly 3. And in the first 3 months, I would like to have more concrete documentation on NB's tasks, what they're doing, what the action plan is, where we are on the 3-year strategy, and to launch VP and HR community calls. But I think we need, to launch the calls and refresh all the templates that we have in our drive. And then after 3 months, when I completely understand how the network works, I would then try to create structured frameworks for handover, because I believe there could be a lack of knowledge transfer, maybe not on the national level, but maybe on the local level, or when the local level, when the local boards are recruiting new members, they might sometimes lack the knowledge on what we need to do. So yeah, to have a structured handover framework and to monitor or do a needs assessment of where the local levels lack in knowledge or in support. Yep, next.
I'm sorry to cut you. You have 30 seconds to finish.
I think this is my last slide. Okay, 3-year strategy. So yes, I'm not sure if you're aware, but we have a 3-year strategy for ESN Switzerland. And these are the main goals of the 3-year strategy that I would like to inculcate if I am elected. And what I bring is I have been a vice president for 1.5 years, and I would like to mentor board members, national level members, and be active on the international level. And I think that would be my last point. Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Yes. Irene CT, first of all, just want to give you a compliment. I think it was probably one of the most informative candidacy presentations I've seen in my life. So really kudos to you on that. With that though, I have just a small question. Because you mentioned that you have a bit of experience already in ESN Lithuania. And now that you're in a different TNO, in a different region and things like that, is there kind of some things, because you've given an overview, but is there some things that you took away from ESN Lithuania that you would like to bring into ESN Switzerland should you get elected?
Yes, so if I were to get elected, I was only going through the documents today, and I had a question about, so how do the local level track what the national level is doing? Because in Lithuania, we have monthly reports, but here in Switzerland, we have annual reports. If the national level is okay with sending monthly reports and the local level can have more control or would know what national level is doing, so maybe I would like to bring that to Switzerland. You're welcome.
Thank you. Arno, alumni, thank you a lot for your application. It was really pleasant to see it. My question is regarding governance. As you know, governance is a joint responsibility with the president in the 3-year strategy. So I was wondering how you would see the collaboration with the president to achieve the goals that are set there in the field of governance.
Yeah, as I mentioned, my first 30 days, if I were to elected, would be a learning phase to better understand the responsibilities, what the president is responsible for, and how the responsibilities between the president, vice president of governance, and vice president of development are distributed and divided. So I think I would like to learn first and then support the president in any way I can.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, right. Irene CT. You also mentioned that you attended quite a bit of national events, assemblies, also regional platforms. But I was wondering, do you have particular experience in planning or assisting some sort of a National Assembly. The reason I'm asking this is because one of the big things, and also we saw this earlier with the discussions of the amendments, the VPG has a bit of a responsibility with assisting the chairing team and with the content development, needs assessment, and those sort of things. So just curious if you had any experience in that regard.
Yes, just to keep my answer short. I was Vice Head OC in National Assembly of Lithuania, 56, and also we are having our National Assembly as we speak today in Lithuania. So I am in constant touch with the CT for our current National Assembly.
Irene CT. So to clarify, because I'm low-key impressed by that. So you're assisting now the current National Assembly in Lithuania.
Yes, answering the CT questions in the chat.
Damn, okay, thank you. Great.
For the question of Laura, a similar question has been asked on Slack. I quote, did you already have the time to get close to ESNCH local volunteers? Have you identified some recurring struggles specific to Swiss section you would like to tackle as a priority? So if you have a bit of a different question, just really precise it.
Okay, I will resize it. First of all, yeah, Laura is an international. First of all, thank you for your application. For someone, like I was vice president for 2 years here in Switzerland, and it's very great to see that someone steps up, even though that you're not that long in Switzerland. One thing I want to mention is you had the growth of new candidate sections, which is not really possible, I would say, here in Switzerland, due to the fact that all, except of St. Gallen by now, all cities who have universities we are already covering. Still, I would say there is maybe a possibility in other ways to develop further and to sustainably grow the network. So to rephrase my question, what you envision for the sustainable growth of the network, not just for sections who are struggling, but for generally. Do you have any ideas on that?
I would like you to clarify what you mean by sustainable growth of the network on the local level. Do you mean to attract more volunteers or to have people who would join the local boards or to, maintain the number of people that we have in the local boards?
To be honest, can be all. Can be everything. Because I think a sustainable growth is quite, it doesn't need to be generally a number of people that we have. It can be also a number of activities we do, a number of exchange students we reach. So it can be a lot of different ways that we can prove that we are sustainably working. Nevertheless, even though that, for example, a section has a lot of members, they might not work sustainably.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So maybe how do you want to see if they are working sustainably, and how would you tackle it?
Okay, if I talk about growth, sustainable growth on the local level, I would say motivation is a big factor to have growth in ESN on any level. So to keep the local board members motivated and to maybe organize some workshops on motivations and how they can keep their members motivated is one way to go to maintain the growth.
Before the next question, seeing the huge amount of questions we have on the speaker list, we're already going to start with 30 seconds question, 1 minute answer.
Arno, alumni. If you had to pick one document of ESN Switzerland that you think need the most urgently a change, which one would it be?
I'm not quite sure where we have the difference in event manager, VPD and VPG, but I think they did present the amendments today. But I think it's already been finalized that VPG is responsible for a certain amount of things, VPD is responsible for a certain amount of things. So that's one of the documents that needs urgent finalization.
Okay, thank you.
Amélie is in Basel. Thank you for your application. Have you already talked to the applicants for the president position, Flavien and Frank, on how your collaboration could be shaped and which dynamic could be applied?
No, unfortunately, I haven't had the time to do that.
Laura is an international. Which support positions do you envision to have in your team that they support you?
HR manager and section manager. HR manager and section manager.
Arnaud, alumni, how do you see the evolution of the supporting bodies of ESN Switzerland, such as arbitration board, auditors, advisory council, which is in evolution at the moment?
So currently, I see that we do have people in the advisory council. I'm not quite sure about the arbitration board and auditors. Correct me if I'm wrong, national board. I don't think we have anyone. But I think it's quite important for us to have these supporting bodies for ESN Switzerland. So yeah, I think after having some conversations and knowledge transfer from the national board, if I'm elected, that would be an important task.
Thank you.
Before the next question, is everyone writing a question right now? No? So I suggest we close the speaker list. Is there an objection? So we close the speaker list.
Hello, Julia, ESN Zurich is in Switzerland. First of all, it's super cool to see that we still have a person from ESN Zurich applying in the Senate for the national board, so well done. And from your experience so far, sorry, you're right. So a second person, my bad. You're right. To me, you're just Switzerland, you're not Zurich. Anyways, I was saying, from your experience so far, how do you see the communication between the national board and also the national level with the local section in Switzerland?
Very good, I would say, because I'm new and I think I have spoken to a lot of national board and national level members already. They're very responsive on Telegram.
Laura is an international. First part of my question was covered by Amélie from ESN Basel, but I still would like to ask you how you envision your collaboration with the Vice President for Development.
With Vice President of Development, right? So collaboration with the Vice President of Development, I think mainly during NAs. And I think our work would still be pretty much tied in all of the aspects. So there will be constant collaboration. I cannot come up with concrete examples right now because I would need to learn more about the network.
Daniel, VPD, I'm building on the question that was before from Laura. After the VPD and VPG split, the network care team was reduced to 2 board supporters, the one that you mentioned before. Do you see any need for other board support positions to tackle difficulties you might have identified by talking to Barbu or someone else in the network?
As of now, the 2 board support positions that I have looked into are section manager and HR manager, and I think for now they're enough. But in future, if I think that we have more on our plate and it's not enough for just me, section manager and HR manager, then maybe we would need to open the call for more people.
Marco Natali, Cheering Team, congratulations for your candidacy. Which challenge and advantage do you see that you in ESR Switzerland? Do you think this will impact your role as VPG?
Thank you. So the advantage, I would start with the advantage. I think I can bring a new perspective from a different NO. I've been a very active part in NEP, and I know the struggles of other NOs in NEP. And challenge, I would say, since I'm new, I don't know a lot of people. So maybe it would be hard for people to accept a new person already in the national board. That could be one challenge, one and the only challenge, I think. But it can also be solved by me being present and by me being able to communicate with them. And yeah, so I think it will have a good impact on the role of VPG, since I mentioned I have a different perspective, and I've worked with different techniques or processes, I would say. But the challenges, I don't think they will impact my role as VPG if I'm elected.
Hello, Valerie, yes, and Ukraine. I'm here. Hello.
Sorry.
Yeah, why have you decided to move from IT position to VPG position, also considering the fact that, if I'm not mistaken, like IT position for next National Board of ESN Switzerland also won't be filled, as for now?
Yeah, I've decided to move from IT position to VP because I will be very honest, like brutally honest. Nobody in ESN cares about IT. I'm really sorry, but it's yeah. Sorry, Marco, but it's true. And IT position, even though we take care of the website, and it's a very important part of being IT manager, it does not have as much impact on the network as a vice president would.
Axel, ESN EPFL, ESN International. So as after the question of Arnaud, we talk and we say that there is still like some position missing on the other statutory bodies, and maybe before the evolution, the first part would be to have them filled in. So do you have any solutions in mind to be able to attract a bit more people to apply to those positions that require maybe a bit more experience?
Thank you, Axel. I think we have a similar situation also in Lithuania. We don't have anyone applying for arbitration board or the other support structures that we have for the national board. But here in ESN Switzerland, I would first like to understand how the national board works collectively and how advisory council or auditors or arbitration board impact the national level and how important they are. And only then I think I can comment on your question. Thank you.
So Valentine from ESN Cosmo Lyon and ESN France. So VPG is a position that requires a lot of knowledge about way of operating from the inside, and that could be really different from other NOs. Since you've been joining ESN Zurich less than 2 months ago, and that's really brave of you, do you think you're fully prepared to this?
Yes, I think I am fully prepared, because if I would apply for maybe some other position, let's say communication manager. Yes, I understand that it's different in different NOs, but the ground, like the foundation, is the same. And you can always build on that. If you have the correct documentation on how you're supposed to do your job, I think you can do it.
Axel, ESN EPFL, ESN International. So you have talked a lot about transparency in your application. So I was wondering if you have already some ideas about what are the aspects you think we could improve in Switzerland in terms of transparency.
Yes, I have mentioned transparency a lot of times in my application. But yes, by transparency, I mean what the National Board is currently doing, what is the progress, how long they might expect the work to be done, for example, 3-year strategy or action plan, or as I also mentioned, that in Lithuania we have national level sending monthly reports of what they have done, how many calls they have attended, what meetings, and then we also present our action plan on every NA. So I'm sure that the National Board is going to do the same, but maybe I could implement the monthly reports, only if the board agrees. Thank you.
Julia is in Zurich, is in Switzerland. So in your presentation, I love how you put together the fact that you have people first and IT for vice president. And in many times we just separate the two things and we oppose the people to the IT. So how do you plan to bring them together?
I think there's a big misconception that IT people are just on their laptops all the time and are zombies, don't want to interact with the world. And I think that's very untrue. If you are good at IT, and with people, you can work very well and in a very structured way with putting both of them together.
Marco Natali, chairing team. Since you are like IT manager in Lithuania, LR, how do you plan to manage the knowledge transfer period from now to when you started, if elected, you started your position?
Yep, thank you. If I'm elected, the position is only going to start after NA3, and I will be done with all my tasks, IT tasks, in ESN Lithuania by May. That's my deadline to finish everything. And also, I'm LR. I'm part of the LR committee. We have our LR right here. So I think it's pretty manageable since I'm just a member in ESN Zurich, and my IT duties will be done by end of May.
My question was like from now, now that if you're elected, when you start the position, how do you see the working? Because maybe I'm wrong, but from now you will start also the collaboration with the new. No, sorry. Oh, sorry. It was, yeah.
Oh, so you mean how would?
I understand wrong.
Okay.
Tom, ESN Lucerne. Given your experience in IT, would you leave IT under communication manager, or would you consider taking it under yourself? As both, as far as I know, Domi has mentioned before that she doesn't have that much, like she does it, but she's not has a background in IT, nor Dani as either. Whereas you have worked in IT, would you consider that, or would you leave it as it is?
Well, I'm always open to collaborate with Dani if needed, but considering we don't have the IT position in the board, well, if our board, national board, is ready to have it as a board position, then it's a different story. But otherwise, I think it's better if we leave it under CM.
Hi, Barbo, ESN Switzerland. Thanks for your application, and I really appreciate that you have the courage to put yourself in a spotlight so early in your ESN Switzerland journey. My question is about the community allocation, which was a bit of a discussion with the task allocation when we did the VP split, because before the vice president used to be responsible for the president's community together with the president, and now the vice president for governance is responsible for the VPHR community, and the president and the education and youth officer is responsible for the president. And my question is like, what do you think about this? Do you think that the
Okay, yeah. So I think the way you have divided it makes absolute sense to me. That's all I have to say.
Valentine from ESN Cosmo Lyon and ESN France. So I understood you're still a bit involved in ESN Lithuania stuff. Even I think I understood you'll be stopping that. But like, how do you plan on managing your engagement in both NOs if you'll still be a little bit involved with the ESN Lithuania stuff even after?
I'm sorry, I have to cut, but this question has been covered.
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much, Roger. So now we're going to move to a coffee break.
Wait, what time do we meet?
We meet in 10 minutes. So at 26 you have to be back here, and please be on time.
Barbo, Daniel, can you come here for a second? Yeah, I need the two of you.
Please, people, go slowly to your seats.
Huh?
Ah. Ah. Volontiers. Merci beaucoup.
Je pense pas que tout le monde a eu.
On en donnera. T'es sûr? Bon, tant pis, c'est pas grave. What's the announcement?
That what?
You have received these thingies. It's to explain what you have received.
Everyone received one?
Yeah. Man, who is organizing this today? Do you think I'm a rookie?
What the fuck is this?
Do you see our logo?
What the fuck?
There will be an explanation as to how it works. Babu, babu, babu.
Can I open mine?
Yeah, of course, but wait for the OC announcement. You will be impressed. We are doing many things. Do not go faster than the music.
There's music?
No. A music box would have been amazing.
What is the music thing where you did like 20 songs?
Tonight's social program.
Please, everyone, go to your seats. The coffee break is over.
I like it. Il y a un OC announcement de 1 minute juste avant ta présentation. Thank.
So we have first a little announcement from the OC, and then we're going to have the candidacy for August 19.
So small OC announcement. You have received a small box item goodie for the participants. So I'm just going to show you. It's a reusable cup, essentially, so that you can bring with you. So doing a small tutorial. You open the box. You remove the lid, and you have your cup. And if you want to just like cups get dirty and so on, and you don't want to leave them in your pocket because it spills and so on, you just close them back. Just in case if people know that they don't want the thing, they can drop it back, because I know that sometimes people don't want to bring home stuff. But if you do, we're happy that you actually bring them back. I'm keeping them. Now I did the point.
So I'm going to ask Augustin to come on the stage, please.
Hello. Yes. Is the volume okay? Okay, amazing. So we can start. I am Augustin. I am the current president of ESN Genève, and I'll be presenting my candidacy for Vice President of Development for the next mandate. Thank you. You can start. Yes, you can start. So first of all, that's a bit of who am I. I put a few pictures. You can go quite quickly. I'm 25 years old. Yes, you can go. I'm French, but I grew up in Hungary. You can see my little path of life up there. Yes, I did a year exchange in China in 2017-2018, so I studied mobility quite early in my life. I'm doing currently my master's in physics at the University of Geneva. I'm now writing my thesis on intergalactic gas clouds and dark matter, which means I'm a certified nerd, and I love it. Yep. I'm also a science communicator and a physics teacher. I love talking about science, it's really great. Please go on. And then I also love bouldering, I love playing the trumpet, singing, art, all of that. And fun fact about me, I did my university exchange from Paris to Geneva, and then I stayed there. So that's a fun fact about me. I stayed in great part thanks to ESN. Yeah. Now, my ESN life until now. So, a few pictures about that as well. I started as a member. You can just go all of it. I joined ESN Genève in September 2023, right after my exchange, and when I was accepted in my master's in Geneva, I directly joined ESN. I was, for the first year, active member for trips, and then in the second year, I did a double mandate. I was local event manager, as well as co-national event manager with the amazing Leonie, and that's when I was on the national level, so this was last year. And for this year, I decided to go back to my local section to become the president and serve there. I did not join the national level again for this year because I wanted to really focus on my presidency on the local level. Also, I joined through all this time, this is my now 7th Swiss National Assembly. I've been to community meetings, community weekends, and actually 3 community weekends, and other international events that are less relevant here. Okay, so why me for VPD? The main reasons. I have extensive experience of event management in ESN. I have been co-national event manager for 1 year. I've been local event manager. Yes, and so that's one of the biggest parts of VPD. I have been part of the national level before, not this year, but the last year, and that means that I've seen how it mostly works. I've worked with my co-NEM from across the country on NAs, on community weekends, on other national events. Yes. I would be leading the team I was a part of. This is with a little bit of an asterisk because the team of course changed. It was called Network and Development Team. It is now called Training and Activities, but but NEM is still in the team I will be leading as VPD. Finally, I also have a very big personal motivation to join the national board, not just this position specifically. So it's not just VPD that motivates me, but also being on the NB, being in an NO, and basically joining back the NL. I miss it. I love being on the local level, but I also miss being on the national level. Yeah. Now some side extra reasons to become VPD. I have led workshops on the local level, so I'm a little bit experienced with that. Through my local presidency this year, I got some team leading skills, extensive ESN knowledge, and also a lot of crisis management experience, of course. I really felt going back to the local for my presidency was a big deal to get more experience. I really thought about maybe joining as VP for this year, so a year ago, and I decided against it. I really wanted to first become local president and then come back to the NB after. Yep. I've been part of a local board for 2 years, so I've also been part of a board. That's also a nice thing. And then also, it feels to me like a natural progression. Even though I've been back and forth, it's just the next step in my ESN journey, joining the NB. Yep. And finally, well, I've been part of the NL before, so no need to buy a new sweater for me. Thank you. Next, will I have the time? That was a question that was asked on Slack, so I will very quickly answer it. You can just go all through it. My plans for 2026, 2027, I'm still living in Geneva. I will retire from my local board and hopefully, if I get elected, go into an advisory position. And then study-wise, I just have my master's thesis left. But this is already what I'm doing, so you can go on. I have smaller jobs, but again, no big changes. And well, local presidency went great, and I feel no big changes in my life are coming, so yeah, I will have the time. And I graduate in June next year, so I have to, yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Some project ideas. This is, of course, very much the beginning, as it's not fully fleshed out, but I still have some ideas. So I thought about developing a national onboarding kit for the new local boards. Now I've heard about the network committee on the international level actually almost finishing that. So that's already something that's super advanced, not by me, but still. And of course, further develop the Swiss Pool of Trainers. That was also a big thing that started last year, that I saw some motivation on other potential, no, not potential, NB candidates that were also motivated about that. Yep, we can go on. And then some gaps, I wanted to be transparent about what I feel are some gaps in my application and answers to those. So I do have a bit of a limited training experience within ESN. So I did lead a few workshops, but less than others. Finally, I also have some little project management experience. However, I feel like I could get help from other positions like training and development officer, as well as international training community. I also have extended training and teaching experience outside of ESN, and that I feel will help me a lot. I am not at all alien to this world. It's just I have led few workshops within ESN. Yep. And of course, I'm here to learn, and I'm super motivated to join the NB. So, yeah. Thank you. Just before, I saw a question on Slack that I hadn't answered because I hadn't seen it at the time. I answered some questions there, but not all of them. So if the people want to ask it during the question, I'm sure that could be okay. Yeah, thank you very much.
Daniel, yes, in Switzerland. Thank you for your presentation. In your application, you refer to the safety, sustainability, and inclusion framework for ESN events, which is included in ESN Switzerland's 3 strategy points. How do you understand and translate it into practice?
So, SSI, sustainability, safety, sustainability, and inclusion, all 3, I mean, inclusion-wise, there was a whole talk about having the events being accessible to, talking national events, to all members. So that was already a thing to, for example, have them not too far from most of the sections. In terms of safety, we already have this year the whole talk about having a, how we call it, just a second, assurances, what's the word? Insurance, exactly, which is a big deal. And sustainability, I believe we also already have quite a few things that are in place, and I would talk with my team to make some new adjustments about that. Yeah. Yes, of course.
Arno, yes, an Educate team. I have a question regarding the Swiss Pool of Trainer that you mentioned. I was wondering, what are your concrete plans, so timeline, to make sure it actually sometime, like in some days in the future, actually happen, because it was discussed actually even before, just 1 year ago, like a few years ago already.
Yeah. In full transparency, it will very much depend on whether I have TDO in my team, as well as it will be discussed with them. So, do I have concrete plans? I mean, it could start as early as the next semester and develop with them, honestly. So, not really, not much concrete plans for now.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Daniel, yes, in Switzerland.
Yes.
Short and sweet. How do you envision supporting and coordinating the events and projects manager community?
Yes, of course. So I have some frequent calls with them and follow up on the whole project. Having been part of the event manager community and having co-led it, do the community meetings twice a year as well. Talk with the other communities, so we can have community meetings together, exactly like it was done in Lucerne, next to Lucerne, in February. And yes, so lots of follow-up with the team. Yes, and if you're talking about project manager on the local level, yes, well, first of all, develop it, because it's not a very active community at all. So start by motivating local members to become project managers. And yeah.
Thank you. And the next question, still Daniel and yes, in Switzerland. You mentioned the pool of trainers, which is still being shaped at the moment in ESN Switzerland. How do you actually understand the pool of trainers, and what would be your approach in developing it?
Yes, so the pool of trainers would be a group of people, a group of trainers, so people who are able to lead and develop workshops and trainings. And so they would, have a link with, not necessarily all of them, but a link with Educate, and so have an internal structure that is able to create the workshops. So, yeah.
Axel, ESN EPFL, ESN International. So I was wondering, what is your opinion on the space that the workshops should take during statutory events, which means the NAs?
Yes.
Because we used to have quite a lot, you know, a bit less. So what's your state on this?
I was expecting this question. I do have an opinion on it. I believe they have a space, and not as much as they used to. So I would say, personally, I think one workshop session in an NA feels like the sweet spot. I do think they have their place. I don't think we need more than one. So that's my personal opinion at this moment.
Irene CT, I was just wondering, because you gave some ideas about future project that you have in mind,
yes.
But I also know, and I'm familiar because I am friends with Daniel after all, that you guys do a lot of current projects, you know, NEG, training, community meetings and stuff, and I was just wondering, like, if you were to do like top 3 things, what would be like your 3 specific improvements you would do to current projects?
I would say to have the training events. I mean, it's not something exactly new to have the training events of the community meetings together. That sounds like much easier for the community leaders as well as for the organization, so we're all together. That would be my number 1 priority, so try to have as many community meetings at the same time and around the same place as possible. For the community weekends, also start early, start sweet, and organize them early with the help, of course, of the national event managers. And finally, I mean, the NEGs are a big, for example, the NEGs, they're a big event, start them early as well. So it's, from my experience, having been in as an M, it's so much easier when it's done earlier, so motivate early and do frequent calls, yeah. And follow up on most of these projects already ongoing.
Covered.
Okay.
Yes.
And before the next question, is anyone writing on the speaker list? Yes. Is there anyone else? So I suggest we close the speaker list after Tom. Is there any opposition to that? Yes? Yeah, but he's still writing the question. Is there an objection? No? Then the speaker list is closed.
Laura is an international. I would like to know which support positions, actually, not position, do you envision in your team?
I wouldn't change all that much about what we have, so having 2 positions open for national event manager, having a TDO, and having 2 project manager, 2 people in the project team sounds like a sweet spot, so that there is not only a single person, but 2 doing projects and developing their own projects, as well as, of course, TDO. It's not if I haven't mentioned it, yes. So mostly these, yeah.
Thank you. And my second question, again, Laura is an international. How do you envision your collaboration with the Vice President for Governance, as this division is quite new?
The division is, of course, very new. It also feels quite natural. I especially like the NA part of it, where the VPD deals with OC and VPG with CT, having the very statutory and the whole development part, like more members-oriented part. So yes, have the statutory part being with the VPG. How do I envision collaboration? Smoothly, I guess. Depending on who gets elected, yeah, of course it will. I feel that the last division is super logical. So, yeah.
Easy day, yes, in Switzerland and Lugano. Thank you very much for your application, first of all. So I have a question regarding this scenario in which the code of conduct is violated in a national event. How will you act practically, and will you also include and involve the local section of the people involved?
I would, but I also feel that code of conduct violations are more of an HR thing, so probably a little bit more VPG, and I would mostly act as a NB member. Yeah, that's it. I believe it's mostly a VPG role if there was one person on the NB part, but if I had to be there, yes, definitely involve the local section of people. Yeah, the people of the local section of the person involved, yes.
Julia is in Zurich, is in Switzerland. So many applicants today already mentioned the lack of knowledge transfer that can happen within the network. Yes. I'm here. Hello.
I see.
And so I was wondering if you had any concrete ideas on how to strengthen it.
Yes, I feel the most important is the communication with the earlier people in the same position. Of course, it's much more difficult if there isn't anyone or if it's a new position. But I would strengthen it by really encouraging the ex-people with the new people to have more of a, how you say, a more complete transition one-on-one, or yes. I believe we have quite a few documents that are already in place, and I believe I know it is. It's always a struggle, and the idea of onboarding kids and having something that helps, that's written down, would be helpful. I thought about having the local sections adapting their own kid to their own section, because of course sections are super different. But yes.
Okay, Jade from ESN Basel. So, you know, one of the core values for ESN Switzerland is social inclusion, right?
Yes.
And in my opinion, current ESN Switzerland events or projects are not exactly disability friendly, like in all terms, like physical, whatever. What are your views on this, or if you have any plans to like improve this?
I agree. I believe that we would need to start supporting the local sections, as in all of you members are first and foremost members of your section, and therefore if we do not have a disability-friendly environment in the section, I mean, you can't join ESNCH without having first a local section. So if there is a barrier there, I would first start developing all we can to have inclusion on most of the local sections, and then of course ESNCH would come into play. Yes.
Barbo, ESN Switzerland. My question was partially covered by Laura, but
yes.
I just wanted to expand on because like a lot of the points that you are making, like the onboarding kit and the knowledge transfer topics, are VPG topics.
Yes.
And my question is, how would you want to work with the VPG on topics like that? Would you want to kind of really work together as a team or two, or would you like to kind of see how you can split everything, or somewhere in between maybe?
I believe it would be great to work together as yes, knowledge transfer is VPG part mostly, but knowledge transfer also comes with, I mean, just through the name of development is also how we can develop the network and have the members develop themselves. So I 100% work with the VPG. I don't think splitting everything is the right idea. Of course, we have our own mandates, but no, work together, yeah.
Amélie is in Basel. About the pool of trainers, which other NOs or ESN international initiatives do you think could be applied to the Swiss network, if you have any in mind, or do you have any hints on how you could find other information?
I mean, I don't have much in mind, to be honest, also because I don't know that much about the big initiatives. I know both of you being part, Diego being part of NEC. It's, yeah, I'm happy to discover what there is to learn and to adapt to ESN Switzerland. Yes.
Direct comments. For the pool of trainer, you can ask for educate,
Yes.
some hints, also is in France, is in Germany, that are really developed over there.
Thank you.
Irene CT, I just have a comment also on this question as well, because at least from what we've seen, especially in WEP as well, when it comes down to some of the projects of ESN International, because ESN, like Switzerland, is not part of the Erasmus Plus program, it also restricts some important things in that regard. So I think that's also something to bear in mind, and also for all of you guys to know, because unfortunately, it does have its limitations, especially for international projects and such. But not all, which is good.
Isida, ESN Switzerland. So, after your mandate as NEM, there is anything that you will have like to do differently and something that you will suggest to the future NEMs? Thank you.
It's a super good question. What would I have done differently? Apart from the very usual, I swear start early, it gets so much easier that way. Ask around. I should have asked, I would, especially in the beginning, ask more for help, because it was a lot of discovering. So ask for help for the right people and feel included in the team, and yeah. That's it. Also attend the events first. Like, it's so much easier if you've been to those events. So go to the NEGs, go to NAs, go to community weekends. Yeah, because it's a lot of, it's not very complicated. It's a lot of been that on that, but yeah.
Tom, ESN Lucerne. You said that you would build out the pool of trainers if you have a TDO. What happens if you do not have any applicants for it, as it will still be part of your description of tasks? Will it be neglected, or what will happen to it?
Honestly, depending on who I get in my team, I mean, what positions get filled in my team, and also by discussing with those team members, it will be very important to flesh out what is possible, who is motivated. If I have a team member, a TDO, I mean, who is not motivated by that, it wouldn't be something that I would probably try to do by myself. Super important to be realistic about what can be done. And yeah, so definitely be realistic. So if there is no one, probably not. Again, it hasn't been done by people who were much more knowledgeable than me and in trainings. So trying to do what is possible.
Can I comment? No, never mind. It's a different question. I just realized. But I will ask directly.
All right. Thank you very much, Augustin.
Thank you.
We now are going to have the candidacies for president. So I'm asking Franck and Flavien to come on stage. All right, you're going to be first.
Sure.
And it's a bit messy because, like,
yes.
so you can put it in your pocket.
You can also claim it on here, I think.
Oh, wait.
Should be okay.
Yeah.
Did it work?
Like,
Yes,
yeah, yeah.
perfect.
All right.
Okay, move. Okay. Is this okay in terms of volume or? Okay, perfect. So, hello everyone. My name is Frank, for those that don't know you, and thank you all for your consideration as president of ESN Switzerland. Next slide. So, yeah, basically about me, I'm a radiographer in a hospital in Zurich. I've been in Switzerland since 2020. I speak 3 languages fluently, and I'm currently working on my French and Italian. I've been with ESN since 2022, and I really like to stay active in my pastime, even though with skiing I had some lesser successes lately, as you can see. I also really like hosting events with exchangees. It's extremely interesting for me to see how they are living through their exchange and to show them around Switzerland as well. And I really like trains. I'm a volunteer conductor at a heritage railway in the Netherlands. I go there twice a year. And I'm also really glad that with a group of 6, we go to EGM by train and bus. Next slide. So basically, like I said, I came to Switzerland in 2020, 2 months before Corona. I've worked in 3 different hospitals so far, and currently I'm working in the Zurich City Hospital, and I'm also a manager for the emergency imaging and general radiography department. And to complement my skills that I developed, I decided to do a master's in international management between 2023 and 2025. Next slide. So yeah, basically within ESN, I got to know ESN through my boyfriend when he asked me to be staff for the NP in France, in Orléans, in 2022. And ironically, he is also here today as staff to pay me back. Then shortly afterwards, I joined ESN FHNW as vice president in 2023, and then I took over the presidency for 2.5 years. It's an incredible journey so far. I've been to a lot of events as well, met incredible people along the way, and I'm very happy that I've also had the possibility to go to Ukraine as an international guest, and I will also return there in May of this year. And yeah, I'm not the president of FHNW anymore, so my journey at my own section has come to an end, but it can continue as national president, maybe. Next slide. So why would you, as the network, consider me as president of ESN Switzerland? I would love to talk a little bit about my work background and what I've achieved as president so far. So basically at work, I have a lot of coworkers from a lot of different backgrounds, and I absolutely love the fact how we as an organization really harmonized our different work ethics, culture, and our backgrounds in general. And I have a lot of meetings in my management position with interdisciplinary teams to develop new concepts. And really, a day at work sometimes really feels like a small international ESN event. Next slide. So basically at work, what I've achieved so far is that we have less waiting time in our radiology department and our emergency department. We even halved the diagnosis time for strokes, which is an incredible team effort at my work. I'm currently in the process of creating universal standards to make sure that we work more efficiently, and I also provide teachings both in and externally. And what I'm really proud of is that I initiated exchange possibilities for Dutch students from my old university at my current hospital. And they are there basically for half a year at the time, and they actually get housing provided by the hospital and also a monthly stipend of 3,000 francs, so very exciting. Next one. At FHNW as president, when I took over, the first thing that I did was to centralize communication with one IO of FHNW, because there's only 2 things that are never expanding, the amount of IOs at FHNW and the universe itself. So this really helped. So this really helped to make the process between the communication between us as ESN and the university a lot easier. We had also sadly some low memberships, so I made sure that we focused on projects such as the buddy system, events, and recruiting to make sure that we were a healthy section. It also opened up the culture of task sharing amongst the board that really ensured that people also felt comfortable sharing the task beyond their conventional position. We also increased our budget that now fluctuates depending on the number of exchange students. So if their number suddenly doubles for a semester, so does our budget. And I also made fondue for more than 50 people twice, which was an incredible team effort, I have to say, and an incredible... Thank you very much. Happy to hear. And this is also one of the things that I love to show, just Swiss hospitality as a general. Next one. So basically, I've also had some plans for ESN Switzerland. These are coming from both my professional background and what I've seen in the network so far. For the first one, I would like to further strengthen the efficiency of the national board, and especially also during calls. I think everyone in the board is doing an incredible job to the best of their abilities. I also see some possibilities to further make our work a little bit more efficient. One noticeable positive change I've seen is splitting up the VP position into VPD and VPG, and also those positions being taken by people, extremely motivated people, I have to say. And I would like to further make sure that we delegate certain tasks, issues, projects early on, so our time as a board is being used a little bit more efficiently instead of really waiting for the next board call for an issue to actually come up. It's not about creating altering any current practices or the frequencies of our meetings. It's really to make ourselves a little bit more efficient. Basically, at the moment, how I see it is that our board is an interregio. We are very nice, very fast, but we can become an intercity. Same destination, same journey, just a little bit faster. Nice one, right? Next one. Then what I've also seen from my own personal experience is next to the application calls and all the forms and all the documents regarding national board and national board support positions, I would like to create a more informal exchange during NAs, CWs, CMs to make sure that people who are interested in a certain position also have the opportunity to informally talk about this position with the current person taking up that position. Basically, by creating informal exchanges, I think that it really helps to to clarify certain issues or certain unclarities regarding a position, and really opens up the possibility to just ask, like, how do you manage your work-life study balance? What are actual problems at the moment? What are current projects you're working on? And it might also increase local members' interest to apply for the national board. It's not to make sure that we get flooded with applications. It's really to plant the seed early on with people that have an interest in joining the national board. Next one. And then for my last plan is regarding all of you, our volunteers. You are really the backbone of ESN. Without you, there would be no events, no support, there would be no community whatsoever. And I would really like to further improve our culture of appreciation amongst each other. Next one. How I would like to do this is by making kind of a national level recognition. So basically, if there is an event or an initiative within your section that you would like to highlight, you can submit this before a National Assembly, preferably, or another suitable moment. Then the national board would examine these initiatives and then pick one or a couple to highlight during the NA. And then the people that were directly involved in these projects or events, they would get a small award or a certificate and also have the ability to actually highlight their initiative or their event. It's not to create any competition. I really want to be clear about that, or to copy the current ESN awards or recognition certificates. It's really to make sure that you feel appreciated as well for your extraordinary efforts, and to make sure that those efforts are also noticed on a national level and also by the national level. Because I'm very sure that there are people here that have done something incredible that would even further motivate them to keep being in the network, and also motivate others to do the same, basically. So yeah, those are my 3 plans. I think next one. So how would I work as a president? Next one. Basically, it would look very similar to what I do now as both a manager and the former president of ESN FNV. I have 3 pillars: feedback, follow-up, and openness. Basically, I really like to gather feedback personally from either board members or it being my coworkers or local members in my section, and to implement new concept based on that feedback and to improve the overall process overall. I also really like doing personal follow-up on projects. People also feel very comfortable both in my section and also at work to really ask me anything when we're working on a project or an event. And also openness, I'm really an open door. Even at work, my personal phone rings at least 5 times a week with coworkers saying like, hey, can you maybe explain me this one more time? Can we maybe implement something like this? How about that? And it's the same within my section. People really feel comfortable coming to me regarding any questions, regarding an event, even if it's not in my direct scope of responsibility, but I'm very proud that I've come that far along that people really feel comfortable to come to me for any questions. So I'm really always ready to help.
You, but you
I'm
really
done.
have 30 seconds.
I'm already done, so. Great. So yeah, thank you for considering me as president. I'd love to answer any questions that you have afterwards, and even after the plenaries, feel free to come to me to discuss anything, albeit ESN, fondue, trains, can be anything. Thank you. Yeah, nice. Okay.
Hello. So I guess now is my time to also present my candidacy for president of ESN Switzerland. So first things off, you can go to the next slide. Hello, hello. Who am I? Of course, in an ESN card. So I'm Flavien. I'm French. I'm sorry for this. I'm the current president of ESN Basel, and I joined ESN in 2023. And on the side, I'm also doing a PhD in bioengineering. Next slide. So my ESN journey and the travel through my different positions, I actually started in 2023 in ESN Cosmo Lyon. So in Lyon, I became something we call there moral responsible, which is similar to co-president. I had to deal with a lot of HR-related topics. We had to hire people to deal with finances. So I got quite a good overview from the beginning. And then I also did a lot about partnerships and ESN card, of course. Then I moved to Munich for some time. I was just a newbie there because I didn't feel like just being an exchange student, and I also wanted to see how things were going in another NO and to get a better feeling and a better overview of things, how things can be different between sections. Then I moved to Basel, and since summer 2025, I am ESN Basel president and also ESN care manager of ESN Switzerland. I have to say in Basel, we also worked a lot in a lot of governance restructuration. We did restructuration of the board support, also trying to extend our impact to not just the University of Basel, and also integration into the area around Basel. And then, well, for what's next, I think that's pretty obvious with the presentation, what's my plan at least. Further pictures, because it's always nice to show pictures. I actually was involved in quite a lot of events through the network. I went to NAs, of course, community meetings in Switzerland. I was OC for the last BFCH community meeting. Went to EGM last year, also 2 international community meetings. Gave some workshops there. Was at the Ibiza trip last year. Amazing experience. I recommend you all to go. Went to French NPs, General Assemblies, and other things. And I was also content team for quite some events, because I'm also a trainer, part of the pool of trainer of ESN France. So that was for the past, for my experience, but let's look into the future and what would be my vision and my plan in a more summarized way. So the first thing, and I think the most important part of my candidacy, is on education and impacts of international mobility. I think you all know that we are on the path to hopefully rejoin Erasmus+, and this is really a turning point in Switzerland and for ESN Switzerland. So in my opinion, we really have to be present and we have to put a lot of efforts to do as much as we can to advocate for this and to be part of the process and be proactive in the process. On the side of this, because of this context, but also in general, I want to deal with the outgoing students. So not only welcoming the exchange students, I think we do a great work on this, but we could also make efforts on having Swiss people that go abroad and that go on Erasmus or for SEMP mobility. And this can be done through more collaboration with public stakeholders. We are great at dealing with Movetia, with the student organizations, and I really want to keep this going, to really be part of the discussions and to bring things on the table. So yeah, I want us to be proactive. Of course, this is also the aim of the EYO, but as president, I would have a role also of representation and of bringing things that we think as a national organization. And I want to add on this that, of course, ESN is apolitical and apartisan, but if there is one area where we should have a voice and we should get involved, is really on education and promoting international mobility. So we shouldn't be too neutral on this, and it's too big of a subject to not be really involved. Next slide, please. Then I also want to improve even more our integration to the network. Again, we are doing a great job on this. We have an amazing dynamic network. It's super cool to see all the collaboration between the sections, the help, horizontal help, integration with the NL as well, and to see, I mean, this is a great example this weekend that we are so many at the NA. And I really want also to advocate for this and that we keep this going. The main thing that I can see is getting involved in the local presidents community. This is, to me, what really binds local involvement to national level. The president is often the person that is most involved in the sections and that can bring things in the section. Not taking over the LR role, of course, but more in a training, growth, and collaboration potential. Then, given this, I also want more section-to-section support and collaboration. I think it's a great thing where we have these half-informal times where we can share knowledge and see how things are done in different sections, because things are super different from one section to another, and that would be nice to increase this even more. And then, for the network integration further than Switzerland, we are in a country that is, of course, collaborating a lot with the neighboring countries, and again, with Switzerland hopefully joining Erasmus+, we would be more open to neighboring countries. So that would be nice to integrate ourselves even more to the border countries. We have some sections that are on the border. Basel is one example, of course, and I'm already trying to push on the local level integration to the sections in Germany and in France, and I think that's a super good opportunity also for the other sections that are in this context. All of this, I know it's a lot of ideas. This is, of course, not something that can be held only by the president. I want to support this by the creation of working groups or task forces to specific projects. The way I see it, this will have to be discussed with the national board, and we have to find a way to implement this. But how I see it would be to have specific projects, punctual projects, that do not need a yearly mandate, for instance, for things where we feel like we can drive something further, and I want to discuss this with the future VPD as well. There are many ideas around this. The main one for now would be to discuss how we want to implement new sections with the HESSO initiative, for instance. And yeah, many other ideas that we should discuss and implement together. Next slide. Still on projects, I'd like to initiate meaningful and impactful projects. Of course, this is a bit cheesy how I phrase it now, but what I mean by this is that we do great events. We are really nice at welcoming the international students, but I really think that we have the capacity to accomplish even more and to do things further than events and to have amazing projects within the network, because we have amazing involvement at the local and national level, and we can really make use of this to structure something. Just a few ideas on this. Main one that I would really like to push is to structure a safety team. We see some nice initiatives at the local level, and I think that would be nice to also structure this on a national level, to have training, to have a real safety team in each section, and to really have something that the section can bring back and have an impact on the events. Then, because let's assume we join Erasmus Plus again, we would be open to Erasmus Plus projects, which means projects that are not open to us for now, that are European, and also more funding opportunities. So the Key Action 2 packages, for instance, projects like Donate, like the Buddy system, and many others. Last one is around the skill recognition. I developed more this in the application form, but I really want to emphasize that ESN is a great incubator for personal development, and together with VPG again and EYO, I want to increase our training for trainers. Pool of Trainers is an amazing idea. I also fully support the idea of having a national training event, a training for trainer event, kind of a Swiss Educate. And yeah, all in all, just all of this to say that I think we have the capacity to accomplish really great projects to support international mobility further than events. Next slides, please.
I'm sorry to cut you. You have 40 seconds left.
Okay, I will talk fast. I'm almost done. So I also want to sustain our national level positions more on the governance side. So that would be to be discussed with the VPG. More transparency efforts, continue to rethink the board structure, separation between strategic role of the NB and executive role of NL. And yeah, all in all, work on transparency. Next slide. And just a few things on why you would maybe not want to vote for me. Next slide, please. First thing would be that you might think I've been in a lot of NOs, positions, maybe I'm kind of a loose cannon. And it's true that I've done a lot, but I've always been dedicated and I have a full sense of responsibility above my sleep and my personal life, I would say. And I will be fully focused on president for next year. Then maybe I'd want to change everything and bring some Frenchy baguettes in how we operate. No, I don't want to do that. I don't like this behavior from others that would bring too much things on the table. It's more something that experiences that allow to discuss and as a starting point, but we have to discuss this together. And last, PhD student life can be a bit demanding in science, but ESN is before my PhD. Don't tell this to my supervisor, but it's true. And I have one last very short thing. Yes. If you're allergic to cat hair, well, I'm sorry, I can't do anything about this, but please appreciate my cat, very cute. And I think I'm done. Yeah, thank you for your listening, and I'm happy to take any questions with Frank. How do we deal with the microphone? How do we deal with the microphone?
The normal one. Yes.
You're the first one.
Oh, putain, 16.
Arnaud, alumni. It's a pleasure to see two applications for this position of president. I think I can take from experience that it is a very intense position. My first one is to Frank. Based on what you've put in your plans, it's a lot about governance, which is of course one thing that the president is doing, but not the only thing. And I was wondering, how do you see the difference of portfolio between the president and the vice president for governance in that regard?
So there's a lot of overlap, in my opinion, between president and vice president and VPG. And also since the position for VPG is also relatively new, it is also something that we as the board for next year have to work with as well. Like it's really a trial and error thing. Personally, I think that for the plans that I've proposed, I think the best is to try to implement them to the best of the capability and to see which tasks can be shared between VPG and president, and maybe even delegate some tasks from president to VPG or vice versa. But this is, again, I would like to stress that the creation of VPG is new. It is still also a working project. It's really recent, like almost 3 months since the creation of it and the vote on VPG and VPD. And I would really like to also use the time to make sure that we are able to really make sure who is responsible for what. Does that answer your question, or?
Not really, but
Okay.
I think the next questions might maybe put some light on it, shed some light on it. Thank you a lot.
Axel, ESN EPFL, ESN International. So I'm very happy to see two applications as well, so congratulations. So I have a first question to both of the applicants. So sometimes the board is not bonding and it can affect the work of the national board. So I was wondering if you end up in a situation like this, how would you handle that to solve the issue and to make the national board work together better?
Yeah, thanks. It's indeed a very important point. I also experience very different dynamics depending on the teams. And to be honest, I think it really depends on the people and on the team, the way to handle this. One common factor, I think, is to know each other more than just work together, be hopefully friends, and have a way to have kind of a team dynamic. This goes through meetings, through communication, through in-person events, to really have clear communication from the beginning. I also don't want that there is things that we don't know between each other, which can create some kind of non-bonding. But yeah, all in all, I think it really depends on what's the team dynamic from the beginning.
So thank you for your question. I personally think that my work experience and also my experience with ESN really have given me the experience to actually handle this kind of situation. Personally at work, but also within my section, I really like to check in with everyone who's there, not on a daily basis, not on a micromanaging basis, but really like to check in. And if there's any issues between some board members or with me personally, with another board or board support member, then I would really like to tackle that early on and make sure that we're able to work things out. But I think based on all the applications, I think that we would really be a happy family and a happy community together. So I'm not expecting any issues of that kind. So yes, thank you.
Tom, ESN Lucerne. To Frank, the ESN Netherlands has a section spotlight at every NA that they do, where they like highlight. So every section has like a poster gallery of what have they been doing from the last NA until the next NA. You were talking about more recognition. Would that be something that you were thinking of, or do you have any other examples on how you would give more recognition?
So it's definitely a very interesting way to put the section in the spotlight. I also think that it could also work for ESN Switzerland. Then again, I also put my own experience from a smaller section in it, and the things, the initiatives and the events that bigger sections do, they can feel quite overwhelming for us as a smaller section. And I would also like to minimize that kind of differences between sections. So I would rather focus on individual events or initiatives and really highlight those than really making sure that what every section does. But it's definitely a concept that I'm also open to hear, and it's ultimately also to the network if we want to implement something like that as well. So yeah, thank you for your input as well.
Axel, ESN EPFL, ESN International. So you might start the mandate without some position, especially the treasurer position. And we started during May 2 mandates without the treasurer, so I know like it can be quite difficult to handle. So I was wondering, as a president, what do you think, how do you envision your role as president in that case if there is no treasurer, for example?
Do you want to go first? Or
I think we have to switch.
Hmm?
Is the question to the two of them?
Yeah, to the two of them.
Ah, okay.
Is there someone that needs to reply first?
Does it matter? Or? I've already been talking for a bit, so feel free.
Yes, indeed, very important point. Flavien, ESN Basel, ESN Switzerland. To be honest, we need a treasurer. It's very hard, as I know, to function without a treasurer. This said, I think having been in BFCH for quite a long time, having collaborated a lot with Leonie as well, I have some idea about how finances work in the Swiss network. And it would be a good starting point to split the tasks. Now, it's very hard to split the treasurer's task, of course, and the most of the effort would be into finding someone to fill the position and having someone reliable on this that would be helping the NB.
Okay, thank you for your question. I would like to highlight that we're currently at NA2, and we still have a third NA where I'm having my hopes quite high that vacant positions will be filled anyway. In case that, oh, are you okay? Okay. In case there's any vacant position, I would kind of use the experience that I've had with my own section where we had vacant positions as well. And we really need to see what are the tasks that need to be done immediately and which ones can be put on ice for a moment. And I would really like to see with the rest of the board to really delegate the tasks that are necessary to the position that is being vacant to make sure that those tasks are being fulfilled. And then projects that are not necessarily a high priority to make sure that to pause them temporarily. But again, I would like to highlight, I really, really hope that people will apply for treasurer and other vacant positions, so please do.
Before the next question, just for fairness, we're going to ask you to change every time who's the first to answer.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you.
Wait, I have to go first now, or? Oh, okay, okay, good.
Okay, Jade, ESN Basel, to both of you. So I know you both are really busy people, and it's sometimes almost impossible to get you guys to like join in a meeting. Sometimes. So, you know, the role of president, of course, requires a lot of involvement and communication. So how are you planning to balance this with your existing commitments? I think Flavian already touched this, but if you want to add more, that's also great. Thank you.
I think this question was also asked in the candidates blog already to me, but I would like to highlight it again. Basically, from my work, I get my roster 3 months in advance, which really puts me in a possibility where I'm able to plan my commitments for ESN accordingly. It's sometimes a challenge, I have to say, and being a bit more evolved and also the availability of certain meetings really helps to make sure that I'm there for the network. So basically, yeah, I would try to plan it like that. Did that answer your question? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, to add a bit more on this also, yes, indeed, it's a lot of involvement, a lot of time. I have to say, I'm already spending a lot of time on ESN, combining different positions, and also before this, having a third position and doing other things on the sides, a lot of projects at the same time. And the challenge for me, I would say for next year, if elected, would be to focus on presidents. As I said, I would not take any other responsibility because this is one big one that has to be fully fulfilled. Not that the other ones were not, but it's even more time on this. And for the professional life, to be honest, my PhD is really flexible. I can basically organize my whole working time as I wish. And it's been working out so far. So I don't expect it to be more complicated than this is now. It's just for me to be able to focus on one project. But at the same time, as the president has to support and hold the whole team together, this is also something that would fit my dynamics, let's say, as long as I focus only on this.
Axel, ESN EPFL, ESN International. So usually ESN International do not really consider mobility within... To my question. Yeah, do not consider mobility within the same country as much as the other mobility. And like in a lot of reports, there is not really data that we can extract. And in bilingual countries like Switzerland or Belgium, it might be like some useful data that we could use. So I was wondering if you wanted to advocate on a higher level to raise awareness about this type of mobility.
Is this question for both?
For both, yes.
Reaction first or reply first? Okay. Yeah, thanks. To be honest, I didn't Oh, Diego goes first, or?
Is it a comment directly on the question? Okay. Can we give a mic to Diego, please?
Diego is International. I'm sorry, I disagree with the question. This is the reason why we have different levels of mobility. We have local, national, and international. So depending on the outcome of some reports, then we'll focus different levels. So I don't think this question is relevant to them.
Can I still reply? Yeah, thanks. So I see what you mean, Axel. It's true that ESN International is really pushing for Erasmus Plus mobility, and sometimes forgetting also that not all countries within the ESN network is part of Erasmus Plus. This said, I strongly believe, and I want to emphasize, that we are a network. Of course, ESN International is holding together the network, but I would take to say that ESN International is not above the NOs, and NOs are also not above the sections. So it's really up to us to decide what we want to do. And to be honest, I didn't think that much of internal mobility, but this is not something that I see as problematic. This would be a really nice idea, actually, to be honest, to also push for internal mobility and to extend this to mobility within Switzerland. And I don't see why that would be an issue if ESN International is not considering this. Does that reply to your question?
Yes.
Thanks.
So thank you for your question. It's definitely an interesting one. I have to say that, yes, I would plan to advocate also more for national mobilities as well within Switzerland, within any country, to be honest. Also, because I know that the basis of the Erasmus Plus program is to make sure that people go on international mobility, but it's just also not a possibility for every single student. And I would also like to highlight this more with ESN International in a way, because if you even have the possibility to leave your own university for another university, I think for personal development that's a win, and that's something that ESN International needs to acknowledge as well, in my opinion. Did that answer your question? Thank you.
Before we go to the next question, is anyone still typing a question? Yes. Is there anyone else, apart from Iside? I suggest we close the speaker list. Is there any objection to it? No, then the speaker list is closed.
Can we both have a bottle of water or something? Because I think we are still here for quite some time.
We can give you chairs as well if you want.
Sorry?
Chairs. Do you want some chairs?
Chairs, like we can.
Okay.
Do you want to sit down or? Okay, we can keep standing, but like a sip of any fluid would very much be appreciated. Sorry.
Okay. Arnaud, alumni. My question is to Frank. So you've mentioned I think it was in the candidate on Slack, that you see the president as being in charge of the strategic direction, whereas the EYO in charge of the external representation with stakeholders. How would that look like in concrete representation? Would you not go to events, or how would you split the portfolio? Because usually the president was present at most external events.
So considering that the current president is not in Switzerland, that's indeed been a challenge for the current national board. Personally, this is something that I would like to be in charge of more as a president, but the representation of ESN Switzerland towards stakeholders is not something that the president decides on solely, in my opinion. It's basically what the network wants for ESN Switzerland to look like and to be represented in. And I think that the president has a key role in managing this representation to our external stakeholders. And I think this year it's been more of a difficult task, I have to say. Like I said, Agripine is sadly not here. She's in Canada, which is also a beautiful country, by the way. But yeah, basically, I would like for this task to be more in charge of with the president. But I'm more than open to also discuss it with the AO to see what other possibilities would be out there. Did it answer your question, or?
Yes, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tom, ESN Lucerne. To both, actually, not just to Flavien. Do you have any plans in supporting the communication manager in fighting the negative brand that ESN has of being a drunk or party organization to better position us for joining Erasmus+?
Yeah, thank you. To be honest, I don't feel like we have too much of a bad brand. This said, we could do better, and this is not fully the role of the president, more of the communication manager to execute this and to find ways to explain to the sections how to communicate. But this has to go through the sections. As a national organization, we communicate mostly to stakeholders, we communicate to volunteers and to the network. Of course, exchange students can be a target, but this is not the main one. It's more the sections that communicate to them. So I would see maybe the communication manager giving guidelines to the sections of what they can share. I mean, the VIM is something, of course, but further than this, as I said also in the application form, if we do more projects, sharing this project rather than just events can also make people understand that we are not just event planners. I mean, doing parties is something, but also just organizing events is something else. And we are also not just event organizers. We are more than this, and event organizing is part of it. So I think the main point would be to sharing further projects and to show what we do apart from just events. And that was to both of us. So I think.
Was it to both of us, or? No, right?
I wrote to Flavien, but it's actually to both. But it's okay if you don't.
I can also answer it if you want to. Okay. Sure. So basically, it's a difficult task to make sure that we are seen as a professional, as a professional organization. I think that most universities see ESN also as a serious organization that is really there to support people, and it's a hard task to really get out of this image. Personally, I also don't believe that really exists. I mean, I've been to events of ESN, either hosting them myself or being a guest, and I see more of a community than really people that just go there to get drunk. And I would also make sure that together with the communication manager, we would actually highlight more of this as well, like really make sure to see the unity. But ultimately, I think the communication manager has the responsibility to also control the network in what they portray outwards in terms of social media, what the public sees, to make sure that we don't have any drunk or party organization vibes. But like I said, I think that most universities already see that we're quite professional, and I think if anyone as an outside stakeholder would look at one of our section's Instagram accounts, they would see the incredible work that we do and not perceive us as a party organization.
Before the next question, since there is still quite a lot of questions and not that much time, we're going to start doing 30 seconds for question and 1 minute for answer for each of you.
Yes.
Hi, Nika, ESN UNIL. Thank you both for nice presentations. You both proposed multiple projects, but I was wondering, how do you plan on including the projects and missions of other people who have applied for, the rest of the board positions?
So basically here would my professional experience and also my ESN experience as president come to mind. I really believe in my 3-pillar system with feedback, follow-up, and openness. I would really, like, if someone has a project that they are very dedicated to, they are free for me to implement this, and they can come to me for any time to see how, as the board, we can divide resources. If it becomes too much, to maybe step back a little bit. So, like I also explained towards the end of the presentation, I would use my managing and president style as a way to implement projects from other board members as well. Hope that answered your question.
To follow up on this, I didn't have time to develop this too much in my presentation, unfortunately, but I see two main points of it. The first one is that, to me, the board is a body as a team. It's more horizontal, and everyone has dedicated tasks, but we all work together. So I don't see the president as someone that should overstep and keep on checking that everyone is doing what they have written. This said, I think it's very important to have feedback, as Frank really nicely mentioned. And the way that Agrippin was doing it, also with one-to-one checking with the board and the board support, was, I think, super nice and super valuable to make sure that things that are initiated and projects that are presented are going well, and also if people want to ask for help, that we can organize something together. But it's more as a teamwork with the president coordinating this than someone that would check on people and force people to do the things, in my opinion.
Arno, alumni. Question for both of you. What's your understanding, actually, of the state of development of discussions with what we call the potential new sections, so the HESSO in Romandie?
Yeah, thank you. So, in my understanding, and I have to say I'm not knowledgeable too much on education yet. I'm new to SWEC, I'm new to Educom. This is not the area where I evolved in the past, only as local president. But to me, the discussions are going well, I think, at least from the feedback that I could get. And I want to understand this better. I want to discuss with UNES, with SAJV, and also with HESSO of what could be done. Yeah, I don't know if there is anything ongoing at the moment. I just know that we are eager to perceive this creation of a new section in this network of campuses, and yeah.
So thank you for your question. I have followed up on some of the documentation I could find on our drive regarding this, and also from the rest of the current national board. And I think that the current discussions are going quite well and also in a good direction. And I would love to actually see another section be created and join our beautiful network. And I can also tell you from the other side, because HSSO is one of the places that I do teachings, that they are also very excited to be in the ESN network eventually.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Juan Lucerne, and it's to both. Like, would you consider creating more national events? Because I think the STR is like the main one, and I just personally consider that it's lacking in terms of it doesn't happen enough. Like for exchange students, maybe they don't just see the other students from other sections sufficient times.
Yes, I would love to have more national events. In the end, I do think that it's not the president's decision to create more events or to personally create them. However, I would, in the best of my ability, support the national event manager, event coordinators, maybe even sections with creating another national event, because I think that we really should have one big event at least per year. But I also know that what strain it actually puts on an OC and on a section to actually host something like that. But I would absolutely welcome the idea, and I would give as much support as possible in this role as president.
To follow up on this, I also agree. I'm a bit enthusiastic of having more national events, and I think that would be something really nice for the Swiss network. But I don't want to say no, we should do more events, because we have to sustain the ones that we have now. STR is sometimes hard to form the OC together and to find a date and everything. So I don't want to multiply events and to not be able to sustain them. This said, if we have the capacity, if we fill the positions, and people feel like this is something that we can push further, that would be something super nice. We actually initiated between Basel and FRNV and Fribourg a very nice ski trip last weekend. Not everyone could join, but that was really nice. And this is one of the examples that could arise from a few sections to something bigger across Switzerland. But there is doing a national event on the Swiss scale, but also being integrated in the network again. We discussed spring break, for instance. This is something, lower effort.
Axel, ESN EPFL, ESN International. We talk a lot about cooperation with some members of the board, but not really yet with the NR. And the president is cooperating usually quite a lot with the NR International Affairs team. So I wanted to know a bit your vision about this cooperation and how much you want to get involved with the team, just a little bit, not at all, and let them do everything, or to be fully in and very involved on every topic.
Yes, so as I see it, for now at least, NR is representative within the network and president is more external. This said, I think it's very important for the president to have an overview of what's happening, but to be realistic, you cannot, as a president, get involved in every call, in every international event, if you also focus on education, if you also focus on governance. I mean, I would love to do it, but I don't think this is something that would have to be expected from the president. So it's more of a teamwork with the NR to get to know from the NR what's happening and to be able to discuss together and to think strategy within Switzerland for the network.
Thank you for your question. So basically my cooperation with the NR would look like that they are, of course, the person that regarding anything that happens with ESN International is the one that should give the board in general updates on it. For any projects that involve ESN Switzerland, that would, in my opinion, be more of a communal effort from the board to see how much we get involved and how we handle with this. And one international topic that is currently on the line at the moment is the rejoining of Erasmus+, and I think that the president really needs to focus during the mandate on providing clear information together with the NR what the status is regarding the possible rejoinment. So that's basically what my cooperation with the NR would look like. Did it answer your question? Thank you.
Before we go to the next question, we still have quite many. So for now, the question is 15 seconds and the answer 45.
Whoa.
If we manage, yes.
I'll try to be quick. Julius in Zurich is in Switzerland, so it's super great that you have a lot of ideas to both of you, but we only have 24 hours in a day. So I was wondering, especially at the beginning of your mandate, if you are elected, what would be your top priority?
Basically, my top priority would be also in the order that I presented my ideas. Basically, make sure that the board works as efficient as possible, especially during calls as well. Then secondly, basically making sure that information is provided to people that are willing to join the board or board support. And then third, there's also the feedback that I want to get from you as a network, how we can highlight your special events or special recognition, how we can create this. So yeah, hope that answered your question.
So I think that even before starting with new ideas, new projects, we have to get a team together and have to have a good basis and a structure that is working. So because now we don't have all positions that have applicants and maybe we will have some vacancies, we have to first put things on the table, know how we want to do things. Maybe we will have some more applicants at NA3, but then starting from there, we have to be sure that the machine is running. And then from there, we should discuss all together what are the priorities. I listed a lot of ideas, a lot of projects. These are my ideas, and I don't want to make them only mine. I think this is something that we have to discuss as a team, and from there, a few priorities should arise. And this said, I think within the context and within the position of president, focusing on Erasmus+, again, is the top priority, and this is something that we have to push, because this is happening right now.
Daniel, yes, in Switzerland. There has been questions about your link to one specific board position. My question is a bit broader about how do you see your idea of the president's role, positions, while respecting actually each board member's portfolio and autonomy, like the relationships within the board? Yes,
so indeed, a lot of projects and ideas are fitting into other positions. I think that the role of the president is to initiate these projects and to discuss with the other positions what can be done, but not to achieve them and to take the lead on them. The role of the president is more to give a vision and to hold the team together. And yeah, still projects that are specific to VPD should be dedicated to the VPD if the VPD feels like it, for instance.
So I think that basically this question was answered a little bit before as well, but regarding the VPG. Because all these, like the VPG and VPD are relatively new, I think that we really have to see in the upcoming mandate how we respect each other's portfolios, which tasks can maybe transfer from one portfolio to each other. These are things that really develop over time. Like I see that as my work, I see that at my own section as well. It's a current development, and we just need to be open to each other. If we feel like we're invading each other's space or projects, then we need to talk about that, of course, and make sure that there's no harsh discussions or angry faces during meetings. Okay, thank you.
Jade ESN Basel, to Flavion, sorry. So you've proposed a lot of projects, but you only literally have 1 year, or even less, to complete whatever you're trying to achieve. How are you even planning to do that during your mandate?
So to be perfectly clear, also this is something that I touched very quickly at the end of the presentation. These are projects and ideas to form a vision and form a strategy as I see it now. It's not something that should be overstepped or something that has to be achieved. It will depend on the capacity that we have. And I cannot answer for now if we will have a full board, if we will have a full board support, and if people will feel that they fit into these projects. It's more the global vision that I have for the position and for ESN Switzerland.
Hey, Arnaud, alumni. What are your plans in terms of professional? You can see it of ESN Switzerland, including the past discussion that we had about creating a secretariat, which is a big topic.
I think it's true.
So we really need to see what is feasible as well in creating a secretariat for ESN Switzerland. Personally, I think that we as an organization are already extremely professional, I have to say. Like, if I look around me today, I really think that for a volunteer network we are. Regarding the creation of a secretariat, this is something I have to admit I didn't fully read up about on my preparation this week. But it's still something that I'm open to, and we need to discuss as a board, but also as a network. So.
Yeah, being concise also. This is something, if it has been brought on the table, something that has to be discussed, it should be discussed within the next boards. This said, I think with the restructuration of this year, with the split of VPD, VPG, the context also changed, and I don't know at this point if the need for secretariat is the same as it was before the split, but this is definitely something to keep in mind and to discuss within the coming year.
Okay, thank you.
Leonie, ESN Switzerland. My question is covered by Axel's question from the very beginning.
Diego is International. Thank you both for the candidacy. Was very nice, clear and consistent. My question is, you have a PhD and you're a radiologist, and ESN is also very interesting, but it's also like just volunteering. So aren't you afraid of burning out and feeling overwhelmed?
I think this question has been covered many times.
Small comment, I'm a radiographer, not a radiologist.
And I don't have a PhD yet, unfortunately.
Arnaud, alumni. Question regarding stakeholders, because the president is working a lot with them. Which one of our current stakeholders do you think we need to work more with in the next year?
Movetia, for sure. because given the rejoining of the Erasmus program, this is the stakeholder that would become, hopefully, the Erasmus Plus agency for Switzerland. So this is where we would have the more to discuss with and, yeah, the most to deal with, I think. We are already quite close to them, but this is really the focus, I think.
I agree with this as well. We need to work very close with Movetia and also look further into the future than the possibility of joining Erasmus Plus, because there's two different outcomes after a possible referendum. Either we join or we don't. And I think we also already need to start with Movetia to also discuss both outcomes and how it would look like for students in Switzerland in general, and also exchange students that come here.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, Darius, ES in Zurich and ES in Switzerland. Thank you for your candidacies. You both mentioned several times that you want to work on the reassociation with Erasmus Plus so that actually it can be achieved. So, like, what concrete measures do you have in mind, and especially what would you do differently compared to like how we work on this right now?
So I would focus on two things. First, keeping the network informed, because the stream of information about possible referendums, legislation, other deals with the EU, it's an extreme waterfall on information, I can tell you. I've tried reading up about this last week, and even news sources conflict with each other. So that would be my first priority, to keep you as the network informed. Secondly, this is also a discussion that we as a network need to have, is how do we actually expand our efforts to make sure that Switzerland joins the Erasmus Plus program? Do we want to highlight the work that we do? Do we want to highlight the benefits? This is really an open discussion that we need to have in the upcoming months, because time is really precious at this time. Hope that answers your question.
Yeah, I also partially covered this in my application. I think there are two main focuses. The first one is proactivity with the stakeholders. So we should get involved in discussions with Movetia, with other stakeholders, and to bring on the table why this is important for us and what has to be done. The other one is public communication and advocacy to Swiss and international students. And this has to be discussed and done together with the communication manager. Lobbying campaigns, public communications are, I think, the top one priority for 2026. For 2027, this is another topic. And I think we did great. We don't have to do differently. It's keeping it going and changing the context.
Covered by previous questions.
Arno, alumni. What do you think about the three strategy 2025-2028? Is there something that you strongly dislike or disagree with inside the document?
I don't think there is a point where I'm strongly against. Of course, this is something that is aimed to evolve depending on the context, depending on our capacity. This said, I align with the global vision of it and what we want to achieve as an NO. I think it's more building on top of this rather than changing the basis. And if we made it this way, again, there was a reason to this, and I don't think that would make sense to destroy it and change any point of this.
So I also have to say that I agree with the majority of the document. The only thing that I would alter in it is basically to think of strategies if Switzerland joins Erasmus Plus or not, to further elaborate on this. And to make sure that we are, as a network, are also prepared beyond 2028 to really not be surprised by any pleasant or unpleasant surprises with the Erasmus program. So, I'll wait. Yes.
Easy day, yes, in Switzerland. Connecting to Axel's question on national mobility, aka Swiss mobility, what will be the objective of the advocacy and which stakeholders will you involve? For example, concerning the grant, since Swiss mobility doesn't have really a fixed grant assigned.
So, where are you sitting, by the way? I can't see you. Oh, sorry. So basically, I think the national mobility is an extremely good opportunity for those who aren't able to go abroad to really experience student life from a different perspective as well. I would therefore also advocate more on the possibilities that are currently hindering people from going abroad, and also actively look for stakeholders in those areas. I can't name any of the stakeholders at the moment because I know that they are out there, but it's really in the back of my mind, I'm sorry. But I would really focus on that part, I would say.
To be honest, I think that we don't already focus only, of course, on Erasmus mobility because we don't have Erasmus. It's more to make external public understand that we are here for mobility in general, and to not make a distinction between international mobility within Europe, let's say SEMP or Erasmus+, international mobility further than Europe, and national mobility within Switzerland. So I think our goal is the same, is to support mobility and welcome people in the city where they come, from Switzerland and not from Switzerland. And for the stakeholders, I only know of UNES and SAGV that I guess would be involved as network of student organizations, network of student associations in Switzerland, but I'm pretty sure there are also other ones. I'm just not yet knowledgeable enough to name them also.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very, very much to both candidates. I'd like to thank you as well for respecting the time with questions and answers. Now we're going to move on to meet your family. So I have a question. Do you have any oppositions to we pass the moment from 40 minutes to 30 minutes? Is there an objection on it? No? Then we do 30 minutes for meet your family.
So, quick introduction to what it is for the ones that are not familiar with. As you know, you have been assigned to different families by the OC, and the point of this is that you get to know each other. So, get the most of it, meet people that you possibly would not talk to. There are different family leaders. This here is the repartition on the here and outside. If the family leaders could raise their hands, or even stand up, it would be easier. Okay, so you should know your family. Please, shh, please. The faster we do, the less time we lose. You have the families here, and so maybe I will call, so if you don't know the people, you can go with. So the first family, Fools and Jesters, are with Masoud. Masoud, make a noise. Over there, so follow him. Then we have the Samba do Brasil with Darius over there. Samba do Brasil, né? And then we have Mythological Creatures with Jade. Jade over there. We have the Freak Show with Patricia, that is there. Then Pirates and Corsairs with Claire, over there. Then Royalty Gone Wild with Axel, you have heard him. Then you have the Party Animals with Chloe over there. Then Greco-Roman Antiquity with Jennifer, with Iside. Witches and Wizards with Maria over there. And finally, Venetian Masquerade with Matteo there. So let's get moving. The time, Lauren will tell you the time we have to be back. Please don't be late.
So people, before moving, so the time you have to be back here is 5:40. At 5:40, I want to see you on your seats, not in the corridor talking, but on your seats, please. All right, please sit down. Now we're gonna have the candidacy for the next main chair at NA3.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. So I'm very excited to be presenting my application as main chair for NA3. Next slide, please. So for those of you who don't know me yet, my name is Benita. I'm currently 24, and I study business administration and HR in France, close to Geneva. And in Geneva is actually where I started my ESN journey in 2022, in ESN Genève, excuse me. So I've had the opportunity to work as part of the culture team, trips, sponsors and partnerships, and HR, and I did a short stint as accounts auditor. Excuse me. And also some fun facts about myself. I'm very creative. I love to craft, sew, photography, and I also really enjoy reading. And before I go over my relevant experiences, I also just wanted to say the reason why I have decided to reapply for this position is because, as was said before, I really enjoy side quests, doing things that challenge me and force me to step outside of my comfort zone. And I'm also pretty sure this will be my last year in the Swiss network, so honestly, I've learned so much during my time in ESN. I've made some amazing friends. So I would be super honored to be able to give back for what I think will be my last NA. Next slide, please. So about my relevant experience for this role, so I've had the opportunity already to vice chair one of the board support appointments and be technical chair for an ENA. Even though these were online, I still believe that will help me to understand the needs of the chairing team. And then I've also had the great fun of being a web communication manager. So I had the great pleasure of coordinating an amazing team. And I also learned a lot about internal and external communication, which will be very necessary and helpful for the NA. Next slide, please. And so some of my skills that I believe will be relevant for this role is that I am reliable, and once I commit to something, I see it through. I have attention to detail, and I'm very curious and always happy to learn new things and receive constructive feedback. Next slide, please. And so why should you elect me as main chair for NA3? Having had the chance to attend, this one included 4 NAs, I really see the importance of respecting deadlines, making sure everything goes to plan and making it as enjoyable as possible for all of you. So I would like to be able to give you this positive experience. And as I've said before, I really want to also take this opportunity to give back to the network because you have surely given me so much. And that should be it. Next slide, please. Yes, thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Benita. Is there anyone writing a question right now? Come on, don't be shy. Yes? Okay, good.
Barbu ESN Switzerland. So since we're probably going to see like at least 2, hopefully, candidacies at NA3, how do you plan to build the agenda in terms of like how much time you want to allocate for it and then like manage the time?
Thank you for the question. Even though there might be some candidacies, normally it will be less candidacies than there are at this NA. So I think that similar to how it has been done for this NA seems a good system to me. And maybe having some flexibility regarding other program points. So for example, like we did before, reducing slightly some other points like on the spot if necessary, and just being sure to keeping track of the times that people take to ask and answer questions. Did that answer your question?
Yes, also thanks a lot for your candidacy. I forgot to say that.
Thank you.
Daniel Jessen, Switzerland, thank you very much for your candidacy. It's very nice to see you try for it, go for it. My question is, right now you are working with Barbu, that actually deserves a capital letter, sorry, as the relationship like as a national board support. How do you see this change of roles if you are the main chair compared to the national board with the VPG?
I think it will be similar to now. I mean, for the things that we've worked on so far, we've been able to communicate well and like do the things that we need to do. So I just think it will be, we'll just continue to collaborate as we have done before.
Axel, ESN EPFL, ESN International. So the chairing team needs to be impartial and not to be too much on the same way as the national board, to stay things separated a little bit. So how do you see, kind of, it's a bit related to the last question, to see this change, to stay impartial with basically the NB that was a bit your boss, where you had like some kind of hierarchy before?
I mean, even though the NB are my boss, let's say, it's not like a dictature kind of, so it's still a very collaborative environment in any case. And so I don't see an issue with kind of prioritizing my role as main chair if it's necessary. Did that answer your question?
Tom, ESN Lucerne.
Oh, wait. Just before the next question, is there still someone typing a question? No? Then I suggest we close the speaker list. Is there any objection? No. Then the speaker list is closed.
Let's try this again. Tom, ESN Lucerne. What would you propose to do different than maybe at other NAs? Are there things that you would try to improve, things to do different that bother you personally at an NA, like as a main chair? Yeah.
Right now, I don't see anything major. Maybe try to anticipate a bit more what I think would be like the time required for certain question rounds. Maybe try to adapt it a bit more if I see yes, just try to be more aware of how to plan certain timings. But overall, I would say don't fix it if it ain't broke. So overall, I've had very good experiences at NA that I would like to give to you as well.
All right, thank you very much, Benita. And now we're gonna go to another candidacy for OC for NA3.
Hello. Okay. Here you go. Yes. It's already on.
You? Okay. We have to share it. You start.
Hello everyone, we are the
co-heads of OC for NA3 if you elect us, so please do.
All right, so bit of backstory. As many of you probably know, we restarted last year with ESN Fribourg, really put a lot of effort, mainly thanks to Frank. I lost. There it is. We really put a lot of work into really getting ourselves back together and grinding. And this is where we at now. Actually, we even have a bigger team probably. We're really like growing, and as you could see, our mascot, the left one, we really are reaching, not gonna say the peak, but kinda. Okay.
So, why do we want to organize the NA in Fribourg? Go ahead. Because Fribourg in summer is nice, because then you have good weather and less fog. I mean, we can't promise no fog, but less. It's also great because in the first NA will probably be a bigger NA because it's anniversary, so that's quite big. So we go to Fribourg, nice, cozy, small, but that doesn't mean that the NA will be small though. And obviously more people available for staff and OC, which is not an importance because we are not that big of a section, but we are very motivated, so that's all good. Plus, it feels like a tiny crown on our growth, like the cherry on the cake. As mentioned, we've been growing the last 2 years. I think on the NA in Lugano we came and then people were like, oh, there's someone else than Frank in Fribourg? Well, yes, we are, and now we have a very big group here, so that's very nice to see.
So as of now, we already have 11 members who are really motivated to be part of the OC and to make that great. And you can skip it. I mean, most of the positions, I think we're missing 3, but most of them are already kind of booked. And you can see our face again. Yeah.
Accommodation-wise, we already reserved the bunkers of Fribourg, so you'll be safe. No worries. It's already ESN proofed because in 2018 the web was organized there as well. So it should be good. And bonus, it's cheap. So that means more budget for other things. And there is also a transportation card that we will get you. Even though Fribourg is not big, you will not have to walk too much if you wouldn't want to. And then, the facilitations. Both universities and University of Applied Sciences are currently fighting for us, because we actually reserved and the university and the University of Applied Sciences, so we're still checking the best options. So yeah, in any case, we will have enough space, and it only has advantages.
Okay. Yes, okay. Then as of the food, because of course we know it's a big part of that, we are clearly looking to try the best we can with the cheapest budget we can. But we do have somebody in ESN Fribourg that is very fond of cooking and baking, and that might make something special for us, which we would love. So yeah, hopefully we don't break the bank. And hopefully the social program, which, I mean, of course is not entirely done because we're not elected yet. But I mean, clearly we want to make it fun and we want to make it, you know, Fribourg-ish.
Then onto the budget part, also important. For now it's looking really good. We made the budget provisionally, obviously. We don't have yet any fundings of university because we have to go through students' parliament, which will be done later on, so we might even get more budget from there, but for now on we already have a good safety fund, about 1,000 francs, that's pretty good I think, so we might even lower the cost of participation, but that's also be seen once we actually book everything and we pay the things. So yeah, as long as we are not dumb, we hope not, everything should be alright. And of course, now we have to go to the real important things. You might have seen the hints already a bit during the presentation and also the disguise of Frivol, because our team is Monarch!
So yeah, I mean, the Monarch, as you can see, is this beautiful butterfly, so pretty much our, I'm not gonna say end goal, because it doesn't sound nice to just end, but current goal at least, I would say. And we are already working on families and everything, but I mean, I'm not gonna spoil, but there's gonna be one secret family just because it's kind of silly. So yeah. enjoy your meme that you can meme about, and that's it.
Vote for us. Thank you.
You were going to say thank you. No, yeah. Okay.
Yes, so the date of the enable.
Yes, it's my reverse.
Wait. Daniel, ESN Switzerland. As you know, the national level has strongly suggested dates for the national events. Is it your planned date?
Easy is in Fribourg, is in Switzerland.
Yes.
Indeed, we are doing it from the 12th to the 14th of June. Exam-wise, normally for most people that should be all right. And if not, get your priorities straight, come to ESN.
Arno alumni, I'm so happy to see this application. I really want to come to Fribourg. One question, would you consider actually inviting the AGF or members of the IROS to be, not just for the money, but also to be part of the event? And if yes, how would you see it?
So as of now, we already talk about this with the heroes, and they are very willing to come, maybe give us speech, support us also probably economically if they can. For the AGF, we still have to present ourselves and the NA once we actually know if we are elected or not. But I think it would be very nice to have at least part of them join. AGF is a bit weird because we don't get the money through AGF directly. It's another commission even more, so it's a bit complicated. But it would be nice to have some of them join because ESN didn't get the best reputation in Fribourg. So it would be a nice way to show them that we actually do a lot and it's showing.
Thank you.
Daniel, ESN Switzerland. As you know, if you get elected for this position, you'll be working with me a lot to prepare the things. How do you envision this collaboration with the national board and me especially?
Yeah, I think we are looking forward to collaboration because for now we've been working with our team, which is very nice, of course, but certainly on ESN level we don't have that much experience, so I think definitely for that the national board and you will be very helpful with that. And furthermore, I mean, we've been getting along just like that, so I guess we will get along in collaboration as well. So,
you never know.
Yeah.
But also I would say maybe probably I think we could find ourselves asking for maybe kind of templates, examples from prior NAs and stuff like that to help us because we do know that it's our first time doing that in our OC. And while, of course, there's always a first time, it's always nice to make it good.
Leonie is in Switzerland. Yeah. Leonie is in Switzerland. Do you have any capacity limit? If yes, how high are those limits?
So as of now, from the university, we have 100 people capacity limit, which is why we already reached out to the Haute École de Gestion, which shouldn't have that limit as far as I know, and which sounds like the better option for the time being because they seem more willing to collaborate with us.
School of Management.
Yeah.
School of Management.
And how is it with the accommodation? Leonie is in Switzerland, sorry. My question is not fully answered, sorry.
Oh, sorry, no, there is no limit with that.
There's no limit in the bunkers?
It's big, and even if there's other bunkers, so like, I mean,
don't worry, you're not gonna miss it.
Okay, thank you.
You'll have place to sleep. Yeah.
Laureen, CT, what do you do if your budget is not accepted by the parliament?
Yeah, that's not a problem. As we've seen. Sorry. Yeah. As we for what we see now, like the budget that we made is looking pretty good. We already calculated pretty broadly to be sure not to have any shortages, and still we have quite a good safety fund. So even without their help, it's looking good. Obviously, it would be nice to get their funding, but it's not we don't really need it, but it would be nice to just cover the cost also for you, for participation fee we could put down, and we could do even crazier things. But yeah, we're gonna make it happen.
And if I can add also, we're trying to make sure that it's doable without that budget, because we're not 100% sure we're gonna get it. And we still haven't gotten like sponsors or partners, so that might also help us in case that didn't work.
Thank you. And before the next question, is there still someone writing? Yes, one person. Is there someone else? Yes, no? 3, okay.
Louise, ESN Neuchâtel. Considering you have a specific budget for this NA, are you more focusing on the quality as you were talking about in your PowerPoint, or more like a very affordable NA such as this one?
I think we'll do a bit of both. So with easy if he's in Fribourg. Accommodation-wise, we go cheap, but that does give us more freedom for all the rest. So because we really want good food, because food is, and then you have everything around social program and everything. Obviously, we're not gonna make it ultra cheap. I mean, of course, it's nice if we can give you cheaper prices, but I think still you do kind of want a certain quality, and we definitely want to offer you that because Fribourg is also quality. So that's what we're gonna offer you.
Perfect, thank you.
Tom, ESN Lucerne. As my girlfriend is originally from Fribourg, studying there, but from Luxembourg, I know that there's a student organization called Friblit. Are you working with them? Are you for potential partnerships, potential events for social programs to maybe rent out even cheaper spots? Yes, we would have maybe more people from other organizations, but could be. Have you thought of those kind of things, or?
So the organization that you're talking about, I don't know, but our 2 partnership managers are there, so write it down. And
I can put you in contact.
Yeah, and otherwise we do have our partners that we are working with in general, so in that sense we can already do with that, but I think it's definitely a good option to look at. Yeah, but with other organizations, not really only with other Fachschaften and those kind of things, but it's not really the case for ESN. Also, I don't know, I think usually ESN people like to have just ESN if like you go to party, so that's things that can be seen depending on how things evolve in the organization.
Before the next question, is there still someone writing a question on speaker list? Yes. Anyone else?
Yeah, sure.
I suggest that. Do you have one as well? Okay. So after Louise, I suggest we close the speaker list. Is there any objection? No. Then the speaker list is closed.
Leonie is in Switzerland. Do you have any partnerships in mind for the NA?
Yes. So we have I'm not going to already put out our food partners because otherwise the surprise is gone. But we have good food partners. Also, Brentford students already said that they were willing to help us as they are very good partners anyway. So yes, we definitely have partners in mind already, also talking like the budget has been made with numbers that we got from them. So it's really based already on good numbers as well. And there might even be more discounts
And just for fun, me and Claire, we actually spent one whole evening putting down partners that we could try to get. So at least some of them, I hope, are going to be there. And we already have one partnership that does boba tea, and it's the best one in Fribourg. So just saying, we might get free boba for an air.
So me again, Louise, ESN Neuchâtel. Just asking, since you have a specific number of people in your section, will you have enough like volunteers and staff and help? And if not, have you thought about asking other sections or finding another solution?
So on that, I mean, we already have a lot of people here, but I swear it's not all of them. So we have more. And we didn't really think about it through so well right now, because I think we should be managing with ESN Fribourg. But maybe the number of staff is something that we could ask again to the national board to, get some guidance on there and be like, okay, is this enough? Should we ask for some more help? But for the time being, I think with just Fribourg, we should be okay.
Thank you.
But if you want to join.
All right, thank you very much for the application. And now I'm asking the OC to come on stage to give you some explanation for tonight. Actually, just before the announcement of the OC, a little tiny thing. We had the meme contest, and I've counted, guys. There are so many, I've counted them all. And the winner of this meme contest is... Congrats!
Okay, so just an announcement for now. We're gonna eat at EPFL, and then you will have some time to go back to the hostel and get ready for the party. So for the party, you will find the location on the survival guide, but we will also send it again on the group. And we will send the location for where you are going to eat. So it's the same way than for lunch, but it's a bit further because we will be inside. We will send everything on the group, and you can already go to the place, and dinner will start in about 20 minutes.
Yes, so regarding any questions of can I leave my stuff in this room and so on for the night, yes, you can, as it will be locked. However, we would advise strongly to maybe not leave too many valuable stuff, you never know, but it will be locked in any case. Other than that, yeah, the survival guide itself has a small typo on the place of the social party. So there was an announcement that I made to correct the place. It's still Espace 44 as it was written, but space 44. But yeah, I'll redo an announcement with the exact spot, but it's in the announcements already. And we expect you to be there at 9 sharp. Please do not be too late. Yes, Julia? Yeah. Yes, do not forget to fill out the workshop form, please. And that's it. Thank you.